Astoria by Washington Irving. Part 3. Chapter 41. As the spring opened, the little settlement of Astoria was in agitation, and prepared to send forth various expeditions. Several important things were to be done. It was necessary to send a supply of goods to the trading post of Mr. David Stewart, established in the preceding autumn on the Okanagan. The cache, or secret deposit, made by Mr. Hunt at the Cauldron Linn, was likewise to be visited, and the merchandise and other effects left there, to be brought to Astoria. A third object of moment was to send dispatches overland to Mr. Astor at New York, informing him of the state of affairs at the settlement, and the fortunes of the several expeditions. The task of carrying supplies to Okanagan was assigned to Mr. Robert Stewart, a spirited and enterprising young man, nephew to the one who had established the post. The cache was to be sought out by two of the clerks, named Russell Farnham and Donald Gills, conducted by a guide, and accompanied by 8 men, to assist in bringing home the goods. As to the dispatches, they were confided to Mr. John Reed, the clerk, the same who had conducted one of the exploring detachments of Snake River. He was now to trace back his way across the mountains by the same route by which he had come, with no other companions or escort than Ben Jones, the Kentucky hunter, and 2 Canadians. As it was still hoped that Mr. Crooks might be in existence, and that Mr. Reed and his party might meet with him in the course of their route, they were charged with a small supply of goods and provisions, to aid that gentleman on his way to Astoria. When the expedition of Reed was made known, Mr. M'Lellan announced his determination to accompany it. He had long been dissatisfied with the smallness of his interest in the copartnership, and had requested an additional number of shares. His request not being complied with, he resolved to abandon the company. M'Lellan was a man of a singularly self-willed and decided character, with whom persuasion was useless. He was permitted, therefore, to take his own course without opposition. As to Reed, he set about preparing for his hazardous journey with the zeal of a true Irishman. He had a tin case made, in which the letters and papers addressed to Mr. Astor were carefully soldered up. This case he intended to strap upon his shoulders, so as to bear it about with him, sleeping and waking, in all changes and chances, by land or by water, and never to part with it but with his life. As the route of these several parties would be the same for nearly 400 miles up the Columbia, and within that distance would lie through the piratical pass of the Rapids, and among the freebooting tribes of the river, it was thought advisable to start about the same time and to keep together. Accordingly, on the 22nd of March, they all set off, to the number of 17 men, in 2 canoes, and here we cannot but pause to notice the hardihood of these several expeditions, so insignificant in point of force, and severally destined to traverse immense wildernesses where larger parties had experienced so much danger and distress. When recruits were sought in the preceding year among experienced hunters and voyagers at Montreal and St. Louis, it was considered dangerous to attempt to cross the Rocky Mountains with less than 60 men, and yet here we find Reed ready to push his way across those barriers with merely 3 companions. Such is the fearlessness, the insensibility to danger, which men acquire by the habitude of constant risk. The mind, like the body, becomes callous by exposure. The little associated band proceeded up the river, under the command of Mr. Robert Stewart, and arrived early in the month of April at the Long Narrows, that notorious plundering place. Here it was necessary to unload the canoes, and to transport both them and their cargoes to the head of the Narrows by land. Their party was too few in number for the purpose. They were obliged, therefore, to seek the assistance of the Cathlasko Indians, who undertook to carry the goods on their horses. Forward then they set, the Indians with their horses well freighted, and the first load convoyed by Reed and 5 men, well armed, the gallant Irishman striding along at the head, with his tin case of dispatches glittering on his back. In passing, however, through a rocky and intricate defile, some of the freebooting vagrants turned their horses up a narrow path and galloped off, carrying with them 2 bales of goods, and a number of smaller articles. To follow them was useless. Indeed, it was with much ado that the convoy got into port with the residue of the cargoes, for some of the guards were pillaged of their knives and pocket handkerchiefs, and the lustrous tin case of Mr. John Reed was in imminent jeopardy. Mr. Stewart heard of these depredations, and hastened forward to the relief of the convoy, but could not reach them before dusk, by which time they had arrived at the village of Wishram, already noted for its great fishery, and the knavish propensities of its inhabitants. Here they found themselves benighted in a strange place, and surrounded by savages bent on pilfering, if not upon open robbery. Not knowing what active course to take, they remained under arms all night without closing an eye, and at the very first peep of dawn, when objects were yet scarce visible, everything was hastily embarked, and without seeking to recover the stolen effects, they pushed off from shore, glad to bid adieu, as they said, to this abominable nest of miscreants. The worthies of Wishram, however, were not disposed to part so easily with their visitors. Their cupidity had been quickened by the plunder which they had already taken, and their confidence increased by the impunity with which their outrage had passed. They resolved, therefore, to take further toll of the travelers, and, if possible, to capture the tin case of dispatches, which, shining conspicuously from afar, and being guarded by John Reed with such especial care, must, as they supposed, be a great medicine. Accordingly, Mr. Stewart and his comrades had not proceeded far in the canoes, when they beheld the whole rabble of Wishram stringing in groups along the bank, whooping and yelling, and gibbering in their wild jargon, and when they landed below the falls, they were surrounded by upwards of 400 of these river ruffians, armed with bows and arrows, war clubs, and other savage weapons. These now pressed forward, with offers to carry the canoes and effects up the portage. Mr. Stewart declined forwarding the goods, alleging the lateness of the hour, but, to keep them in good humor, informed them that, if they conducted themselves well, their offered services might probably be accepted in the morning. In the meanwhile, he suggested that they might carry up the canoes. They accordingly set off with the 2 canoes on their shoulders, accompanied by a guard of 8 men well armed. When arrived at the head of the falls, the mischievous spirit of the savages broke out, and they were on the point of destroying the canoes, doubtless with a view to impede the white men from carrying forward their goods, and laying them open to further pilfering. They were with some difficulty prevented from committing this outrage by the interference of an old man, who appeared to have authority among them, and, in consequence of his harangue, the whole of the hostile band, with the exception of about 50, crossed to the north side of the river, where they lay in wait, ready for further mischief. In the meantime, Mr. Stewart, who had remained at the foot of the falls with the goods, and who knew that the proffered assistance of the savages was only for the purpose of having an opportunity to plunder, determined, if possible, to steal a march upon them and defeat their machinations. In the dead of the night, therefore, about 1 o'clock, the moon shining brightly, he roused his party, and proposed that they should endeavor to transport the goods themselves, above the falls, before the sleeping savages could be aware of their operations. All hands sprang to the work with zeal, and hurried it on in the hope of getting all over before daylight. Mr. Stewart went forward with the first loads, and took his station at the head of the portage, while Mr. Reed and Mr. M'Lellan remained at the foot to forward the remainder. The day dawned before the transportation was completed. Some of the 50 Indians who had remained on the south side of the river perceived what was going on, and, feeling themselves too weak for an attack, gave the alarm to those on the opposite side, upwards of 100 of whom embarked in several large canoes. 2 loads of goods yet remained to be brought up. Mr. Stewart dispatched some of the people for one of the loads, with a request to Mr. Reed to retain with him as many of the men as he thought necessary to guard the remaining load, as he suspected hostile intentions on the part of the Indians. Mr. Reed, however, refused to retain any of them, saying that M'Lellan and himself were sufficient to protect the small quantity that remained. The men accordingly departed with the load, while Mr. Reed and M'Lellan continued to mount guard over the residue. By this time, a number of the canoes had arrived from the opposite side. As they approached the shore, the unlucky tin box of John Reed, shining afar like the brilliant helmet of Euryalus, caught their eyes. No sooner did the canoes touch the shore than they leaped forward on the rocks, set up a war-whoop, and sprang forward to secure the glittering prize. Mr. M'Lellan, who was at the river bank, advanced to guard the goods, when one of the savages attempted to hoodwink him with his buffalo robe with one hand, and to stab him with the other. M'Lellan sprang back just far enough to avoid the blow, and raising his rifle, shot the ruffian through the heart. In the meantime, Reed, who with the want of forethought of an Irishman, had neglected to remove the leathern cover from the lock of his rifle, was fumbling at the fastenings, when he received a blow on the head with a war club that laid him senseless on the ground. In a twinkling he was stripped of his rifle and pistols, and the tin box, the cause of all this onslaught, was borne off in triumph. At this critical juncture, Mr. Stewart, who had heard the war whoop, hastened to the scene of action with Ben Jones and 7 others of the men. When he arrived, Reed was weltering in his blood, and an Indian standing over him and about to dispatch him with a tomahawk. Stewart gave the word, when Ben Jones leveled his rifle and shot the miscreant on the spot. The men then gave a cheer and charged upon the main body of the savages, who took to instant flight. Reed was now raised from the ground and borne senseless and bleeding to the upper end of the portage. Preparations were made to launch the canoes and embark in all haste, when it was found that they were too leaky to be put in the water, and that the oars had been left at the foot of the falls. A scene of confusion now ensued. The Indians were whooping and yelling, and running about like fiends. A panic seized upon the men, at being thus suddenly checked. The hearts of some of the Canadians died within them, and 2 young men actually fainted away. The moment they recovered their senses, Mr. Stewart ordered that they should be deprived of their arms, their undergarments taken off, and that a piece of cloth should be tied round their waists, in imitation of a squaw, an Indian punishment for cowardice. Thus equipped, they were stowed away among the goods in one of the canoes. This ludicrous affair excited the mirth of the bolder spirits, even in the midst of their perils, and roused the pride of the wavering. The Indians having crossed back again to the north side, order was restored. Some of the hands were sent back for the oars, others set to work to caulk and launch the canoes, and in a little while all were embarked and were continuing their voyage along the southern shore. No sooner had they departed than the Indians returned to the scene of action, bore off their 2 comrades who had been shot, one of whom was still living, and returned to their village. Here they killed 2 horses, and drank the hot blood to give fierceness to their courage. They painted and arrayed themselves hideously for battle, performed the dead dance round the slain, and raised the war song of vengeance. Then mounting their horses to the number of 450 men, and brandishing their weapons, they set off along the northern bank of the river, to get ahead of the canoes, lie in wait for them, and take a terrible revenge on the white men. They succeeded in getting some distance above the canoes without being discovered, and were crossing the river to post themselves on the side along which the white men were coasting, when they were fortunately descried. Mr. Stewart and his companions were immediately on the alert. As they drew near to the place where the savages had crossed, they observed them posted among steep and overhanging rocks, close along which the canoes would have to pass. Finding that the enemy had the advantage of the ground, the whites stopped short when within 500 yards of them, and discharged and reloaded their pieces. They then made a fire, and dressed the wounds of Mr. Reed, who had received 5 severe gashes in the head. This being done, they lashed the canoes together, fastened them to a rock at a small distance from the shore, and there awaited the menaced attack. They had not been long posted in this manner, when they saw a canoe approaching. It contained the war chief of the tribe, and 3 of his principal warriors. He drew near and made a long harangue, in which he informed them that they had killed one and wounded another of his nation, that the relations of the slain cried out for vengeance, and he had been compelled to lead them to fight. Still he wished to spare unnecessary bloodshed. He proposed, therefore, that Mr. Reed, who, he observed, was little better than a dead man, might be given up to be sacrificed to the manes of the deceased warrior. This would appease the fury of his friends. The hatchet would then be buried, and all thenceforward would be friends. The answer was a stern refusal and a defiance, and the war chief saw that the canoes were well prepared for a vigorous defense. He withdrew, therefore, and returning to his warriors among the rocks held long deliberations. Blood for blood is a principle in Indian equity and Indian honor, but though the inhabitants of Wishram were men of war, they were likewise men of traffic, and it was suggested that honor for once might give way to profit. A negotiation was accordingly opened with the white men, and after some diplomacy, the matter was compromised for a blanket to cover the dead, and some tobacco to be smoked by the living. This being granted, the heroes of Wishram crossed the river once more, returned to their villages to feast upon the horses whose blood they had so vaingloriously drunk, and the travelers pursued their voyage without further molestation. The tin case, however, containing the important dispatches for New York, was irretrievably lost. The very precaution taken by the worthy Hibernian to secure his missives had, by rendering them conspicuous, produced their robbery. the object of his overland journey. Therefore, being defeated, he gave up the expedition. The whole party repaired with Mr. Robert Stewart to the establishment of Mr. David Stewart on the Okanagan River. After remaining here 2 or 3 days, they all set out on their return to Astoria accompanied by Mr. David Stewart. This gentleman had a large quantity of beaver skins at his establishment, but did not think it prudent to take them with him, fearing the levy of blackmail at the falls. On their way down, when below the forks of the Columbia, they were hailed one day from the shore in English. Looking around, they descried 2 wretched men, entirely naked. They pulled to shore. The men came up and made themselves known. They proved to be Mr. Crooks and his faithful follower, John Day. The reader will recollect that Mr. Crooks, with Day and 4 Canadians, had been so reduced by famine and fatigue that Mr. Hunt was obliged to leave them, in the month of December, on the banks of the Snake River. Their situation was the more critical, as they were in the neighborhood of a band of Shoshones, whose horses had been forcibly seized by Mr. Hunt's party for provisions. Mr. Crooks remained here 20 days, detained by the extremely reduced state of John Day, who was utterly unable to travel, and whom he would not abandon, as Day had been in his employ on the Missouri, and had always proved himself most faithful. Fortunately, the Shoshones did not offer to molest them. They had never before seen white men, and seemed to entertain some superstitions with regard to them, for though they would encamp near them in the daytime, they would move off with their tents in the night, and finally disappeared without taking leave. When Day was sufficiently recovered to travel, they kept feebly on, sustaining themselves as well as they could, until in the month of February, when 3 of the Canadians, fearful of perishing with want, left Mr. Crooks on a small river, on the road by which Mr. Hunt had passed in quest of Indians. Mr. Crooks followed Mr. Hunt's track in the snow for several days, sleeping as usual in the open air, and suffering all kinds of hardships. At length, coming to a low prairie, he lost every appearance of the trail, and wandered during the remainder of the winter in the mountains, subsisting sometimes on horse meat, sometimes on beavers and their skins, and a part of the time on roots. About the last of March, the other Canadian gave out and was left with a lodge of Shoshones. But Mr. Crooks and John Day still kept on, and finding the snow sufficiently diminished, undertook, from Indian information, to cross the last mountain ridge. They happily succeeded, and afterwards fell in with the Walla Wallas, a tribe of Indians inhabiting the banks of a river of the same name, and reputed as being frank, hospitable, and sincere. They proved worthy of the character, for they received the poor wanderers kindly, killed a horse for them to eat, and directed them on their way to the Columbia. They struck the river about the middle of April, and advanced down it 100 miles, until they came within about 20 miles of the falls. Here they met with some of the chivalry of that noted pass, who received them in a friendly way, and set food before them. But, while they were satisfying their hunger, perfidiously seized their rifles. They then stripped them naked, and drove them off, refusing the entreaties of Mr. Crooks for a flint and steel of which they had robbed him, and threatening his life if he did not instantly depart. In this forlorn plight, still worse off than before, they renewed their wanderings. They now sought to find their way back to the hospitable Walla Wallas, and had advanced 80 miles along the river, when fortunately, on the very morning that they were going to leave the Columbia and strike inland, the canoes of Mr. Stewart hove in sight. It is needless to describe the joy of these poor men at once more finding themselves among countrymen and friends, or of the honest and hearty welcome with which they were received by their fellow adventurers. The whole party now continued down the river, passed all the dangerous places without interruption, and arrived safely at Astoria on the 11th of May. Chapter 42. Having traced the fortunes of the 2 expeditions by sea and land to the mouth of the Columbia, and presented a view of affairs at Astoria, we will return for a moment to the master spirit of the enterprise, who regulated the springs of Astoria, at his residence in New York. It will be remembered that a part of the plan of Mr. Astor was to furnish the Russian fur establishment on the northwest coast with regular supplies, so as to render it independent of those casual vessels which cut up the trade and supplied the natives with arms. This plan had been countenanced by our own government, and likewise by Count Paulin, the Russian minister at Washington. As its views, however, were important and extensive, and might eventually affect a wide course of commerce, Mr. Astor was desirous of establishing a complete arrangement on the subject with the Russian-American Fur Company, under the sanction of the Russian government. For this purpose, in March 1811, he dispatched a confidential agent to St. Petersburg, full empowered to enter into the requisite negotiations. A passage was given to this gentleman by the government of the United States in the John Adams, an armed vessel bound for Europe. The next step of Mr. Astor was to dispatch the annual ship contemplated on his general plan. He had as yet heard nothing of the success of the previous expeditions, and had to proceed upon the presumption that everything had been effected according to his instructions. He accordingly fitted out a fine ship of 490 tons, called the Beaver, and freighted her with a valuable cargo destined for the factory at the mouth of the Columbia, the trade along the coast, and the supply of the Russian establishment. In this ship embarked a reinforcement, consisting of a partner, 5 clerks, 15 American laborers, and 6 Canadian voyagers. In choosing his agents for his first expedition, Mr. Astor had been obliged to have recourse to British subjects experienced in the Canadian fur trade. Henceforth it was his intention, as much as possible, to select Americans, so as to secure an ascendancy of American influence in the management of the company, and to make it decidedly national. Accordingly, Mr. John Clark, the partner who took the lead in the present expedition, was a native of the United States, though he had passed much of his life in the Northwest, having been employed in the trade since the age of 16. Most of the clerks were young gentlemen of good connections in the American cities, some of whom embarked in the hope of gain, others through the mere spirit of adventure incident to youth. The instructions given by Mr. Astor to Captain Soule, the commander of the Beaver, were, in some respects, hypothetical, in consequence of the uncertainty resting upon the previous steps of the enterprise. He was to touch at the Sandwich Islands, inquire about the fortunes of the Tonquin, and whether an establishment had been formed at the mouth of the Columbia. If so, he was to take as many Sandwich Islanders as his ship could accommodate, and proceed thither. On arriving at the river, he was to observe great caution, for even if an establishment should have been formed, it might have fallen into hostile hands. He was, therefore, to put in as if by casualty or distress, to give himself out as a coasting trader, and to say nothing about his ship being owned by Mr. Astor, until he had ascertained that everything was right. In that case, he was to land such part of his cargo as was intended for the establishment, and to proceed to New Archangel with the supplies intended for the Russian post at that place, where he could receive peltries in payment. With these he was to return to Astoria, take in the furs collected there, and, having completed his cargo by trading along the coast, was to proceed to Canton. The captain received the same injunctions that had been given to Captain Thorne of the Tonquin, of great caution and circumspection in his intercourse with the natives, and that he should not permit more than 1 or 2 to be on board at a time. The Beaver sailed from New York on the 10th of October, 1811, and reached the Sandwich Islands without any occurrence of moment. Here a rumor was heard of the disastrous fate of the Tonquin. Deep solicitude was felt by every one on board for the fate of both expeditions, by sea and land. Doubts were entertained whether any establishment had been formed at the mouth of the Columbia, or whether any of the company would be found there. After much deliberation, the captain took 12 Sandwich Islanders on board, for the service of the factory, should there be one in existence, and proceeded on his voyage. On the 6th of May, he arrived off the mouth of the Columbia and, running as near as possible, fired 2 signal guns. No answer was returned, nor was there any signal to be descried. Nigh coming on, the ship stood out to sea, and every heart drooped as the land faded away. On the following morning they again ran in within 4 miles of shore, and fired other signal guns, but still without reply. A boat was then dispatched to sound the channel and attempt an entrance, but returned without success, there being a tremendous swell and breakers. Signal guns were fired again in the evening, but equally in vain, and once more the ship stood off to sea for the night. The captain now gave up all hope of finding any establishment at the place, and indulged in the most gloomy apprehensions. He feared his predecessor had been massacred before they had reached their place of destination, or if they should have erected a factory, that it had been surprised and destroyed by the natives. In this moment of doubt and uncertainty, Mr. Clark announced his determination, in case of the worst, to found an establishment with the present party, and all hands bravely engaged to stand by him in the undertaking. The next morning the ship stood in for the 3rd time, and fired 3 signal guns, but with little hope of reply. To the great joy of the crew, 3 distinct guns were heard in answer. The apprehensions of all but Captain Soule were now at rest. That cautious commander recollected the instructions given him by Mr. Astor, and determined to proceed with great circumspection. He was well aware of Indian treachery and cunning. It was not impossible, he observed, that these cannon might have been fired by the savages themselves. They might have surprised the fort, massacred its inmates, and these signal guns might only be decoys to lure him across the bar, that they might have a chance of cutting him off and seizing his vessel. At length a white flag was descried hoisted as a signal on Cape Disappointment. The passengers pointed to it in triumph, but the captain did not yet dismiss his doubts. A beacon fire blazed through the night on the same place, but the captain observed that all these signals might be treacherous. On the following morning, May 9th, the vessel came to anchor off Cape Disappointment, outside of the bar. Towards noon an Indian canoe was seen making for the ship, and all hands were ordered to be on the alert. A few moments afterwards, a barge was perceived following the canoe. The hopes and fears of those on board of the ship were in tumultuous agitation, as the boat drew nigh that was to let them know the fortunes of the enterprise and the fate of their predecessors. The captain, who was haunted with the idea of possible treachery, did not suffer his curiosity to get the better of his caution, but ordered a party of his men under arms to receive the visitors. The canoe came first alongside, in which were Comcomly and 6 Indians. In the barge were McDougall, M'Lellan, and 8 Canadians. A little conversation with these gentlemen dispelled all the captain's fears, and the Beaver, crossing the bar under their pilotage, anchored safely in Baker's Bay. Chapter 43. The arrival of the Beaver with a reinforcement and supplies gave new life and vigor to affairs at Astoria. These were means for extending the operations of the establishment and founding interior trading posts. 2 parties were immediately set on foot to proceed severally under the command of Messrs. Mackenzie and Clark, and establish posts above the forks of the Columbia, at points where most rivalry and opposition were apprehended from the Northwest Company. A 3rd party, headed by Mr. David Stewart, was to repair with supplies to the post of that gentleman on the Okanagan. In addition to these expeditions, a 4th was necessary to convey dispatches to Mr. Astor, at New York, in place of those unfortunately lost by John Reed. The safe conveyance of these dispatches was highly important, as by them Mr. Astor would receive an account of the state of the factory, and regulate his reinforcements and supplies accordingly. The mission was one of peril and hardship and required a man of nerve and vigor. It was confided to Robert Stewart, who, though he had never been across the mountains, and a very young man, had given proofs of his competency to the task. For trusty and well-tried men, who had come overland in Mr. Hunt's expedition, were given as his guides and hunters. These were Ben Jones and John Day, the Kentuckians, and André Valar and Francis Leclerc, Canadians. Mr. M'Lellan again expressed his determination to take this opportunity of returning to the Atlantic states. In this he was joined by Mr. Crooks, who, notwithstanding all that he had suffered in the dismal journey of the preceding winter, was ready to retrace his steps and brave every danger and hardship, rather than remain at Astoria. This little handful of adventurous men we propose to accompany in its long and perilous peregrinations. The several parties we have mentioned all set off in company on the 29th of June, under a salute of cannon from the fort. They were to keep together for mutual protection through the piratical passes of the river, and to separate on their different destinations at the forks of the Columbia. Their number, collectively, was nearly 60, consisting of partners and clerks, Canadian voyagers, Sandwich Islanders, and American hunters, and they embarked in 2 barges and 10 canoes. They had scarcely got under way when John Day, the Kentucky hunter, became restless and uneasy, and extremely wayward in his deportment. This caused surprise, for in general he was remarkable for his cheerful, manly deportment. It was supposed that the recollection of past sufferings might harass his mind in undertaking to retrace the scenes where they had been experienced. As the expedition advanced, however, his agitation increased. He began to talk wildly and incoherently, and to show manifest symptoms of derangement. Mr. Crooks now informed his companions that in his desolate wanderings through the Snake River country during the preceding winter, in which he had been accompanied by John Day, the poor fellow's wits had been partially unsettled by the sufferings and horrors through which they had passed, and he doubted whether they had ever been restored to perfect sanity. It was still hoped that this agitation of spirits might pass away as they proceeded, but, on the contrary, it grew more and more violent. His comrades endeavored to divert his mind and to draw him into rational conversation, but he only became the more exasperated, uttering wild and incoherent ravings. The sight of any of the natives put him in an absolute fury, and he would heap on them the most opprobrious epithets, recollecting, no doubt, what he had suffered from Indian robbers. On the evening of the 2d of July, he became absolutely frantic, and attempted to destroy himself. Being disarmed, he sank into quietude, and professed the greatest remorse for the crime he had meditated. He then pretended to sleep, and having thus lulled suspicion, suddenly sprang up, just before daylight, seized a pair of loaded pistols, and endeavored to blow out his brains. In his hurry he fired too high, and the balls passed over his head. He was instantly secured and placed under a guard in one of the boats. How to dispose of him was now the question, as it was impossible to keep him with the expedition. Fortunately, Mr. Stewart met with some Indians accustomed to trade with Astoria. These undertook to conduct John Day back to the factory, and deliver him there in safety. It was with the utmost concern that his comrades saw the poor fellow depart, for, independent of his invaluable services as a first-rate hunter, his frank and loyal qualities had made him a universal favorite. It may be as well to add that the Indians executed their task faithfully, and landed John Day among his friends at Astoria, but his constitution was completely broken by the hardships he had undergone, and he died within a year. On the evening of the 6th of July, the party arrived at the piratical pass of the river, and encamped at the foot of the first rapid. The next day, before the commencement of the portage, the greatest precautions were taken to guard against lurking treachery, or open attack. The weapons of every man were put in order, and his cartridge box replenished. Each one wore a kind of surcoat made of the skin of the elk, reaching from his neck to his knees, and answering the purpose of a shirt of mail, for it was arrow-proof, and could even resist a musket ball at the distance of 90 yards. Thus armed and equipped, they posted their forces in military style. 5 of the officers took their stations at each end of the portage, which was between 3 and 4 miles in length. A number of men mounted guard at short distances along the heights immediately overlooking the river, while the residue, thus protected from surprise, employed themselves below in dragging up the barges and canoes, and carrying up the goods along the narrow margin of the rapids. With these precautions they all passed unmolested. The only accident that happened was the upsetting of one of the canoes, by which some of the goods sunk, and others floated down the stream. The alertness and rapacity of the hordes which infest these rapids were immediately apparent. They pounced upon the floating merchandise with the keenness of regular wreckers. A bale of goods which landed upon one of the islands was immediately ripped open, one half of its contents divided among the captors, and the other half secreted in a lonely hut in a deep ravine. Mr. Robert Stewart, however, set out in a canoe with 5 men and an interpreter, ferreted out the wreckers in their retreat, and succeeded in wresting from them their booty. Similar precautions to those already mentioned, and to a still greater extent, were observed in passing the long narrows, and the falls, where they would be exposed to the depredations of the chivalry of Wishram and its freebooting neighborhood. In fact, they had scarcely set their first watch one night, when an alarm of Indians was given. To arms was the cry, and every man was at his post in an instant. The alarm was explained. A war party of Shoshones had surprised a canoe of the natives just below the encampment, had murdered 4 men and 2 women, and it was apprehended they would attack the camp. The boats and canoes were immediately hauled up. A breastwork was made of them and the packages, forming 3 sides of a square, with the river in the rear, and thus the party remained fortified throughout the night. The dawn, however, dispelled the alarm. The portage was conducted in peace. The vagabond warriors of the vicinity hovered about them while at work, but were kept at a wary distance. They regarded the loads of merchandise with wistful eyes, but seeing the Longbeards so formidable in number, and so well prepared for action, they made no attempt either by open force or sly pilfering to collect their usual toll, but maintained a peaceful demeanor, and were afterwards rewarded for their good conduct with presents of tobacco. 15 days were consumed in ascending from the foot of the first rapid to the head of the falls, a distance of about 80 miles, but full of all kinds of obstructions. Having happily accomplished these difficult portages, the party, on the 19th of July, arrived at a smoother part of the river, and pursued their way up the stream with greater speed and facility. They were now in the neighborhood where Mr. Crooks and John Day had been so perfidiously robbed and stripped a few months previously, when confiding in the proffered hospitality of a ruffian band. On landing at night, therefore, a vigilant guard was maintained about the camp. On the following morning a number of Indians made their appearance, and came prowling round the party while at breakfast. To his great delight, Mr. Crooks recognized among them 2 of the miscreants by whom he had been robbed. They were instantly seized, bound hand and foot, and thrown into one of the canoes. Here they lay in doleful fright, expecting summary execution. Mr. Crooks, however, was not of a revengeful disposition, and agreed to release the culprits as soon as the pillaged property should be restored. Several savages immediately started off in different directions, and before night the rifles of Crooks and Day were produced. Several of the smaller articles pilfered from them, however, could not be recovered. The bands of the culprits were then removed, and they lost no time in taking their departure, still under the influence of abject terror, and scarcely crediting their senses that they had escaped the merited punishment of their offenses. The country on each side of the river now began to assume a different character. The hills and cliffs and forests disappeared. Vast sandy plains, scantily clothed here and there with short tufts of grass, parched by the summer sun, stretched far away to the north and south. The river was occasionally obstructed with rocks and rapids, but often there were smooth, placid intervals, where the current was gentle, and the boatmen were enabled to lighten their labors with the assistance of the sail. The natives in this part of the river resided entirely on the northern side. They were hunters as well as fishermen, and had horses in plenty. Some of these were purchased by the party as provisions and killed on the spot, though they occasionally found a difficulty in procuring fuel wherewith to cook them. One of the greatest dangers that beset the travelers in this part of their expedition was the vast number of rattlesnakes which infested the rocks about the rapids and portages, and on which the men were in danger of treading. They were often found, too, in quantities about the encampments. In one place, a nest of them lay coiled together, basking in the sun. Several guns loaded with shot were discharged at them, and 37 killed and wounded. To prevent any unwelcome visits from them in the night, tobacco was occasionally strewed around the tents, a weed for which they have a very proper abhorrence. On the 28th of July the travelers arrived at the mouth of the Walla Walla, a bright, clear stream, about 6 feet deep and 55 yards wide, which flows rapidly over a bed of sand and gravel, and throws itself into the Columbia, a few miles below Lewis River. Here the combined parties that had thus far voyaged together were to separate, each for its particular destination. On the banks of the Walla Walla lived the hospitable tribe of the same name who had succored Mr. Crooks and John Day in the time of their extremity. No sooner did they hear of the arrival of the party than they hastened to greet them. They built a great bonfire on the bank of the river, before the camp, and men and women danced round it to the cadence of their songs, in which they sang the praises of the white men, and welcomed them to their country. On the following day a traffic was commenced, to procure horses for such of the party as intended to proceed by land. The Walla Wallas are an equestrian tribe. The equipments of their horses were rude and inconvenient. High saddles, roughly made of deerskin, stuffed with hair, which chafe the horse's back and leave it raw. Wooden stirrups with a thong of raw hide wrapped round them, and for bridles they have cords of twisted horsehair, which they tie round the under jaw. They are, like most Indians, bold but hard riders, and when on horseback gallop about the most dangerous places, without fear for themselves or pity for their steeds. From these people Mr. Stewart purchased 20 horses for his party, some for the saddle and others to transport the baggage. He was fortunate in procuring a noble animal for his own use, which was praised by the Indians for its great speed and bottom, and a high price set upon it. No people understand better the value of a horse than these equestrian tribes, and nowhere is speed a greater requisite, as they frequently engage in the chase of the antelope, one of the fleetest of animals. even after the Indian who sold this boasted horse to Mr. Stewart had concluded his bargain. He lingered about the animal, seeming loath to part from him, and to be sorry for what he had done. A day or two were employed by Mr. Stewart in arranging packages and pack-saddles, and making other preparations for his long and arduous journey. His party, by the loss of John Day, was now reduced to 6, a small number for such an expedition. They were young men, however, full of courage, health, and good spirits, and stimulated rather than appalled by danger. On the morning of the 31st of July, all preparations being concluded, Mr. Stewart and his little band mounted their steeds and took a farewell of their fellow travelers, who gave them 3 hearty cheers as they set out on their dangerous journey. The course they took was to the southeast, towards the fated region of the Snake River. At an immense distance rose a chain of craggy mountains, which they would have to traverse. They were the same among which the travelers had experienced such sufferings from cold during the preceding winter, and from their azure tints, when seen at a distance, had received the name of the Blue Mountains. Chapter 44. In retracing the route which had proved so disastrous to Mr. Hunt's party during the preceding winter, Mr. Stewart had trusted, in the present more favorable season, to find easy traveling and abundant supplies. On these great wastes and wilds, however, each season has its peculiar hardships. The travelers had not proceeded far, before they found themselves among naked and arid hills, with a soil composed of sand and clay, baked and brittle, that to all appearance had never been visited by the dews of heaven. Not a spring or pool or running stream was to be seen. The sunburnt country was seamed and cut up by dry ravines, the beds of winter torrents, serving only to balk the hopes of man and beast with the sight of dusty channels, where water had once poured along in floods. For a long summer day they continued onward without halting, a burning sky above their heads, a parched desert beneath their feet, with just wind enough to raise the light sand from the knolls and envelop them in stifling clouds. The sufferings from thirst became intense. A fine young dog, their only companion of the kind, gave out and expired. Evening drew on without any prospect of relief, and they were almost reduced to despair, when they descried something that looked like a fringe of forest along the horizon. All were inspired with new hope, for they knew that on these arid wastes, in the neighborhood of trees, there is always water. They now quickened their pace. The horses seemed to understand their motives, and to partake of their anticipations. For, though before almost ready to give out, they now required neither whip nor spur. With all their exertions, it was late in the night before they drew near to the trees. As they approached, they heard, with transport, the rippling of a shallow stream. No sooner did the refreshing sound reach the ears of the horse than the poor animals snuffed the air, rushed forward with ungovernable eagerness, and plunging their muzzles into the water, drank until they seemed in danger of bursting. Their riders had but little more discretion, and required repeated draughts to quench their excessive thirst. Their weary march that day had been 45 miles, over a tract that might rival the deserts of Africa for aridity. Indeed, the sufferings of the traveler on these American deserts is frequently more severe than in the wastes of Africa or Asia, from being less habituated and prepared to cope with them. On the banks of this blessed stream the travelers encamped for the night, and so great had been their fatigue, and so sound and sweet was their sleep, that it was a late hour the next morning before they awoke. They now recognized the little river to be the Umatilla, the same on the banks of which Mr. Hunt and his followers had arrived after their painful struggle through the Blue Mountains, and experienced such a kind relief in the friendly camp of the Sayatogas. That range of blue mountains now extended in the distance before them. They were the same among which poor Michael Carrier had perished. They formed the southeast boundary of the Great Plains along the Columbia, dividing the waters of its main stream from those of Lewis River. They are, in fact, a part of a long chain which stretches over a great extent of country, and includes in its links the Snake River Mountains. The day was somewhat advanced before the travelers left the shady banks of the Umatilla. Their route gradually took them among the Blue Mountains, which assumed the most rugged aspect on a near approach. They were shagged with dense and gloomy forests, and cut up by deep and precipitous ravines, extremely toilsome to the horses. Sometimes the travelers had to follow the course of some brawling stream, with a broken, rocky bed, which the shouldering cliffs and promontories on either side obliged them frequently to cross and recross. For some miles they struggled forward through these savage and darkly wooded defile, when all at once the whole landscape changed, as if by magic. The rude mountains and rugged ravines softened into beautiful hills and intervening meadows, with rivulets winding through fresh herbage, and sparkling and murmuring over gravelly beds, the whole forming a verdant and pastoral scene, which derived additional charms from being locked up in the bosom of such a hard-hearted region. Emerging from the chain of blue mountains, they descended upon a vast plain, almost a dead level 60 miles in circumference of excellent soil, with fine streams meandering through it in every direction, their courses marked out in the wide landscape by serpentine lines of cottonwood trees and willows, which fringed their banks and afforded sustenance to great numbers of beavers and otters. In traversing this plain, they passed, close to the skirts of the hills, a great pool of water, 300 yards in circumference, fed by a sulphur spring, about 10 feet in diameter, boiling up in one corner. The vapor from this pool was extremely noisome, and tainted the air for a considerable distance. The place was much frequented by elk, which were found in considerable numbers in the adjacent mountains, and their horns, shed in the springtime, were strewed in every direction around the pond. On the 10th of August, they reached the main body of Woodville Creek, the same stream which Mr. Hunt had ascended in the preceding year, shortly after his separation from Mr. Crooks. On the banks of this stream they saw a herd of 19 antelopes, a sight so unusual in that part of the country that at first they doubted the evidence of their senses. They tried by every means to get within shot of them, but they were too shy and fleet, and after alternately bounding to a distance, and then stopping to gaze with capricious curiosity at the hunter, they at length scampered out of sight. On the 12th of August, the travelers arrived on the banks of Snake River, the scene of so many trials and mishaps to all of the present party excepting Mr. Stewart. They struck the river just above the place where it entered the mountains, through which Messrs. Stewart and Crooks had vainly endeavored to find a passage. The river was here a rapid stream, 400 yards in width, with high sandy banks, and here and there a scanty growth of willow. Up the southern side of the river they now bent their course, intending to visit the caches made by Mr. Hunt at the Cauldron Linn. On the second evening, a solitary Snake Indian visited their camp, at a late hour, and informed them that there was a white man residing at one of the cantonments of his tribe, about a day's journey higher up the river. It was immediately concluded that he must be one of the poor fellows of Mr. Hunt's party, who had given out, exhausted by hunger and fatigue, in the wretched journey of the preceding winter. All present who had borne a part in the sufferings of that journey were eager now to press forward and bring relief to a lost comrade. Early the next morning, therefore, they pushed forward with unusual alacrity. For 2 days, however, did they travel without being able to find any trace of such a straggler. On the evening of the second day, they arrived at a place where a large river came in from the east, which was renowned among all the wandering hordes of the Snake Nation for its salmon fishery, that fish being taken in incredible quantities in this neighborhood. Here, therefore, during the fishing season, the Snake Indians resort from far and near to lay in their stock of salmon, which, with esculent roots, forms the principal food of the inhabitants of these barren regions. On the bank of a small stream emptying into Snake River at this place, Mr. Stewart found an encampment of Shoshones. He made the usual inquiry of them concerning the white man of whom he had received intelligence. No such person was dwelling among them, but they said there were white men residing with some of their nation on the opposite side of the river. This was still more animating information. Mr. Crooks now hoped that these might be the men of his party, who, disheartened by perils and hardships, had preferred to remain among the Indians. Others thought they might be Mr. Miller and the hunters who had left the main body at Henry's Fort to trap among the mountain streams. Mr. Stewart halted, therefore, in the neighborhood of the Shoshone lodges, and sent an Indian across the river to seek out the white men in question, and bring them to his camp. The travelers passed a restless, miserable night. The place swarmed with myriads of mosquitoes, which, with their stings and their music, set all sleep at defiance. The morning dawn found them in a feverish, irritable mood, and their spleen was completely aroused by the return of the Indian without any intelligence of the white men. They now considered themselves the dupes of Indian falsehoods, and resolved to put no more confidence in snakes. They soon, however, forgot this resolution. In the course of the morning, an Indian came galloping after them, Mr. Stewart waited to receive him. No sooner had he come up than, dismounting and throwing his arms around the neck of Mr. Stewart's horse, he began to kiss and caress the animal, who, on his part, seemed by no means surprised or displeased with his salutation. Mr. Stewart, who valued his horse highly, was somewhat annoyed by these transports. The cause of them was soon explained. The snake said the horse had belonged to him and been the best in his possession, and that it had been stolen by the Walla Wallas. Mr. Stewart was by no means pleased with this recognition of his steed, nor disposed to admit any claim on the part of its ancient owner. In fact, it was a noble animal admirably shaped, of free and generous spirit, graceful in movement, and fleet as an antelope. It was his intention, if possible, to take the horse to New York and present him to Mr. Astor. In the meantime, some of the party came up and immediately recognized in the snake an old friend and ally. He was, in fact, one of the two guides who had conducted Mr. Hunt's party, in the preceding autumn, across Mad River Mountain to Fort Henry, and who subsequently departed with Mr. Miller and his fellow trappers to conduct them to a good trapping ground. The reader may recollect that these two trusty snakes were engaged by Mr. Hunt to return and take charge of the horses which the party intended to leave at Fort Henry, when they should embark in canoes. The party now crowded round the snake, and began to question him with eagerness. His replies were somewhat vague, and but partially understood. He told a long story about the horses, from which it appeared that they had been stolen by various wandering bands, and scattered in different directions. The cache, too, had been plundered, and the saddles and other equipments carried off. His information concerning Mr. Miller and his comrades was not more satisfactory. They had trapped for some time about the upper streams, but had fallen into the hands of a marauding party of crows, who had robbed them of horses, weapons, and everything. Further questioning brought forth further intelligence, but all of a disastrous kind. About 10 days previously, he had met with 3 other white men, in very miserable plight, having 1 horse each and but 1 rifle among them. They also had been plundered and maltreated by the crows, those universal freebooters. The snake endeavored to pronounce the names of these 3 men, and as far as his imperfect sounds could be understood, they were supposed to be 3 of the party of 4 hunters, namely Carson, St. Michael, Deadeye, and Delaney, who were detached from Mr. Hunt's party on the 28th of September, to trap beaver on the headwaters of the Columbia. In the course of conversation, the Indian informed them that the route by which Mr. Hunt had crossed the Rocky Mountains was very bad and circuitous, and that he knew one much shorter and easier. Mr. Stewart urged him to accompany them as guide, promising to reward him with a pistol with powder and ball, a knife, and all, some blue beads, a blanket, and a looking-glass. Such a catalogue of riches was too tempting to be resisted. Besides, the poor snake languished after the prairies. He was tired, he said, of salmon and longed for buffalo meat, and to have a grand buffalo hunt beyond the mountains. He departed, therefore, with all speed, to get his arms and equipments for the journey, promising to rejoin the party the next day. He kept his word, and, as he no longer said anything to Mr. Stewart on the subject of the pet horse, they journeyed very harmoniously together, though now and then the snake would regard his quondam steed with a wistful eye. They had not traveled many miles, when they came to a great bend in the river. Here the snake informed them that, by cutting across the hills, they would save many miles of distance. The route across, however, would be a good day's journey. He advised them, therefore, to encamp here for the night, and set off early in the morning. They took his advice, though they had come but 9 miles that day. On the following morning they rose, bright and early, to ascend the hills. On mustering their little party, the guide was missing. They supposed him to be somewhere in the neighborhood, and proceeded to collect the horses. The vaunted steed of Mr. Stewart was not to be found. A suspicion flashed upon his mind. Search for the horse of the snake. He likewise was gone. The tracks of 2 horses, one after the other, were found, making off from the camp. They appeared as if one horse had been mounted, and the other led. They were traced for a few miles above the camp, until they both crossed the river. It was plain the snake had taken an Indian mode of recovering his horse, having quietly decamped with him in the night. New vows were made never more to trust in snakes, or any other Indians. It was determined, also, to maintain, hereafter, the strictest vigilance over their horses, dividing the night into 3 watches, and 1 person mounting guard at a time. They resolved, also, to keep along the river, instead of taking the short cut recommended by the fugitive snake, whom they now set down for a thorough deceiver. The heat of the weather was oppressive, and their horses were, at times, rendered almost frantic by the stings of the prairie flies. The nights were suffocating, and it was almost impossible to sleep from the swarms of mosquitoes. On the 20th of August they resumed their march, keeping along the prairie parallel to Snake River. The day was sultry, and some of the party, being parched with thirst, left the line of march and scrambled down the bank of the river to drink. The bank was overhung with willows, beneath which, to their surprise, they beheld a man fishing. No sooner did he see them than he uttered an exclamation of joy. It proved to be John Jacob, one of their lost comrades. They had scarcely exchanged greetings when 3 other men came out from among the willows. They were Joseph Miller, Jacob Resner, and Robinson, the scalped Kentuckian, the veteran of the bloody ground. The reader will perhaps recollect the abrupt and willful manner in which Mr. Miller threw up his interest as a partner of the company, and departed from Fort Henry, in company with these 3 trappers, and a 4th, named Cass. He may likewise recognize in Robinson, Resner, and Jacob the trio of Kentucky hunters who had originally been in the service of Mr. Henry, and whom Mr. Hunt found floating down the Missouri on their way homeward, and prevailed upon, once more, to cross the mountains. The haggard looks and naked condition of these men proved how much they had suffered. After leaving Mr. Hunt's party, they had made their way about 200 miles to the southward, where they trapped beaver on a river which, according to their account, discharged itself into the ocean to the south of the Columbia, but which we apprehend to be Bear River, a stream emptying itself into Lake Bonneville, an immense body of salt water, west of the Rocky Mountains. Having collected a considerable quantity of beaver skins, they made them into packs, loaded their horses, and steered 200 miles due east. Here they came upon an encampment of 60 lodges of Arapahes, an outlawed band of the Arapahoes, and notorious robbers. These fell upon the poor trappers, robbed them of their peltries, most of their clothing, and several of their horses. They were glad to escape with their lives, and without being entirely stripped, and after proceeding about 50 miles further, made their halt for the winter. Early in the spring they resumed their wayfaring, but were unluckily overtaken by the same ruffian horde, who levied still further contributions, and carried off the remainder of their horses, excepting 2. With these they continued on, suffering the greatest hardships. They still retained rifles and ammunition, but were in a desert country, where neither bird nor beast was to be found. Their only chance was to keep along the rivers and subsist by fishing, but at times no fish were to be taken, and then their sufferings were horrible. One of their horses was stolen among the mountains by the Snake Indians. The other, they said, was carried off by Cass, who, according to their account, villainously left them in their extremities. Certain dark doubts and surmises were afterwards circulated concerning the fate of that poor fellow, which, if true, showed to what a desperate state of famine his comrades had been reduced. Being now completely unhorsed, Mr. Miller and his 3 companions wandered on foot for several hundred miles, enduring hunger, thirst, and fatigue, while traversing the barren wastes which abound beyond the Rocky Mountains. At the time they were discovered by Mr. Stewart's party, they were almost famished, and were fishing for a precarious meal. Had Mr. Stewart made the short cut across the hills, avoiding this bend of the river, or had not some of his party accidentally gone down to the margin of the stream to drink, these poor wanderers might have remained undiscovered, and have perished in the wilderness. Nothing could exceed their joy on thus meeting with their old comrades, or the heartiness with which they were welcomed. All hands immediately encamped, and the slender stores of the party were ransacked to furnish out a suitable regale. The next morning they all set out together, Mr. Miller and his comrades being resolved to give up the life of a trapper, and accompany Mr. Stewart back to St. Louis. For several days they kept along the course of Snake River, occasionally making short cuts across hills and promontories, where there were bends in the stream. In their way they passed several camps of Shoshones, from some of whom they procured salmon, but in general they were too wretchedly poor to furnish anything. It was the wish of Mr. Stewart to purchase horses for the recent recruits of his party, but the Indians could not be prevailed upon to part with any, alleging that they had not enough for their own use. On the 25th of August they reached a great fishing place, to which they gave the name of the Salmon Falls. Here there is a perpendicular fall of 20 feet on the north side of the river, while on the south side there is a succession of rapids. The salmon are taken here in incredible quantities, as they attempt to shoot the falls. It was now a favorable season, and there were about 100 lodges of Shoshones busily engaged killing and drying fish. The salmon begin to leap shortly after sunrise. At this time the Indians swim to the center of the falls, where some station themselves on rocks, and others stand to their waists in the water, all armed with spears, with which they assail the salmon as they attempt to leap or fall back exhausted. It is an incessant slaughter, so great is the throng of the fish. The construction of the spears thus used is peculiar. The head is a straight piece of elk horn, about 7 inches long, on the point of which an artificial barb is made fast, with twine well gummed. The head is stuck on the end of the shaft, a very long pole of willow, to which it is likewise connected by a strong cord, a few inches in length. When the spearsman makes a sure blow, he often strikes the head of the spear through the body of the fish. It comes off easily, and leaves the salmon struggling with the string through its body, while the pole is still held by the spearsman. Were it not for the precaution of the string, the willow shaft would be snapped by the struggles and the weight of the fish. Mr. Miller, in the course of his wanderings, had been at these falls, and had seen several thousand salmon taken in the course of one afternoon. He declared that he had seen a salmon leap a distance of about 30 feet, from the commencement of the foam at the foot of the falls, completely to the top. Having purchased a good supply of salmon from the fishermen, the party resumed their journey, and on the 29th arrived at the Cauldron Linn, the eventful scene of the preceding autumn. Here, the first thing that met their eyes was a memento of the perplexities of that period. The wreck of a canoe lodged between 2 ledges of rocks. They endeavored to get down to it, but the river banks were too high and precipitous. They now proceeded to that part of the neighborhood where Mr. Hunt and his party had made the caches, intending to take from them such articles as belonged to Mr. Crooks, M'Lellan, and the Canadians. On reaching the spot, they found, to their astonishment, 6 of the caches open and rifled of their contents, excepting a few books which lay scattered about the vicinity. They had the appearance of having been plundered in the course of the summer. There were tracks of wolves in every direction, to and from the holes, from which Mr. Stewart concluded that these animals had first been attracted to the place by the smell of the skins contained in the caches, which they had probably torn up, and that their tracks had betrayed the secret to the Indians. The 3 remaining caches had not been molested. They contained a few dry goods, some ammunition, and a number of beaver traps. From these Mr. Stewart took whatever was requisite for his party. He then deposited within them all his superfluous baggage, and all the books and papers scattered around. The holes were then carefully closed up and all traces of them effaced. And here we have to record another instance of the indomitable spirit of the Western trappers. No sooner did the trio of Kentucky hunters, Robinson, Resner, and Hoback, find that they could once more be fitted out for a campaign of beaver trapping, than they forgot all that they had suffered, and determined upon another trial of their fortunes, preferring to take their chance in the wilderness rather than return home ragged and penniless. As to Mr. Miller, he declared his curiosity and his desire of traveling through the Indian countries fully satisfied. He adhered to his determination, therefore, to keep on with the party to St. Louis, and to return to the bosom of civilized society. The 3 hunters, therefore, Robinson, Resner, and Hoback, were furnished, as far as the caches and the means of Mr. Stewart's party afforded, with the requisite munitions and equipments for a 2 years' hunt. But as their fitting out was yet incomplete, they resolved to wait in this neighborhood until Mr. Reed should arrive, whose arrival might soon be expected, as he was to set out for the caches about 20 days after Mr. Stewart parted with him at the Walla Walla River. Mr. Stewart gave in charge to Robinson a letter to Mr. Reed, reporting his safe journey thus far, and the state in which he had found the caches. A duplicate of this letter he elevated on a pole, and set it up near the place of deposit. All things being thus arranged, Mr. Stewart and his little band, now 7 in number, took leave of the 3 hardy trappers, wishing them all possible success in their lonely and perilous sojourn in the wilderness. And we, in like manner, shall leave them to their fortunes, promising to take them up again at some future page, and to close the story of their persevering and ill-fated enterprise. Chapter 45. On the 1st of September, Mr. Stewart and his companions resumed their journey, bending their course eastward, along the course of Snake River. As they advanced, the country opened. The hills which had hemmed in the river receded on either hand, and great sandy and dusty plains extended before them. Occasionally there were intervals of pasturage, and the banks of the river were fringed with willows and cottonwood, so that its course might be traced from the hilltops, winding under an umbrageous covert, through a wide sunburnt landscape. The soil, however, was generally poor. There was in some places a miserable growth of wormwood, and a plant called saltweed resembling pennyroyal. But the summer had parched the plains and left but little pasturage. The game, too, had disappeared. The hunter looked in vain over the lifeless landscape. Now and then a few antelope might be seen, but not within reach of the rifle. We forbear to follow the travelers in a week's wandering over these barren wastes, where they suffered much from hunger, having to depend upon a few fish from the streams, and now and then a little dried salmon or a dog, procured from some forlorn lodge of Shoshones. Tired of these cheerless wastes, they left the banks of Snake River on the 7th of September, under guidance of Mr. Miller, who, having acquired some knowledge of the country during his trapping campaign, undertook to conduct them across the mountains by a better route than that by Fort Henry, and one more out of the range of the Blackfeet. He proved, however, but an indifferent guide, and they soon became bewildered among rugged hills and unknown streams, and burnt and barren prairies. At length they came to a river on which Mr. Miller had trapped, and to which they gave his name, though, as before observed, we presume it to be the same called Bear River, which empties itself into Lake Bonneville. Up this river and its branches they kept for 2 or 3 days, supporting themselves precariously upon fish. They soon found that they were in a dangerous neighborhood. On the 12th of September, having encamped early, they sallied forth with their rods to angle for their supper. On returning, they beheld a number of Indians prowling about their camp, whom, to their infinite disquiet, they soon perceived to be Upsarokas or Crows. Their chief came forward with a confident air. He was a dark Herculean fellow, full 6 feet 4 inches in height, with a mingled air of the ruffian and the rogue. He conducted himself peaceably, however, and dispatched some of his people to their camp, which was somewhere in the neighborhood, from whence they returned with a most acceptable supply of buffalo meat. He now signified to Mr. Stewart that he was going to trade with the Snakes who reside on the west base of the mountains, below Henry's fort. Here they cultivate a delicate kind of tobacco, much esteemed and sought after by the mountain tribes. There was something sinister, however, in the look of this Indian, that inspired distrust. By degrees, the number of his people increased, until, by midnight, there were 21 of them about the camp, who began to be impudent and troublesome. The greatest uneasiness was now felt for the safety of the horses and effects, and every one kept vigilant watch throughout the night. The morning dawned, however, without any unpleasant occurrence, and Mr. Stewart, having purchased all the buffalo meat that the Crows had to spare, prepared to depart. His Indian acquaintances, however, were disposed for further dealings, and above all, anxious for a supply of gunpowder, for which they offered horses in exchange. Mr. Stewart declined to furnish them with the dangerous commodity. They became more importunate in their solicitations, until they met with a flat refusal. The gigantic chief now stepped forward, assumed a swelling air, and, slapping himself upon the breast, gave Mr. Crooks to understand that he was a chief of great power and importance. He signified, further, that it was customary for great chiefs, when they met, to make each other presents. He requested, therefore, that Mr. Stewart would alight, and give him the horse upon which he was mounted. This was a noble animal of one of the wild races of the prairies, on which Mr. Stewart set great value. He, of course, shook his head at the request of the Crow dignitary. Upon this the latter strode up to him, and taking hold of him, moved him backwards and forwards in his saddle, as if to make him feel that he was a mere child within his grasp. Mr. Stewart preserved his calmness, and still shook his head. The chief then seized the bridle, and gave it a jerk that startled the horse, and nearly brought the rider to the ground. Mr. Stewart instantly drew forth a pistol, and presented it at the head of the bully ruffian. In a twinkling his swaggering was at an end, and he dodged behind his horse to escape the expected shot. As his subject Crows gazed on the affray from a little distance, Mr. Stewart ordered his men to level their rifles at them, but not to fire. The whole crew scampered among the bushes, and throwing themselves upon the ground, vanished from sight. The chieftain thus left alone was confounded for an instant, but, recovering himself with true Indian shrewdness, burst into a loud laugh, and affected to turn off the whole matter as a piece of pleasantry. Mr. Stewart by no means relished such equivocal joking, but it was not his policy to get into a quarrel, so he joined with the best grace he could assume in the merriment of the jocular giant, and, to console the latter for the refusal of the horse, made him a present of 20 charges of powder. They parted, according to all outward professions, the best friends in the world. It was evident, however, that nothing but the smallness of his own force, and the martial array and alertness of the white men, had prevented the Crow chief from proceeding to open outrage. As it was, his worthy followers, in the course of their brief interview, had contrived to purloin a bag containing almost all the culinary utensils of the party. The travelers kept on their way due east, over a chain of hills. The recent rencontre showed them that they were now in a land of danger, subject to the wide roamings of a predaceous tribe. Nor, in fact, had they gone many miles before they beheld sights calculated to inspire anxiety and alarm. From the summits of some of the loftiest mountains, in different directions, columns of smoke began to rise. These they concluded to be signals made by the runners of the Crow chieftain, to summon the stragglers of his band, so as to pursue them with greater force. Signals of this kind, made by outrunners from one central point, will rouse a wide circuit of the mountains in a wonderfully short space of time, and bring the straggling hunters and warriors to the standard of their chieftain. To keep as much as possible out of the way of these freebooters, Mr. Stewart altered his course to the north, and, quitting the main stream of Miller's River, kept up a large branch that came in from the mountains. Here they encamped, after a fatiguing march of 25 miles. As the night drew on, the horses were hobbled or fettered, and tethered close to the camp. A vigilant watch was maintained until morning, and everyone slept with his rifle on his arm. At sunrise, they were again on the march, still keeping to the north. They soon began to ascend the mountains, and occasionally had wide prospects over the surrounding country. Not a sign of a crow was to be seen, but this did not assure them of their security, well knowing the perseverance of these savages in dogging any party they intend to rob, and the stealthy way in which they can conceal their movements, keeping along ravines and defile. After a mountain scramble of 21 miles, they encamped on the margin of a stream running to the north. In the evening there was an alarm of Indians, and everyone was instantly on the alert. They proved to be 3 miserable snakes, who were no sooner informed that a band of crows was prowling in the neighborhood than they made off with great signs of consternation. A couple more of weary days and watchful nights brought them to a strong and rapid stream, running due north, which they concluded to be one of the upper branches of Snake River. It was probably the same since called Salt River. They determined to bend their course down this river, as it would take them still further out of the dangerous neighborhood of the crows. They then would strike upon Mr. Hunt's track of the preceding autumn, and retrace it across the mountains. The attempt to find a better route under guidance of Mr. Miller had cost them a large bend to the south. In resuming Mr. Hunt's track, they would at least be sure of their road. They accordingly turned down along the course of this stream, and at the end of 3 days' journey came to where it was joined by a larger river, and assumed a more impetuous character, raging and roaring among rocks and precipices. It proved, in fact, to be Mad River, already noted in the expedition of Mr. Hunt. On the banks of this river, they encamped on the 18th of September, at an early hour. 6 days had now elapsed since their interview with the crows. During that time they had come nearly 150 miles to the north and west, without seeing any signs of those marauders. They considered themselves, therefore, beyond the reach of molestation, and began to relax in their vigilance, lingering occasionally for part of a day, where there was good pasturage. The poor horses needed repose. They had been urged on by forced marches over rugged heights, among rocks and fallen timber, or over low swampy valleys, inundated by the labors of the beaver. These industrious animals abounded in all the mountain streams and watercourses, wherever there were willows for their subsistence. Many of them they had so completely dammed up as to inundate the low grounds, making shallow pools or lakes, and extensive quagmires, by which the route of the travelers was often impeded. On the 19th of September, they rose at early dawn. Some began to prepare breakfast, and others to arrange the packs preparatory to a march. The horses had been hobbled, but left at large to graze upon the adjacent pasture. Mr. Stewart was on the bank of a river, at a short distance from the camp, when he heard the alarm cry, "Indians! Indians! To arms! To arms!" A mounted crow galloped past the camp, bearing a red flag. He reined his steed on the summit of a neighboring knoll, and waved his flaring banner. A diabolical yell now broke forth on the opposite side of the camp, beyond where the horses were grazing, and a small troop of savages came galloping up, whooping and making a terrific clamor. The horses took fright, and dashed across the camp in the direction of the standard-bearer, attracted by his waving flag. He instantly put spurs to his steed, and scoured off followed by the panic-stricken herd, their fright being increased by the yells of the savages in their rear. At the first alarm, Mr. Stewart and his comrades had seized their rifles, and attempted to cut off the Indians who were pursuing the horses. Their attention was instantly distracted by whoops and yells in an opposite direction. They now apprehended that a reserve party was about to carry off their baggage. They ran to secure it. The reserve party, however, galloped by, whooping and yelling in triumph and derision. The last of them proved to be their commander, the identical giant joker already mentioned. He was not cast in the stern poetical mold of fashionable Indian heroism, but on the contrary, was grievously given to vulgar jocularity. As he passed Mr. Stewart and his companions, he checked his horse, raised himself in his saddle, and clapping his hand on the most insulting part of his body, uttered some jeering words, which, fortunately for their delicacy, they could not understand. The rifle of Ben Jones was leveled in an instant, and he was on the point of whizzing a bullet into the target so tauntingly displayed. "Not for your life! Not for your life!" exclaimed Mr. Stewart. "You will bring destruction on us all." It was hard to restrain honest Ben, when the mark was so fair and the insult so foul. "Oh, Mr. Stewart," exclaimed he, "only let me have one crack at the infernal rascal, and you may keep all the pay that is due to me." "By heaven, if you fire," cried Mr. Stewart, "I'll blow your brains out." By this time the Indian was far out of reach, and had rejoined his men, and the whole daredevil band, with the captured horses, scuttled off along the defile, their red flag flaunting overhead, and the rocks echoing to their whoops and yells and demoniac laughter. The unhorsed travelers gazed after them in silent mortification and despair. Yet Mr. Stewart could not but admire the style and spirit with which the whole exploit had been managed, and pronounced it one of the most daring and intrepid actions he had ever heard of among Indians. The whole number of the Crows did not exceed 20. In this way a small gang of lurkers will hurry off the cavalry of a large war party, for when once a drove of horses are seized with panic, they become frantic, and nothing short of broken necks can stop them. No one was more annoyed by this unfortunate occurrence than Ben Jones. He declared he would actually have given his whole arrears of pay, amounting to upwards of a year's wages, rather than be balked of such a capital shot. Mr. Stewart, however, represented what might have been the consequence of so rash an act. Life for life is the Indian maxim. The whole tribe would have made common cause in avenging the death of a warrior. The party were but 7 dismounted men, with a wide mountain region to traverse, infested by these people, and which might all be roused by signal fires. In fact, the conduct of the band of marauders in question showed the perseverance of savages when once they have fixed their minds upon a project. These fellows had evidently been silent and secretly dogging the party for a week past, and a distance of 150 miles, keeping out of sight by day, lurking about the encampment at night, watching all their movements and waiting for a favorable moment when they should be off their guard. The menace of Mr. Stewart, in their first interview, to shoot the giant chief with his pistol, and the fright caused among the warriors by presenting the rifles, had probably added the stimulus of pique to their usual horse-stealing propensities. And in this mood of mind they would doubtless have followed the party throughout their whole course over the Rocky Mountains, rather than be disappointed in their scheme. Chapter 46. Few reverses in this changeful world are more complete and disheartening than that of a traveler, suddenly unhorsed, in the midst of the wilderness. Our unfortunate travelers contemplated their situation, for a time in perfect dismay. A long journey over rugged mountains and immeasurable plains lay before them, which they must painfully perform on foot, and everything necessary for subsistence or defense must be carried on their shoulders. Their dismay, however, was but transient, and they immediately set to work, with that prompt expediency produced by the exigencies of the wilderness, to fit themselves for the change in their condition. Their first attention was to select from their baggage such articles as were indispensable to their journey, to make them up into convenient packs, and to deposit the residue in caches. The whole day was consumed in these occupations. At night, they made a scanty meal of their remaining provisions, and lay down to sleep with heavy hearts. In the morning, they were up and about at an early hour, and began to prepare their knapsacks for a march, while Ben Jones repaired to an old beaver trap which he had set in the river bank at some little distance from the camp. He was rejoiced to find a middle-sized beaver there, sufficient for a morning's meal to his hungry comrades. On his way back with his prize, he observed two heads peering over the edge of an impending cliff, several 100 feet high, which he supposed to be a couple of wolves. As he continued on, he now and then cast his eye up. Heads were still there, looking down with fixed and watchful gaze. A suspicion now flashed across his mind that they might be Indian scouts, and had they not been far above the reach of his rifle, he would undoubtedly have regaled them with a shot. On arriving at the camp, he directed the attention of his comrades to these aerial observers. The same idea was at first entertained, that they were wolves, but their immovable watchfulness soon satisfied everyone that they were Indians. It was concluded that they were watching the movements of the party, to discover their place of concealment of such articles as they would be compelled to leave behind. There was no likelihood that the caches would escape the search of such keen eyes and experienced rummagers, and the idea was intolerable that any more booty should fall into their hands. To disappoint them, therefore, the travelers stripped the caches of the articles deposited there, and collecting together everything that they could not carry away with them, made a bonfire of all that would burn, and threw the rest into the river. There was a forlorn satisfaction in thus balking the crows by the destruction of their own property, and having thus gratified their pique, they shouldered their packs, about 10 o'clock in the morning, and set out on their pedestrian wayfaring. The route they took was down along the banks of Mad River. This stream makes its way through the defile of the mountains, into the plain below Fort Henry, where it terminates in Snake River. Mr. Stewart was in hopes of meeting with snake encampments in the plain, where he might procure a couple of horses to transport the baggage. In such case, he intended to resume his eastern course across the mountains, and endeavor to reach the Cheyenne River before winter. Should he fail, however, of obtaining horses, he would probably be compelled to winter on the Pacific side of the mountains, somewhere on the headwaters of the Spanish or Colorado River. With all the care that had been observed in taking nothing with them that was not absolutely necessary, the poor pedestrians were heavily laden, and their burdens added to the fatigues of their rugged road. They suffered much, too, from hunger. The trout they caught were too poor to yield much nourishment. Their main dependence, therefore, was upon an old beaver trap, which they had providentially retained. Whenever they were fortunate enough to entrap a beaver, it was cut up immediately and distributed, that each man might carry his share. After 2 days of toilsome travel, during which they made but 18 miles, they stopped on the 21st, to build 2 rafts on which to cross to the north side of the river. On these they embarked on the following morning, 4 on one raft and 3 on the other, and pushed boldly from shore. Finding the rafts sufficiently firm and steady to withstand the rough and rapid water, they changed their minds, and instead of crossing, ventured to float down with the current. The river was, in general, very rapid, and from 1 to 200 yards in width, winding in every direction through mountains of hard black rock, covered with pines and cedars. The mountains to the east of the river were spurs of the Rocky Range, and of great magnitude. Those on the west were little better than hills, bleak and barren, or scantily clothed with stunted grass. Mad River, though deserving its name from the impetuosity of its current, was free from rapids and cascades, and flowed on in a single channel between gravel banks, often fringed with cottonwood and dwarf willows in abundance. These gave sustenance to immense quantities of beaver, so that the voyagers found no difficulty in procuring food. Ben Jones, also, killed a fallow deer and a wolverine, and as they were enabled to carry the carcasses on their rafts, their larder was well supplied. Indeed, they might have occasionally shot beavers that were swimming in the river as they floated by, but they humanely spared their lives, being in no want of meat at the time. In this way, they kept down the river for 3 days, drifting with the current and encamping on land at night, when they drew up their rafts on shore. Towards the evening of the 3rd day, they came to a little island on which they descried a gang of elk. Ben Jones landed and was fortunate enough to wound one, which immediately took to the water, but, being unable to stem the current, drifted above a mile, when it was overtaken and drawn to shore. As a storm was gathering, they now encamped on the margin of the river, where they remained all the next day, sheltering themselves as well as they could from the rain and snow, a sharp foretaste of the impending winter. During their encampment, they employed themselves in jerking a part of the elk for future supply. In cutting up the carcass, they found that the animal had been wounded by hunters about a week previously, an arrowhead and a musket ball remaining in the wounds. In the wilderness, every trivial circumstance is a matter of anxious speculation. The Snake Indians have no guns. The elk, therefore, could not have been wounded by one of them. They were on the borders of the country infested by the Blackfeet, who carry firearms. It was concluded, therefore, that the elk had been hunted by some of that wandering and hostile tribe, who, of course, must be in the neighborhood. The idea put an end to the transient solace they had enjoyed in the comparative repose and abundance of the river. For 3 days longer they continued to navigate with their rafts. The recent storm had rendered the weather extremely cold. They had now floated down the river about 91 miles, when finding the mountains on the right diminished to moderate-sized hills, they landed and prepared to resume their journey on foot. Accordingly, having spent a day in preparations, making moccasins, and parceling out their jerked meat in packs of 20 pounds to each man, they turned their backs upon the river on the 29th of September and struck off to the northeast, keeping along the southern skirt of the mountain on which Henry's fort was situated. Their march was slow and toilsome, part of the time through an alluvial bottom, thickly grown with cottonwood, hawthorn, and willows, and part of the time over rough hills. 3 antelopes came within shot, but they dared not fire at them, lest the report of their rifles should betray them to the Blackfeet. In the course of the day, they came upon a large horse track, apparently about 3 weeks old, and in the evening encamped on the banks of a small stream, on a spot which had been the camping place of this same band. On the following morning they still observed the Indian track, but after a time they came to where it separated in every direction, and was lost. This showed that the band had dispersed in various hunting parties, and was, in all probability, still in the neighborhood. It was necessary, therefore, to proceed with the utmost caution. They kept a vigilant eye as they marched, upon every height where a scout might be posted, and scanned the solitary landscapes and the distant ravines, to observe any column of smoke. But nothing of the kind was to be seen. All was indescribably stern and lifeless. Towards evening they came to where there were several hot springs, strongly impregnated with iron and sulfur, and sending up a volume of vapor that tainted the surrounding atmosphere, and might be seen at the distance of a couple of miles. Near to these they encamped in a deep gully, which afforded some concealment. To their great concern, Mr. Crooks, who had been indisposed for the 2 preceding days, had a violent fever in the night. Shortly after daybreak they resumed their march. On emerging from the glen, a consultation was held as to their course. Should they continue round the skirt of the mountain, they would be in danger of falling in with the scattered parties of Blackfeet, who were probably hunting in the plain. It was thought most advisable, therefore, to strike directly across the mountain, since the route, though rugged and difficult, would be most secure. This counsel was indignantly derided by M'Lellan as pusillanimous. Hot-headed and impatient at all times, he had been rendered irascible by the fatigues of the journey, and the condition of his feet, which were chafed and sore. He could not endure the idea of encountering the difficulties of the mountain, and swore he would rather face all the Blackfeet in the country. He was overruled, however, and the party began to ascend the mountain, striving, with the ardor and emulation of young men, who should be first up. M'Lellan, who was double the age of some of his companions, soon began to lose breath and fall in the rear. In the distribution of burdens, it was his turn to carry the old beaver trap. Piqued and irritated, he suddenly came to a halt, swore he would carry it no further, and jerked it halfway down the hill. He was offered in place of it a package of dried meat, but this he scornfully threw upon the ground. They might carry it, he said, who needed it. For his part, he could provide his daily bread with his rifle. He concluded by flinging off from the party, and keeping along the skirts of the mountain, leaving those, he said, to climb rocks, who were afraid to face Indians. It was in vain that Mr. Stewart represented to him the rashness of his conduct, and the dangers to which he exposed himself. He rejected such counsel as craven. It was equally useless to represent the dangers to which he subjected his companions, as he could be discovered at a great distance on those naked plains, and the Indians, seeing him, would know that there must be other white men within reach. M'Lellan turned a deaf ear to every remonstrance, and kept on his willful way. It seemed a strange instance of perverseness in this man thus to fling himself off alone, in a savage region, where solitude itself was dismal, and every encounter with his fellow-man full of peril. Such, however, is the hardness of spirit, and the insensibility to danger that grow upon men in the wilderness. M'Lellan, moreover, was a man of peculiar temperament, ungovernable in his will, of a courage that absolutely knew no fear, and somewhat of a braggart spirit, that took a pride in doing desperate and hair-brained things. Mr. Stewart and his party found the passages of the mountain somewhat difficult, on account of the snow, which in many places was of considerable depth, though it was but the 1st of October. They crossed the summit early in the afternoon, and beheld below them a plain about 20 miles wide, bounded on the opposite side by their old acquaintances, the Pilot Knobs, those towering mountains which had served Mr. Hunt as landmarks in part of his route of the preceding year. Through the intermediate plain wandered a river about 50 yards wide, sometimes gleaming in open day, but oftener running through willowed banks, which marked its serpentine course. Those of the party who had been across these mountains pointed out much of the bearings of the country to Mr. Stewart. They showed him in what direction must lie the deserted post called Henry's Fort, where they had abandoned their horses and embarked in canoes, and they informed him that the stream which wandered through the plain below them fell into Henry River, halfway between the fort and the mouth of Mad or Snake River. The character of all this mountain region was decidedly volcanic, and to the northwest, between Henry's Fort and the source of the Missouri, Mr. Stewart observed several very high peaks covered with snow, from 2 of which smoke ascended in considerable volumes, apparently from craters in a state of eruption. On their way down the mountain, when they had reached the skirts, they descried M'Lellan at a distance, in the advance, traversing the plain. Whether he saw them or not, he showed no disposition to rejoin them, but pursued his sullen and solitary way. After descending into the plain, they kept on about 6 miles, until they reached the little river, which was here about knee-deep, and richly fringed with willow. Here they encamped for the night. At this encampment the fever of Mr. Crooks increased to such a degree that it was impossible for him to travel. Some of the men were strenuous for Mr. Stewart to proceed without him, urging the imminent danger they were exposed to by delay in that unknown and barren region, infested by the most treacherous and inveterate foes. They represented that the season was rapidly advancing. The weather for some days had been extremely cold. The mountains were already almost impassable from snow, and would soon present effectual barriers. Their provisions were exhausted. There was no game to be seen, and they did not dare to use their rifles, through fear of drawing upon them the Blackfeet. The picture thus presented was too true to be contradicted, and made a deep impression on the mind of Mr. Stewart, but the idea of abandoning a fellow being, and a comrade in such a forlorn situation, was too repugnant to his feelings to be admitted for an instant. He represented to the men that the malady of Mr. Crooks could not be of long duration, and that, in all probability, he would be able to travel in the course of a few days. It was with great difficulty, however, that he prevailed upon them to abide the event. Chapter 47. As the travelers were now in a dangerous neighborhood, where the report of a rifle might bring the savages upon them, they had to depend upon their old beaver trap for subsistence. The little river on which they were encamped gave many beaver signs, and Ben Jones set off at daybreak along the willowed banks to find a proper trapping place. As he was making his way among the thickets, with his trap on his shoulder and his rifle in his hand, he heard a crushing sound, and turning, beheld a huge grizzly bear advancing upon him with terrific growl. The sturdy Kentuckian was not to be intimidated by man or monster. Leveling his rifle, he pulled the trigger. The bear was wounded, but not mortally. Instead, however, of rushing upon his assailant, as is generally the case with this kind of bear, he retreated into the bushes. Jones followed him for some distance, but with suitable caution, and Bruin effected his escape. As there was every prospect of a detention of some days in this place, and as the supplies of the beaver trap were too precarious to be depended upon, it became absolutely necessary to run some risk of discovery by hunting in the neighborhood. Ben Jones, therefore, obtained permission to range with his rifle some distance from the camp, and set off to beat up the river banks, in defiance of bear or Blackfeet. He returned in great spirits in the course of a few hours, having come upon a gang of elk about 6 miles off and killed 5. This was joyful news, and the party immediately moved forward to the place where he had left the carcasses. They were obliged to support Mr. Crooks the whole distance, for he was unable to walk. Here they remained for 2 or 3 days, feasting heartily on elk meat, and drying as much as they would be able to carry away with them. By the 5th of October, some simple prescriptions, together with an Indian sweat, had so far benefited Mr. Crooks that he was enabled to move about. They therefore set forward slowly, dividing his pack and accoutrements among them, and made a creeping day's progress of 8 miles south. Their route for the most part lay through swamps caused by the industrious labors of the beaver, for this little animal had dammed up numerous small streams, issuing from the Pilot Knob Mountains, so that the low grounds on their borders were completely inundated. In the course of their march they killed a grizzly bear, with fat on its flanks upwards of 3 inches in thickness. This was an acceptable addition to their stock of elk meat. The next day Mr. Crooks was sufficiently recruited in strength to be able to carry his rifle and pistols, and they made a march of 17 miles along the borders of the plain. Their journey daily became more toilsome, and their sufferings more severe, as they advanced. Keeping up the channel of a river, they traversed the rugged summit of the Pilot Knob Mountain, covered with snow 9 inches deep. For several days they continued, bending their course as much as possible to the east, over a succession of rocky heights, deep valleys, and rapid streams. Sometimes their dizzy path lay along the margin of perpendicular precipices, several hundred feet in height, where a single false step might precipitate them into the rocky bed of a torrent which roared below. Not the least part of their weary task was the fording of the numerous windings and branchings of the mountain rivers, all boisterous in their currents, and icy cold. Hunger was added to their other sufferings, and soon became the keenest. The small supply of bear and elk meat which they had been able to carry, in addition to their previous burdens, served but for a short time. In their anxiety to struggle forward, they had but little time to hunt, and scarce any game in their path. For 3 days they had nothing to eat but a small duck, and a few poor trout. They occasionally saw numbers of the antelopes and tried every art to get within shot, but the timid animals were more than commonly wild, and after tantalizing the hungry hunters for a time, bounded away beyond all chance of pursuit. At length they were fortunate enough to kill one. It was extremely meager and yielded but a scanty supply, but on this they subsisted for several days. On the 11th they encamped on a small stream, near the foot of the Spanish River Mountain. Here they met with traces of that wayward and solitary being, M'Lellan, who was still keeping on ahead of them through these lonely mountains. He had encamped the night before on this stream. They found the embers of the fire by which he had slept, and the remains of a miserable wolf on which he had supped. It was evident he had suffered, like themselves, the pangs of hunger, though he had fared better at this encampment, for they had not a mouthful to eat. The next day, they rose hungry and alert, and set out with the dawn to climb the mountain, which was steep and difficult. Traces of volcanic eruptions were to be seen in various directions. There was a species of clay also to be met with, out of which the Indians manufactured pots and jars and dishes. It is very fine and light, of an agreeable smell, and of a brown color spotted with yellow, and dissolves readily in the mouth. Vessels manufactured of it are said to impart a pleasant smell and flavor to any liquids. These mountains abound also with mineral earths, or chalks of various colors, especially 2 kinds of ochre, one a pale, the other a bright red, like vermilion, much used by the Indians in painting their bodies. About noon, the travelers reached the drains and brooks that formed the headwaters of the river, and later in the day, descended to where the main body, a shallow stream, about 160 yards wide, poured through its mountain valley. Here the poor famishing wanderers had expected to find buffalo in abundance, and had fed their hungry hopes during their scrambling toll, with the thoughts of roasted ribs, juicy humps, and broiled marrow bones. To their great disappointment, the river banks were deserted. A few old tracks showed where a herd of bulls had some time before passed along, but not a horn nor hump was to be seen in the sterile landscape. A few antelopes looked down upon them from the brow of a crag, but flitted away out of sight at the least approach of the hunter. In the most starving mood, they kept for several miles further along the bank of the river, seeking for beaver signs. Finding some, they encamped in the vicinity, and Ben Jones immediately proceeded to set the trap. They had scarce come to a halt, when they perceived a large smoke at some distance to the southwest. The sight was hailed with joy, for they trusted it might rise from some Indian camp, where they could procure something to eat, and the dread of starvation had now overcome even the terror of the Blackfeet. Leclerc, one of the Canadians, was instantly dispatched by Mr. Stewart to reconnoiter, and the travelers sat up till a late hour, watching and listening for his return, hoping he might bring them food. Midnight arrived, but Leclerc did not make his appearance, and they laid down once more supperless to sleep, comforting themselves with the hopes that their old beaver trap might furnish them with a breakfast. At daybreak they hastened with famished eagerness to the trap. They found in it the forepaw of a beaver, the sight of which tantalized their hunger, and added to their dejection. They resumed their journey with flagging spirits, but had not gone far when they perceived Leclerc approaching at a distance. They hastened to meet him, in hopes of tidings of good cheer. He had none to give them, but news of that strange wanderer, M'Lellan. The smoke had risen from his encampment, which took fire while he was at a little distance from it fishing. Leclerc found him in forlorn condition. His fishing had been unsuccessful. During 12 days that he had been wandering alone through these savage mountains, he had found scarce anything to eat. He had been ill, way-worn, sick at heart, still he had kept forward, but now his strength and his stubbornness were exhausted. He expressed his satisfaction at hearing that Mr. Stewart and his party were near, and said he would wait at his camp for their arrival, in hopes they would give him something to eat, for without food he declared he should not be able to proceed much further. When the party reached the place, they found the poor fellow lying on a parcel of withered grass, wasted to a perfect skeleton, and so feeble that he could scarce raise his head or speak. The presence of his old comrades seemed to revive him, but they had no food to give him, for they themselves were almost starving. They urged him to rise and accompany them, but he shook his head. It was all in vain, he said. There was no prospect of their getting speedy relief, and without it he should perish by the way. He might as well, therefore, stay and die where he was. At length, after much persuasion, they got him upon his legs. His rifle and other effects were shared among them, and he was cheered and aided forward. In this way they proceeded for 17 miles, over a level plain of sand, until seeing a few antelopes in the distance, they encamped on the margin of a small stream. All now that were capable of the exertion turned out to hunt for a meal. Their efforts were fruitless, and after dark they returned to their camp, famished almost to desperation. As they were preparing for the third time to lay down to sleep without a mouthful to eat, Leclerc, one of the Canadians, gaunt and wild with hunger, approached Mr. Stewart with his gun in his hand. It was all in vain, he said, to attempt to proceed any further without food. They had a barren plain before them, 3 or 4 days' journey in extent, on which nothing was to be procured. They must all perish before they could get to the end of it. It was better, therefore, that one should die to save the rest. He proposed, therefore, that they should cast lots, adding, as an inducement for Mr. Stewart to assent to the proposition, that he, as leader of the party, should be exempted. Mr. Stewart shuddered at the horrible proposition, and endeavored to reason with the man, but his words were unavailing. At length, snatching up his rifle, he threatened to shoot him on the spot if he persisted. The famished wretch dropped on his knees, begged pardon in the most abject terms, and promised never again to offend him with such a suggestion. Quiet being restored to the forlorn encampment, Each one sought repose. Mr. Stewart, however, was so exhausted by the agitation of the past scene, acting upon his emaciated frame, that he could scarce crawl to his miserable couch, where, notwithstanding his fatigues, he passed a sleepless night, revolving upon their dreary situation and the desperate prospect before them. Before daylight the next morning, they were up and on their way. They had nothing to detain them, no breakfast to prepare, and to linger was to perish. They proceeded, however, but slowly, for all were faint and weak. Here and there they passed the skulls and bones of buffaloes, which showed that these animals must have been hunted here during the past season. The sight of these bones served only to mock their misery. After traveling about 9 miles along the plain, they ascended a range of hills, and had scarcely gone 2 miles further, when, to their great joy, they discovered an old run-down buffalo bull, the laggard probably of some herd that had been hunted and harassed through the mountains. They now all stretched themselves out to encompass and make sure of this solitary animal, for their lives depended upon their success. After considerable trouble and infinite anxiety, they at length succeeded in killing him. He was instantly flayed and cut up, and so ravenous was their hunger, that they devoured some of the flesh raw. The residue they carried to a brook nearby, where they encamped, lit a fire and began to cook. Mr. Stewart was fearful that in their famished state they would eat to excess and injure themselves. He caused a soup to be made of some of the meat, and that each should take a quantity of it as a prelude to his supper. This may have had a beneficial effect, for though they sat up the greater part of the night, cooking and cramming, no one suffered any inconvenience. The next morning the feasting was resumed, and about midday, feeling somewhat recruited and refreshed, they set out on their journey with renovated spirits, shaping their course towards a mountain, the summit of which they saw towering in the east, and near to which they expected to find the headwaters of the Missouri. As they proceeded, they continued to see the skeletons of buffaloes scattered about the plain in every direction, which showed that there had been much hunting here by the Indians in the recent season. Further on they crossed a large Indian trail forming a deep path, about 15 days old, which went in a north direction. They concluded it to have been made by some numerous band of Crows, who had hunted in this country for the greater part of the summer. On the following day they forded a stream of considerable magnitude, with banks clothed with pine trees. Among these they found the traces of a large Indian camp, which had evidently been the headquarters of a hunting expedition, from the great quantities of buffalo bones strewed about the neighborhood. The camp had apparently been abandoned about a month. In the center was a singular lodge 150 feet in circumference, supported by the trunks of 20 trees, about 12 inches in diameter and 44 feet long. Across these were laid branches of pine and willow trees, so as to yield a tolerable shade. At the west end, immediately opposite to the door, 3 bodies lay interred with their feet towards the east. At the head of each was a branch of red cedar firmly planted in the ground. At the foot was a large buffalo skull, painted black. Savage ornaments were suspended in various parts of the edifice, and a great number of children's moccasins. From the magnitude of this building, and the time and labor that must have been expended in erecting it, the bodies which it contained were probably those of noted warriors and hunters. The next day, October 17th, they passed 2 large tributary streams of the Spanish River. They took their rise in the Wind River Mountains, which ranged along to the east, stupendously high and rugged, composed of vast masses of black rock, almost destitute of wood, and covered in many places with snow. This day they saw a few buffalo bulls and some antelopes, but could not kill any, and their stock of provisions began to grow scanty as well as poor. On the 18th, after crossing a mountain ridge and traversing a plain, they waded one of the branches of Spanish River, and on ascending its bank, met with about 130 Snake Indians. They were friendly in their demeanor, and conducted them to their encampment, which was about 3 miles distant. It consisted of about 40 wigwams, constructed principally of pine branches. The Snakes, like most of their nation, were very poor. The marauding Crows, in their late excursion through the country, had picked this unlucky band to the very bone, carrying off their horses, several of their squaws, and most of their effects. In spite of their poverty, they were hospitable in the extreme, and made the hungry strangers welcome to their cabins. A few trinkets procured from them a supply of buffalo meat, and of leather for moccasins, of which the party were greatly in need. The most valuable prize obtained from them, however, was a horse. It was a sorry old animal in truth, but it was the only one that remained to the poor fellows after the fell swoop of the crows. Yet this they were prevailed upon to part with to their guests for a pistol, an axe, a knife, and a few other trifling articles. They had doleful stories to tell of the crows, who were encamped on a river at no great distance to the east, and were in such force that they dared not venture to seek any satisfaction for their outrages, or to get back a horse or squaw. They endeavored to excite the indignation of their visitors by accounts of robberies and murders committed on lonely white hunters and trappers by crows and Blackfeet. Some of these were exaggerations of the outrages already mentioned, sustained by some of the scattered members of Mr. Hunt's expedition. Others were in all probability sheer fabrications, to which the Snakes seemed to have been a little prone. Mr. Stewart assured them that the day was not far distant when the whites would make their power to be felt throughout that country, and take signal vengeance on the perpetrators of these misdeeds. The Snakes expressed great joy at the intelligence, and offered their services to aid the righteous cause, brightening at the thoughts of taking the field with such potent allies, and doubtless anticipating their turn at stealing horses and abducting squaws. Their offers, of course, were accepted. The calumet of peace was produced, and the two forlorn powers smoked eternal friendship between themselves, and vengeance upon their common spoilers, the crows. Chapter 48. By sunrise on the following morning, October 19th, the travelers had loaded their old horse with buffalo meat, sufficient for 5 days' provisions, and, taking leave of their new allies, the poor but hospitable Snakes, set forth in somewhat better spirits, though the increasing cold of the weather, and the sight of the snowy mountains which they had yet to traverse, were enough to chill their very hearts. The country along this branch of the Spanish River, as far as they could see, was perfectly level, bounded by ranges of lofty mountains, both to the east and west. They proceeded about 3 miles to the south, where they came again upon the large trail of Crow Indians, which they had crossed 4 days previously, made, no doubt, by the same marauding band that had plundered the Snakes, and which, according to the account of the latter, was now encamped on a stream to the eastward. The trail kept on to the southeast, and was so well beaten by horse and foot, that they supposed at least 100 lodges had passed along it. As it formed, therefore, a convenient highway and ran in a proper direction, they turned into it and determined to keep along it as far as safety would permit, as the Crow encampment must be some distance off, and it was not likely those savages would return upon their steps. They traveled forward, therefore, all that day, in the track of their dangerous predecessors, which led them across mountain streams, and long ridges, and through narrow valleys, all tending generally towards the southeast. The wind blew coldly from the northeast, with occasional flurries of snow, which made them encamp early, on the sheltered banks of a brook. The two Canadians, Valley and Leclerc, killed a young buffalo bull in the evening, which was in good condition, and afforded them a plentiful supply of fresh beef. They loaded their spits, therefore, and crammed their camp kettle with meat, and while the wind whistled, and the snow whirled around them, huddled round a rousing fire, basked in its warmth, and comforted both soul and body with a hearty and invigorating meal. No enjoyments have greater zest than these, snatched in the very midst of difficulty and danger, and it is probable the poor way-worn and weather-beaten travelers relished these creature comforts the more highly from the surrounding desolation and the dangerous proximity of the crows. The snow which had fallen in the night made it late in the morning before the party loaded their solitary pack-horse, and resumed their march. They had not gone far before the crow trace which they were following changed its direction, and bore to the north of east. They had already begun to feel themselves on dangerous ground in keeping along it, as they might be descried by some scouts and spies of that race of Ishmaelites, whose predatory life required them to be constantly on the alert. On seeing the trace turn so much to the north, therefore, they abandoned it and kept on their course to the southeast for 18 miles, through a beautifully undulating country, having the main chain of mountains on the left, and a considerably elevated ridge on the right. Here the mountain ridge which divides Wind River from the headwaters of the Columbia and Spanish rivers, ends abruptly, and winding to the north of east, becomes the dividing barrier between a branch of the Bighorn and Cheyenne rivers, and those headwaters which flow into the Missouri below the Sioux country. The ridge which lay on the right of the travelers having now become very low, they passed over it and came into a level plain, about 10 miles in circumference, and ink rusted to the depth of a foot or 18 inches with salt as white as snow. This is furnished by numerous salt springs of limpid water, which are continually welling up, overflowing their borders, and forming beautiful crystallizations. The Indian tribes of the interior are excessively fond of this salt, and repair to the valley to collect it, but it is held in distaste by the tribes of the seacoast, who will eat nothing that has been cured or seasoned by it. This evening they encamped on the banks of a small stream, in the open prairie. The northeast wind was keen and cutting. They had nothing wherewith to make a fire, but a scanty growth of sage or wormwood, and were fain to wrap themselves up in their blankets, and huddle themselves in their nests. At an early hour, in the course of the evening, Mr. M'Lellan, who had now regained his strength, killed a buffalo, but it was some distance from the camp, and they postponed supplying themselves from the carcass until the following morning. The next day, October 21st, the cold continued, accompanied by snow. They set forward on their bleak and toilsome way, keeping to the east-northeast, towards the lofty summit of a mountain, which it was necessary for them to cross. Before they reached its base they passed another large trail, steering a little to the right of the point of the mountain. This they presumed to have been made by another band of crows, who had probably been hunting lower down on the Spanish River. The severity of the weather compelled them to encamp at the end of 15 miles, on the skirts of the mountain, where they found sufficient dry aspen trees to supply them with fire, but they sought in vain about the neighborhood for a spring or rill of water. At daybreak they were up and on the march, scrambling up the mountainside for the distance of 8 painful miles. From the casual hints given in the traveling memoranda of Mr. Stewart, this mountain would seem to offer a rich field of speculation for the geologist. Here was a plain 3 miles in diameter, strewed with pumice stones and other volcanic relics, with a lake in the center, occupying what had probably been the crater. Here were also, in some places, deposits of marine shells, indicating that this mountain crest had at some remote period been below the waves. After pausing to repose, and to enjoy these grand but savage and awful scenes, they began to descend the eastern side of the mountain. The descent was rugged and romantic, along deep ravines and defile, overhung with crags and cliffs, among which they beheld numbers of the asada or bighorn, skipping fearlessly from rock to rock. 2 of them they succeeded in bringing down with their rifles, as they peered fearlessly from the brow of their airy precipices. Arrived at the foot of the mountain, the travelers found a rill of water oozing out of the earth, and resembling in look and taste the water of the Missouri. Here they encamped for the night, and supped sumptuously upon their mountain mutton, which they found in good condition, and extremely well tasted. The morning was bright, and intensely cold. Early in the day they came upon a stream running to the east, between low hills of bluish earth, strongly impregnated with copperas. Mr. Stewart supposed this to be one of the head waters of the Missouri, and determined to follow its banks. After a march of 26 miles, however, he arrived at the summit of a hill, the prospect of which induced him to alter his intention. He beheld, in every direction south of east, a vast plain, bounded only by the horizon, through which wandered the stream in question, in a south-southeast direction. It could not, therefore, be a branch of the Missouri. He now gave up all idea of taking the stream for his guide, and shaped his course towards a range of mountains in the east, about 60 miles distant, near which he hoped to find another stream. The weather was now so severe, and the hardships of traveling so great, that he resolved to halt for the winter at the first eligible place. That night they had to encamp on the open prairie, near a scanty pool of water, and without any wood to make a fire. The northeast wind blew keenly across the naked waste, and they were fain to decamp from their inhospitable bivouac before the dawn. For 2 days they kept on in an eastward direction, against wintry blasts and occasional snowstorms. They suffered, also, from scarcity of water, having occasionally to use melted snow. This, with the want of pasturage, reduced their old pack-horse sadly. They saw many tracks of buffalo, and some few bulls, which, however, got the wind of them and scampered off. On the 26th of October, they steered east-northeast, for a wooded ravine in a mountain, at a small distance from the base of which, to their great joy, they discovered an abundant stream, running between willowed banks. Here they halted for the night, and Ben Jones, having luckily trapped a beaver, and killed 2 buffalo bulls. They remained all the next day encamped, feasting and reposing, and allowing their jaded horse to rest from his labors. The little stream on which they were encamped was one of the head waters of the Platte River, which flows into the Missouri. It was, in fact, the northern fork or branch of that river, though this the travelers did not discover until long afterwards. Pursuing the course of this stream for about 20 miles, they came to where it forced a passage through a range of high hills, covered with cedars, into an extensive low country, affording excellent pasture to numerous herds of buffalo. Here they killed 3 cows, which were the first they had been able to get, having hitherto had to content themselves with bull beef, which at this season of the year is very poor. The hump meat afforded them a repast fit for an epicure. Late on the afternoon of the 30th, they came to where the stream, now increased to a considerable size, poured along in a ravine between precipices of red stone, 200 feet in height. For some distance it dashed along, over huge masses of rock with foaming violence, as if exasperated by being compressed into so narrow a channel, and at length leaped down a chasm that looked dark and frightful in the gathering twilight. For a part of the next day, the wild river, in its capricious wanderings, led them through a variety of striking scenes. At one time they were upon high plains, like platforms among the mountains, with herds of buffaloes roaming about them. At another among rude rocky defile, broken into cliffs and precipices, where the black-tailed deer bounded off among the crags, and the bighorn basked in the sunny brow of the precipice. In the after part of the day, they came to another scene, surpassing in savage grandeur those already described. They had been traveling for some distance through a pass of the mountains, keeping parallel with the river, as it roared along out of sight through a deep ravine. Sometimes their devious path approached the margin of cliffs below which the river foamed, and boiled, and whirled among the masses of rock that had fallen into its channel. As they crept cautiously on, leading their solitary pack-horse along these giddy heights, they all at once came to where the river thundered down a succession of precipices, throwing up clouds of spray, and making a prodigious din and uproar. The travelers remained, for a time, gazing with mingled awe and delight at this furious cataract, to which Mr. Stewart gave, from the color of the impending rocks, the name of the Fiery Narrows. Chapter 49. The travelers encamped for the night on the banks of the river below the cataract. The night was cold, with partial showers of rain and sleet. The morning dawned gloomily, the skies were sullen and overcast, and threatened further storms. But the little band resumed their journey, in defiance of the weather. The increasing rigor of the season, however, which makes itself felt early in these mountainous regions, and on these naked and elevated plains, brought them to a pause and a serious deliberation, after they had descended about 30 miles further along the course of the river. All were convinced that it was in vain to attempt to accomplish their journey on foot at this inclement season. They had still many hundred miles to traverse before they should reach the main course of the Missouri, and their route would lay over immense prairies, naked and bleak and destitute of fuel. The question then was where to choose their wintering place, and whether or not to proceed further down the river. They had at first imagined it to be one of the headwaters, or tributary streams, of the Missouri. Afterwards they had believed it to be the Rapid or Cocourt River, in which opinion they had not come nearer to the truth. They now, however, were persuaded, with equal fallacy, by its inclining somewhat to the north of east, that it was the Cheyenne. If so, by continuing down it much further they must arrive among the Indians, from whom the river takes its name. Among these they would be sure to meet some of the Sioux tribe. These would apprise their relatives, the piratical Sioux of the Missouri, of the approach of a band of white traders, so that, in the springtime, they would be likely to be waylaid and robbed on their way down the river by some party in ambush upon its banks. Even should this prove to be the Cocourt or Rapid River, it would not be prudent to winter much further down upon its banks, as, though they might be out of the range of the Sioux, they would be in the neighborhood of the Poncas, a tribe nearly as dangerous. It was resolved, therefore, since they must winter somewhere on this side of the Missouri, to descend no lower, but to keep up in these solitary regions, where they would be in no danger of molestation. They were brought the more promptly and unanimously to this decision, by coming upon an excellent wintering place that promised everything requisite for their comfort. It was on a fine bend of the river, just below where it issued out from among a ridge of mountains, and bent towards the northeast. Here was a beautiful low point of land, covered by cottonwood, and surrounded by a thick growth of willow, so as to yield both shelter and fuel, as well as materials for building. The river swept by in a strong current, about 150 yards wide. To the southeast were mountains of moderate height, the nearest about 2 miles off, but the whole chain ranging to the east, south, and southwest as far as the eye could reach. Their summits were crowned with extensive tracts of pitch pine, checkered with small patches of the quivering aspen. Lower down were thick forests of firs and red cedars, growing out in many places from the very fissures of the rocks. The mountains were broken and precipitous, with huge bluffs protruding from among the forests. Their rocky recesses and beetling cliffs afforded retreats to innumerable flocks of the bighorn, while their woody summits and ravines abounded with bears and black-tailed deer. These, with the numerous herds of buffalo that ranged the lower grounds along the river, promised the travelers abundant cheer in their winter quarters. On the 2nd of November, therefore, they pitched their camp for the winter on the woody point, and their first thought was to obtain a supply of provisions. Ben Jones and the 2 Canadians accordingly sallied forth, accompanied by 2 others of the party, leaving but one to watch the camp. Their hunting was uncommonly successful. In the course of 2 days, they killed 32 buffaloes, and collected their meat on the margin of a small brook, about a mile distant. Fortunately, a severe frost froze the river, so that the meat was easily transported to the encampment. On a succeeding day, a herd of buffalo came trampling through the woody bottom on the river banks, and 15 more were killed. It was soon discovered, however, that there was game of a more dangerous nature in the neighborhood. On one occasion, Mr. Crooks had wandered about a mile from the camp, and had ascended a small hill commanding a view of the river. He was without his rifle, a rare circumstance, for in these wild regions, where one may put up a wild animal or a wild Indian at every turn, it is customary never to stir from the campfire unarmed. The hill where he stood overlooked the place where the massacre of the buffalo had taken place. As he was looking around on the prospect, his eye was caught by an object below, moving directly towards him. To his dismay, he discovered it to be a grizzly bear with 2 cubs. There was no tree at hand into which he could climb. To run would only be to provoke pursuit, and he should soon be overtaken. He threw himself on the ground, therefore, and lay motionless, watching the movements of the animal with intense anxiety. It continued to advance until at the foot of the hill, when it turned and made into the woods, having probably gorged itself with buffalo flesh. Mr. Crooks made all haste back to the camp, rejoicing at his escape, and determining never to stir out again without his rifle. A few days after this circumstance, a grizzly bear was shot in the neighborhood by Mr. Miller. As the slaughter of so many buffaloes had provided the party with beef for the winter, in case they met with no further supply, they now set to work, heart and hand, to build a comfortable wigwam. In a little while the woody promontory rang with the unwonted sound of the axe. Some of its lofty trees were laid low, and by the 2nd evening the cabin was complete. It was 8 feet wide and 18 feet long. The walls were 6 feet high, and the whole was covered with buffalo skins. The fireplace was in the center, and the smoke found its way out by a hole in the roof. The hunters were next sent out to procure deerskins for garments, moccasins, and other purposes. They made the mountains echo with their rifles, and, in the course of 2 days' hunting, killed 28 bighorns and black-tailed deer. The party now reveled in abundance, after all that they had suffered from hunger, cold, fatigue, and watchfulness. After all their perils from treacherous and savage men, they exulted in the snugness and security of their isolated cabin, hidden, as they thought, even from the prying eyes of Indian scouts, and stored with creature comforts. And they looked forward to a winter of peace and quietness, of roasting, and boiling, and broiling, and feasting upon venison, and mountain mutton, and bear's meat, and marrow bones, and buffalo, humps, and other hunters' dainties, and of dozing and reposing round their fire, and gossiping over past dangers and adventures, and telling long hunting stories until spring should return, when they would make canoes of buffalo skins and float themselves down the river. From such halcyon dreams, they were startled one morning, at daybreak, by a savage yell. They started tip and seized their rifles. The yell was repeated by 2 or 3 voices. Cautiously peeping out, they beheld, to their dismay, several Indian warriors among the trees, all armed and painted in warlike style, being evidently bent on some hostile purpose. Miller changed countenance as he regarded them. "We are in trouble," said he. "These are some of the rascally Arapahes that robbed me last year." Not a word was uttered by the rest of the party, but they silently slung their powder horns and ball pouches, and prepared for battle. M'Lellan, who had taken his gun to pieces the evening before, put it together in all haste. He proposed that they should break out the clay from between the logs, so as to be able to fire upon the enemy. "Not yet," replied Stuart. "It will not do to show fear or distrust. We must first hold a parley. Someone must go out and meet them as a friend." Who was to undertake the task? It was full of peril, as the envoy might be shot down at the threshold. "The leader of a party," said Miller, "always takes the advance." "Good," replied Stuart. "I am ready." He immediately went forth. One of the Canadians followed him. The rest of the party remained in the garrison to keep the savages in check. Stuart advanced holding his rifle in one hand, and extending the other to the savage that appeared to be the chief. The latter stepped forward and took it. His men followed his example, and all shook hands with Stuart in token of friendship. They now explained their errand. They were a war party of Arapahe braves. Their village lay on a stream several days' journey to the eastward. It had been attacked and ravaged during their absence by a band of Crows who had carried off several of their women and most of their horses. They were in quest of vengeance. For 16 days they had been tracking the Crows about the mountains, but had not yet come upon them. In the meantime they had met with scarcely any game and were half famished. About 2 days previously, they had heard the report of firearms among the mountains, and on searching in the direction of the sound, had come to a place where a deer had been killed. They had immediately put themselves upon the track of the hunters, and by following it up, had arrived at the cabin. Mr. Stuart now invited the chief and another, who appeared to be his lieutenant, into the hut, but made signs that no one else was to enter. The rest halted at the door. Others came straggling up until the whole party, to the number of 23, were gathered before the hut. They were armed with bows and arrows, tomahawks and scalping knives, and some few with guns. All were painted and dressed for war, and had a wild and fierce appearance. Mr. Miller recognized among them some of the very fellows who had robbed him in the preceding year, and put his comrades upon their guard. Every man stood ready to resist the first act of hostility. The savages, however, conducted themselves peaceably, and showed none of that swaggering arrogance which a war party is apt to assume. On entering the hut, the chief and his lieutenant cast a wistful look at the rafters, laden with venison and buffalo meat. Mr. Stuart made a merit of necessity, and invited them to help themselves. They did not wait to be pressed. The rafters were soon eased of their burden. Venison and beef were passed out to the crew before the door, and a scene of gormandizing commenced, of which few can have an idea, who have not witnessed the gastronomic powers of an Indian, after an interval of fasting. This was kept up throughout the day. They paused now and then, it is true, for a brief interval, but only to return to the charge with renewed ardor. The chief and the lieutenant surpassed all the rest in the vigor and perseverance of their attacks. As if from their station they were bound to signalize themselves in all onslaughts. Mr. Stuart kept them well supplied with choice bits, for it was his policy to overfeed them, and keep them from leaving the hut, where they served as hostages for the good conduct of their followers. Once only in the course of the day did the chief sally forth. Mr. Stuart and one of his men accompanied him, armed with their rifles, but without betraying any distrust. The chieftain soon returned, and renewed his attack upon the larder. In a word, he and his worthy coadjutor, the lieutenant, ate until they were both stupefied. Towards evening the Indians made their preparations for the night according to the practice of war parties. Those outside of the hut threw up 2 breastworks, into which they retired at a tolerably early hour, and slept like overfed hounds. As to the chief and his lieutenant, they passed the night in the hut, in the course of which they 2 or 3 times got up to eat. The travelers took turns, one at a time, to mount guard until the morning. Scarce had the day dawned, when the gormandizing was renewed by the whole band, and carried on with surprising vigor until 10 o'clock, when all prepared to depart. They had 6 days' journey yet to make, they said, before they should come up with the crows, who, they understood, were encamped on a river to the northward. Their way lay through a hungry country, where there was no game. They would, moreover, have but little time to hunt. They, therefore, craved a small supply of provisions for their journey. Mr. Stewart again invited them to help themselves. They did so with keen forethought, loading themselves with the choicest parts of the meat, and leaving the late plenteous larder far gone in a consumption. Their next request was for a supply of ammunition, having guns but no powder and ball. They promised to pay magnificently out of the spoils of their foray. "We are poor now," said they, "and are obliged to go on foot, but we shall soon come back laden with booty, and all mounted on horseback with scalps hanging at our bridles. We will then give each of you a horse to keep you from being tired on your journey." "Well," said Mr. Stewart, "when you bring the horses, you shall have the ammunition, but not before." The Indians saw by his determined tone that all further entreaty would be unavailing, so they desisted with a good-humored laugh, and went off exceedingly well freighted, both within and without, promising to be back again in the course of a fortnight. No sooner were they out of hearing than the luckless travelers held another council. The security of their cabin was at an end, and with it all their dreams of a quiet and cozy winter. They were between 2 fires. On one side were their old enemies, the crows. On the other side, the Arapahes, no less dangerous freebooters. As to the moderation of this war party, they considered it assumed to put them off their guard against some more favorable opportunity for a surprisal. It was determined, therefore, not to await their return, but to abandon, with all speed, this dangerous neighborhood. From the accounts of their recent visitors, they were led to believe, though erroneously, that they were upon the Cocourt or Rapid River. They proposed now to keep along it to its confluence with the Missouri, but should they be prevented by the rigors of the season from proceeding so far, at least to reach a part of the river where they might be able to construct canoes of greater strength and durability than those of buffalo skins. Accordingly, on the 13th of December, they bade adieu, with many a regret, to their comfortable quarters where for 5 weeks they had been indulging the sweets of repose, of plenty, and of fancied security. They were still accompanied by their veteran pack-horse, which the Arapahes had omitted to steal, either because they intended to steal him on their return, or because they thought him not worth stealing. Chapter 50. The interval of comfort and repose which the party had enjoyed in their wigwam rendered the renewal of their fatigues intolerable for the first 2 or 3 days. The snow lay deep, and was slightly frozen on the surface, but not sufficiently to bear their weight. Their feet became sore by breaking through the crust, and their limbs weary by floundering on without firm foothold. So exhausted and dispirited were they, that they began to think it would be better to remain and run the risk of being killed by the Indians, than to drag on thus painfully, with the probability of perishing by the way. Their miserable horse fared no better than themselves, having for the first day or 2 no other fodder than the ends of willow twigs, and the bark of the cottonwood tree. They all, however, appeared to gain patience and hardihood as they proceeded, and for 14 days kept steadily on, making a distance of about 330 miles. For some days, the range of mountains which had been near to their wigwam kept parallel to the river at no great distance, but at length subsided into hills. Sometimes they found the river bordered with alluvial bottoms, and groves with cottonwood and willows. Sometimes the adjacent country was naked and barren. In one place it ran for a considerable distance between rocky hills and promontories covered with cedar and pitch pines, and peopled with the bighorn and the mountain deer. At other places it wandered through prairies well stocked with buffaloes and antelopes. As they descended the course of the river, they began to perceive the ash and white oak here and there among the cottonwood and willow, and at length caught a sight of some wild horses on the distant prairies. The weather was various. At one time the snow lay deep. Then they had a genial day or 2 with the mildness and serenity of autumn. Then, again, the frost was so severe that the river was sufficiently frozen to bear them upon the ice. During the last 3 days of their fortnight's travel, however, the face of the country changed. The timber gradually diminished, until they could scarcely find fuel sufficient for culinary purposes. The game grew more and more scanty, and, finally, none were to be seen but a few miserable broken-down buffalo bulls, not worth killing. The snow lay 15 inches deep and made the traveling grievously painful and toilsome. At length they came to an immense plain, where no vestige of timber was to be seen, nor a single quadruped to enliven the desolate landscape. Here, then, their hearts failed them and they held another consultation. The width of the river, which was upwards of a mile, its extreme shallowness, the frequency of quicksands, and various other characteristics, had at length made them sensible of their errors with respect to it, and they now came to the correct conclusion that they were on the banks of the Platte or shallow river. What were they to do? Pursue its course to the Missouri? To go on at this season of the year seemed dangerous in the extreme. There was no prospect of obtaining either food or firing. The country was destitute of trees, and though there might be driftwood along the river, it lay too deep beneath the snow for them to find it. The weather was threatening a change, and a snowstorm on these boundless wastes might prove as fatal as a whirlwind of sand on an Arabian desert. After much dreary deliberation, it was at length determined to retrace their 3 last days' journey of 77 miles, to a place which they had remarked where there was a sheltering growth of forest trees, and a country abundant in game. Here they would once more set up their winter quarters, and await the opening of the navigation to launch themselves in canoes. Accordingly, on the 27th of December, they faced about, retraced their steps, and on the 30th regained the part of the river in question. Here the alluvial bottom was from 1 to 2 miles wide, and thickly covered with a forest of cottonwood trees, while herds of buffalo were scattered about the neighboring prairie, several of which soon fell beneath their rifles. They encamped on the margin of the river, in a grove where there were trees large enough for canoes. Here they put up a shed for immediate shelter, and immediately proceeded to erect a hut. New Year's Day dawned when, as yet, but one wall of their cabin was completed. The genial and jovial day, however, was not permitted to pass uncelebrated, even by this weather-beaten crew of wanderers. All work was suspended, except that of roasting and boiling. The choicest of the buffalo meat, with tongues and humps and marrow bones, were devoured in quantities that would astonish anyone that has not lived among hunters or Indians. And as an extra regale, having no tobacco left, they cut up an old tobacco pouch, still redolent with the potent herb, and smoked it in honor of the day. Thus, for a time, in present revelry, however uncouth, they forgot all past troubles and all anxieties about the future, and their forlorn wigwam echoed to the sound of gaiety. The next day they resumed their labors, and by the 6th of the month it was complete. They soon killed abundance of buffalo, and again laid in a stock of winter provisions. The party were more fortunate in this, their second cantonment. The winter passed away without any Indian visitors, and the game continued to be plenty in the neighborhood. They felled 2 large trees, and shaped them into canoes, and, as the spring opened, and a thaw of several days' continuance melted the ice in the river, they made every preparation for embarking. On the 8th of March they launched forth in their canoes, but soon found that the river had not depth sufficient even for such slender barks. It expanded into a wide but extremely shallow stream, with many sandbars, and occasionally various channels. They got one of their canoes a few miles down it, with extreme difficulty, sometimes wading and dragging it over the shoals. At length they had to abandon the attempt, and to resume their journey on foot, aided by their faithful old packhorse, who had recruited strength during the repose of the winter. The weather delayed them for a few days, having suddenly become more rigorous than it had been at any time during the winter. But on the 20th of March they were again on their journey. In 2 days they arrived at the vast naked prairie, the wintry aspect of which had caused them, in December, to pause and turn back. It was now clothed in the early verdure of spring, and plentifully stocked with game. Still, when obliged to bivouac on its bare surface, without any shelter, and by a scanty fire of dry buffalo dung, they found the night blasts piercing cold. On one occasion, a herd of buffalo straying near their evening camp, they killed 3 of them merely for their hides, wherewith to make a shelter for the night. They continued on for upwards of 100 miles, with vast prairies extending before them as they advanced, sometimes diversified by undulating hills, but destitute of trees. In one place they saw a gang of 65 wild horses, but as to the buffaloes, they seemed absolutely to cover the country. Wild geese abounded, and they passed extensive swamps that were alive with innumerable flocks of waterfowl, among which were a few swans, but an endless variety of ducks. The river continued a winding course to the east-northeast, nearly a mile in width, but too shallow to float even an empty canoe. The country spread out into a vast level plain, bounded by the horizon alone, excepting to the north, where a line of hills seemed like a long promontory stretching into the bosom of the ocean. The dreary sameness of the prairie wastes began to grow extremely irksome. The travelers longed for the sight of a forest or grove or single tree to break the level uniformity, and began to notice every object that gave reason to hope they were drawing towards the end of this weary wilderness. Thus the occurrence of a particular kind of grass was hailed as a proof that they could not be far from the bottoms of the Missouri, and they were rejoiced at putting up several prairie hens, a kind of grouse seldom found far in the interior. In picking up driftwood for fuel, also, they found on some pieces the mark of an axe, which caused much speculation as to the time when and the persons by whom the trees had been felled. Thus they went on, like sailors at sea, who perceive in every floating weed and wandering bird harbingers of the wished-for land. By the close of the month the weather became very mild, and, heavily burdened as they were, they found the noontide temperature uncomfortably warm. On the 30th, they came to 3 deserted hunting camps, either of Pawnees or Ottos, about which were buffalo skulls in all directions, and the frames on which the hides had been stretched and cured. They had apparently been occupied the preceding autumn. For several days they kept patiently on, watching every sign that might give them an idea as to where they were, and how near to the banks of the Missouri. Though there were numerous traces of hunting parties and encampments, they were not of recent date. The country seemed deserted. The only human beings they met with were 3 Pawnee squaws, in a hut in the midst of a deserted camp. Their people had all gone to the south in pursuit of the buffalo, and had left these poor women behind, being too sick and infirm to travel. It is a common practice with the Pawnees, and probably with other roving tribes, when departing on a distant expedition, which will not admit of encumbrance or delay, to leave their aged and infirm with a supply of provisions sufficient for a temporary subsistence. When this is exhausted, they must perish, though sometimes their sufferings are abridged by hostile prowlers who may visit the deserted camp. The poor squaws in question expected some such fate at the hands of the white strangers, and though the latter accosted them in the kindest manner, and made them presents of dried buffalo meat, it was impossible to soothe their alarm, or get any information from them. The first landmark by which the travelers were enabled to conjecture their position with any degree of confidence was an island about 70 miles in length, which they presumed to be Grand Isle. If so, they were within 140 miles of the Missouri. They kept on, therefore, with renewed spirit, and at the end of 3 days met with an Otto Indian, by whom they were confirmed in their conjecture. They learnt at the same time another piece of information, of an uncomfortable nature. According to his account, there was war between the United States and England, and in fact it had existed for a whole year, during which time they had been beyond the reach of all knowledge of the affairs of the civilized world. The Otto conducted the travelers to his village, situated a short distance from the banks of the Platte. Here they were delighted to meet with 2 white men, Messrs. Dornan and Roy, Indian traders recently from St. Louis. Of these they had 1,000 inquiries to make concerning all affairs, foreign and domestic, during their year of sepulture in the wilderness, and especially about the events of the existing war. They now prepared to abandon their weary travel by land, and to embark upon the water. A bargain was made with Mr. Dornan, who engaged to furnish them with a canoe and provisions for the voyage, in exchange for their venerable and well-tried fellow-traveler, the old snake horse. Accordingly, in a couple of days, the Indians employed by that gentleman constructed for them a canoe 20 feet long, 4 feet wide and 18 inches deep. The frame was of poles and willow twigs, on which were stretched 5 elk and buffalo hides, sewed together with sinews, and the seams paved with unctuous mud. In this they embarked at an early hour on the 16th of April, and drifted down 10 miles with the stream, when the wind being high they encamped, and set to work to make oars, which they had not been able to procure at the Indian village. Once more afloat, they went merrily down the stream, and after making 35 miles, emerged into the broad turbid current of the Missouri. Here they were borne along briskly by the rapid stream, though by the time their fragile bark had floated a couple of 100 miles, its frame began to show the effects of the voyage. Luckily, they came to the deserted wintering place of some hunting party, where they found 2 old wooden canoes. Taking possession of the largest, they again committed themselves to the current, and after dropping down 55 miles further, arrived safely at Fort Osage. Here they found Lieutenant Brownson still in command, the officer who had given the expedition a hospitable reception on its way up the river 18 months previously. He received this remnant of the party with a cordial welcome, and endeavored in every way to promote their comfort and enjoyment during their sojourn at the fort. The greatest luxury they met with on their return to the abode of civilized man was bread, not having tasted any for nearly a year. Their stay at Fort Osage was but short. On re-embarking, they were furnished with an ample supply of provisions by the kindness of Lieutenant Brownson, and performed the rest of their voyage without adverse circumstance. On the 30th of April, they arrived in perfect health and fine spirits at St. Louis, having been 10 months in performing this perilous expedition from Astoria. Their return caused quite a sensation at the place, bringing the first intelligence of the fortune of Mr. Hunt and his party in their adventurous route across the Rocky Mountains, and of the new establishment on the shores of the Pacific. Chapter 51. It is now necessary, in linking together the parts of this excursive narrative, that we notice the proceedings of Mr. Astor in support of his great undertaking. His project with respect to the Russian establishments along the northwest coast had been diligently prosecuted. The agent sent by him to St. Petersburg to negotiate in his name as president of the American Fur Company had, under sanction of the Russian government, made a provisional agreement with the Russian company. By this agreement, which was ratified by Mr. Astor in 1813, the 2 companies bound themselves not to interfere with each other's trading and hunting grounds, nor to furnish arms and ammunition to the Indians. They were to act in concert, also, against all interlopers, and to succor each other in case of danger. The American company was to have the exclusive right of supplying the Russian posts with goods and necessaries, receiving peltries in payment at stated prices. They were also, if so requested by the Russian governor, to convey the furs of the Russian company to Canton, sell them on commission, and bring back the proceeds at such freight as might be agreed on at the time. This agreement was to continue in operation 4 years, and to be renewable for a similar term, unless some unforeseen contingency should render a modification necessary. It was calculated to be of great service to the infant establishment at Astoria, dispelling the fears of hostile rivalry on the part of the foreign companies in its neighborhood, and giving a formidable blow to the irregular trade along the coast. It was also the intention of Mr. Astor to have coasting vessels of his own, at Astoria, of small tonnage and draft of water, fitted for coasting service. These, having a place of shelter and deposit, could ply about the coast in short voyages, in favorable weather, and would have vast advantage over chance ships, which must make long voyages, maintain numerous crews, and could only approach the coast at certain seasons of the year. He hoped, therefore, gradually to make Astoria the great emporium of the American fur trade in the Pacific, and the nucleus of a powerful American state. Unfortunately for these sanguine anticipations, before Mr. Astor had ratified the agreement, as above stated, war broke out between the United States and Great Britain. He perceived at once the peril of the case. The harbor of New York would doubtless be blockaded, and the departure of the annual supply ship in the autumn prevented. Or, if she should succeed in getting out to sea, she might be captured on her voyage. In this emergency, he wrote to Captain Soule, commander of the Beaver. The letter, which was addressed to him at Canton, directed him to proceed to the factory at the mouth of the Columbia, with such articles as the establishment might need, and to remain there, subject to the orders of Mr. Hunt, should that gentleman be in command there. The war continued. No tidings had yet been received from Astoria, the dispatches having been delayed by the misadventure of Mr. Reed at the falls of the Columbia, and the unhorsing of Mr. Stewart by the Crows among the mountains. A painful uncertainty, also, prevailed about Mr. Hunt and his party. Nothing had been heard of them since their departure from the Arikara village. Lisa, who parted from them there, had predicted their destruction, and some of the traders of the Northwest Company had actually spread a rumor of their having been cut off by the Indians. It was a hard trial of the courage and means of an individual to have to fit out another costly expedition, where so much had already been expended, so much uncertainty prevailed, and where the risk of loss was so greatly enhanced, that no insurance could be affected. In spite of all these discouragements, Mr. Astor determined to send another ship to the relief of the settlement. He selected for this purpose a vessel called the Lark, remarkable for her fast sailing. The disordered state of the times, however, caused such a delay that February arrived, while the vessel was yet lingering in port. At this juncture, Mr. Astor learnt that the Northwest Company were preparing to send out an armed ship of 20 guns, called the Isaac Todd, to form an establishment at the mouth of the Columbia. These tidings gave him great uneasiness. A considerable proportion of the persons in his employ were Scotchmen and Canadians, and several of them had been in the service of the Northwest Company. Should Mr. Hunt have failed to arrive at Astoria, the whole establishment would be under the control of Mr. McDougall, of whose fidelity he had received very disparaging accounts from Captain Thorne. The British government also might deem it worth while to send a force against the establishment, having been urged to do so some time previously by the Northwest Company. Under all these circumstances, Mr. Astor wrote to Mr. Monroe, then Secretary of State, requesting protection from the government of the United States. He represented the importance of his settlement, in a commercial point of view, and the shelter it might afford to the American vessels in those seas. All he asked was that the American government would throw 40 or 50 men into the fort at his establishment, which would be sufficient for its defense until he could send reinforcements overland. He waited in vain for a reply to this letter, the government, no doubt, being engrossed at the time by an overwhelming crowd of affairs. The month of March arrived, and the Lark was ordered by Mr. Astor to put to sea. The officer who was to command her shrunk from his engagement, and in the exigency of the moment, she was given in charge to Mr. Northrop, the mate. Mr. Nicholas G. Ogden, a gentleman on whose talents and integrity the highest reliance could be placed, sailed as supercargo. The Lark put to sea in the beginning of March, 1813. By this opportunity, Mr. Astor wrote to Mr. Hunt, as head of the establishment at the mouth of the Columbia, for he would not allow himself to doubt of his welfare. "I always think you are well," said he, "and that I shall see you again, which heaven, I hope, will grant." He warned him to be on his guard against any attempts to surprise the post, suggesting the probability of armed hostility on the part of the Northwest Company, and expressing his indignation at the ungrateful returns made by that association for his frank and open conduct and advantageous overtures. "Were I on the spot," said he, "and had the management of affairs, I would defy them all. But as it is, everything depends upon you and your friends about you. Our enterprise is grand, and deserves success, and I hope in God it will meet it. If my object was merely gain of money, I should say, think whether it is best to save what we can, and abandon the place. But the very idea is like a dagger to my heart." This extract is sufficient to show the spirit and the views which actuated Mr. Astor in this great undertaking. Week after week and month after month elapsed, without anything to dispel the painful incertitude that hung over every part of this enterprise. Though a man of resolute spirit, and not easily cast down, the dangers impending over this darling scheme of his ambition had a gradual effect upon the spirits of Mr. Astor. He was sitting one gloomy evening by his window, revolving over the loss of the Tonquin and the fate of her unfortunate crew, and fearing that some equally tragical calamity might have befallen the adventurers across the mountains, when the evening newspaper was brought to him. The first paragraph that caught his eye announced the arrival of Mr. Stewart and his party at St. Louis, with intelligence that Mr. Hunt and his companions had effected their perilous expedition to the mouth of the Columbia. This was a gleam of sunshine that for a time dispelled every cloud, and he now looked forward with sanguine hope to the accomplishment of all his plans. Chapter 52. The course of our narrative now takes us back to the regions beyond the mountains, to dispose of the parties that set out from Astoria, in company with Mr. Robert Stewart, and whom he left on the banks of the Walla Walla. Those parties likewise separated from each other shortly after his departure, proceeding to their respective destinations, but agreeing to meet at the mouth of the Walla Walla about the beginning of June in the following year, with such peltries as they should have collected in the winter, so as to convoy each other through the dangerous passes of the Columbia. Mr. David Stewart, one of the partners, proceeded with his men to the post already established by him at the mouth of the Okanagan. Having furnished this with goods and ammunition, he proceeded 300 miles up that river, where he established another post in a good trading neighborhood. Mr. Clark, another partner, conducted his little band up Lewis River to the mouth of a small stream coming in from the north, to which the Canadians gave the name of the Pavian. Here he found a village or encampment of 40 huts or tents, covered with mats, and inhabited by Nez Perces, or Pierce-Nose Indians, as they are called by the traders, but Chippenish as they are called by themselves. They are a hardy, laborious, and somewhat knavish race, who lead a precarious life, fishing and digging roots during the summer and autumn, hunting the deer on snowshoes during the winter, and traversing the Rocky Mountains in the spring, to trade for buffalo skins with the hunting tribes of the Missouri. In these migrations they are liable to be waylaid and attacked by the Blackfeet and other warlike and predatory tribes, and driven back across the mountains with the loss of their horses and of many of their comrades. A life of this unsettled and precarious kind is apt to render man selfish, and such Mr. Clark found the inhabitants of this village, who were deficient in the usual hospitality of Indians, parting with everything with extreme reluctance, and showing no sensibility to any act of kindness. At the time of his arrival, they were all occupied in catching and curing salmon. The men were stout, robust, active, and good-looking, and the women handsomer than those of the tribes nearer to the coast. It was the plan of Mr. Clark to lay up his boats here, and proceed by land to his place of destination, which was among the spoken tribe of Indians, about 150 miles distant. He accordingly endeavored to purchase horses for the journey, but in this he had to contend with the sordid disposition of these people. They asked high prices for their horses, and were so difficult to deal with, that Mr. Clark was detained 7 days among them before he could procure a sufficient number. During that time he was annoyed by repeated pilferings, for which he could get no redress. The chief promised to recover the stolen articles, but failed to do so, alleging that the thieves belonged to a distant tribe, and had made off with their booty. With this excuse Mr. Clark was fain to content himself, though he laid up in his heart a bitter grudge against the whole Pierce-Nose race, which it will be found he took occasion subsequently to gratify in a signal manner. Having made arrangements for his departure, Mr. Clark laid up his barge and canoes in a sheltered place, on the banks of a small bay, overgrown with shrubs and willows, confiding them to the care of the Nez Perce chief, who, on being promised an ample compensation, engaged to have a guardian eye upon them. Then mounting his steed and putting himself at the head of his little caravan, he shook the dust off his feet as he turned his back upon this village of rogues and hard dealers. We shall not follow him minutely in his journey, which lay at times over steep and rocky hills and among crags and precipices, at other times over vast naked and sunburnt plains, abounding with rattlesnakes, in traversing which both men and horses suffered intolerably from heat and thirst. The place on which he fixed for a trading post was a fine point of land, at the junction of the Pointed Heart and Spoken rivers. His establishment was intended to compete with a trading post of the Northwest Company, situated at no great distance, and to rival it in the trade with the Spoken Indians, as well as with the Kootenais and Flatheads. In this neighborhood we shall leave him for the present. Mr. Mackenzie, who conducted the third party from the Walla Walla, navigated for several days up the south branch of the Columbia, named the Caminum by the natives, but commonly called Lewis River in honor of the first explorer. Wandering bands of various tribes were seen along this river, traveling in various directions. For the Indians generally are restless, roving beings, continually intent on enterprises of war, traffic, and hunting. Some of these people were driving large gangs of horses, as if to a distant market. Having arrived at the mouth of the Shahapton, he ascended some distance up that river, and established his trading post upon its banks. This appeared to be a great thoroughfare for the tribes from the neighborhood of the Falls of the Columbia, in their expeditions to make war upon the tribes of the Rocky Mountains, to hunt buffalo on the plains beyond, or to traffic for roots and buffalo robes. It was the season of migration, and the Indians from various distant parts were passing and repassing in great numbers. Mr. Mackenzie now detached a small band, under the conduct of Mr. John Reed, to visit the caches made by Mr. Hunt at the Cauldron Linn, and to bring the contents to his post, as he depended in some measure on them for his supplies of goods and ammunition. They had not been gone a week, when 2 Indians arrived of the Palatapala tribe, who live upon a river of the same name. These communicated the unwelcome intelligence that the caches had been robbed. They said that some of their tribe had, in the course of the preceding spring, been across the mountains, which separated them from Snake River, and had traded horses with the Snakes in exchange for blankets, robes and goods of various descriptions. These articles the Snakes had procured from caches to which they were guided by some white men who resided among them, and who afterwards accompanied them across the Rocky Mountains. This intelligence was extremely perplexing to Mr. Mackenzie, but the truth of part of it was confirmed by the two Indians, who brought them an English saddle and bridle, which was recognized as having belonged to Mr. Crooks. The perfidy of the white men who revealed the secret of the caches was, however, perfectly inexplicable. We shall presently account for it in narrating the expedition of Mr. Reed. That worthy Hibernian proceeded on his mission with his usual alacrity. His forlorn travels of the preceding winter had made him acquainted with the topography of the country, and he reached Snake River without any material difficulty. Here, in an encampment of the natives, he met with 6 white men, wanderers from the main expedition of Mr. Hunt, who, after having had their respective shares of adventures and mishaps, had fortunately come together at this place. 3 of these men were Turcotte, La Chapelle, and Francis Landry. The 3 Canadian voyagers who, it may be recollected, had left Mr. Crooks in February, in the neighborhood of Snake River, being dismayed by the increasing hardships of the journey and fearful of perishing of hunger. They had returned to a snake encampment, where they passed the residue of the winter. Early in the spring, being utterly destitute, and in great extremity, and having worn out the hospitality of the Snakes, they determined to avail themselves of the buried treasures within their knowledge. They accordingly informed the Snake chieftains that they knew where a great quantity of goods had been left in caches, enough to enrich the whole tribe, and offered to conduct them to the place, on condition of being rewarded with horses and provisions. The chieftains pledged their faith and honor as great men and Snakes, and the 3 Canadians conducted them to the place of deposit at the Cauldron Linn. This is the way that the savages got knowledge of the caches, and not by following the tracks of wolves, as Mr. Stewart had supposed. Never did money diggers turn up a miser's hoard with more eager delight than did the savages lay open the treasures of the caches. Blankets and robes, brass trinkets and blue beads were drawn forth with chuckling exultation, and long strips of scarlet cloth produced yells of ecstasy. The rifling of the caches effected a change in the fortunes and deportment of the whole party. The Snakes were better clad and equipped than ever were Snakes before, and the 3 Canadians, suddenly finding themselves with horse to ride and weapon to wear, were like beggars on horseback, ready to ride on any wild scamper. An opportunity soon presented. The Snakes determined on a hunting match on the buffalo prairies, to lay in a supply of beef, that they might live in plenty, as became men of their improved condition. The 3 newly mounted cavaliers must fain accompany them. They all traversed the Rocky Mountains in safety, descended to the head waters of the Missouri, and made great havoc among the buffaloes. Their hunting camp was full of meat. They were gorging themselves, like true Indians, with present plenty, and drying and jerking great quantities for a winter's supply. In the midst of their revelry and good cheer, the camp was surprised by the Blackfeet. Several of the Snakes were slain on the spot. The residue, with their 3 Canadian allies, fled to the mountains, stripped of horses, buffalo meat, everything, and made their way back to the old encampment on Snake River, poorer than ever, but esteeming themselves fortunate in having escaped with their lives. They had not been long there when the Canadians were cheered by the sight of a companion in misfortune, Dubreuil, the poor voyageur who had left Mr. Crooks in March, being too much exhausted to keep on with him. Not long afterwards, 3 other straggling members of the main expedition made their appearance. These were Carson, St. Michael, and Pierre Delaunay, 3 of the trappers who, in company with Pierre Dedaille, had been left among the mountains by Mr. Hunt, to trap beaver, in the preceding month of September. They had departed from the main body well armed and provided, with horses to ride, and horses to carry the peltries they were to collect. They came wandering into the Snake camp as ragged and destitute as their predecessors. It appears that they had finished their trapping, and were making their way in the spring to the Missouri, when they were met and attacked by a powerful band of the all-pervading Crows. They made a desperate resistance, and killed 7 of the savages, but were overpowered by numbers. Pierre Dedaille was slain, the rest were robbed of horses and effects, and obliged to turn back, when they fell in with their old companions as already mentioned. We should observe that at the heels of Pierre Delaunay came draggling an Indian wife, whom he had picked up in his wanderings, having grown weary of celibacy among the savages. The whole 7 of this forlorn fraternity of adventurers, thus accidentally congregated on the banks of Snake River, were making arrangements once more to cross the mountains, when some Indian scouts brought word of the approach of the little band headed by John Reed. The latter, having heard the several stories of these wanderers, took them all into his party, and set out for the Cauldron Lynn, to clear out 2 or 3 of the caches which had not been revealed to the Indians. At that place he met with Robinson, the Kentucky veteran, who, with his 2 comrades, Resner and Hoback, had remained there when Mr. Stewart went on. This adventurous trio had been trapping higher up the river, but Robinson had come down in a canoe to await the expected arrival of the party and obtain horses and equipments. He told Reed the story of the robbery of his party by the Arapahes, but it differed, in some particulars, from the account given by him to Mr. Stewart, in that he had represented Cass as having shamefully deserted his companions in their extremity, carrying off with him a horse. In the one now given, he spoke of him as having been killed in the affray with the Arapahes. This discrepancy, of which, of course, Reed could have had no knowledge at the time, concurred with other circumstances, to occasion afterwards some mysterious speculations and dark surmises as to the real fate of Cass. But as no substantial grounds were ever adduced for them, we forbear to throw any deeper shades into this story of sufferings in the wilderness. Mr. Reed, having gathered the remainder of the goods from the caches, put himself at the head of his party, now augmented by the 7 men thus casually picked up, and the squaw of Pierre Delaunay, and made his way successfully to Mackenzie's Post, on the waters of the Shahapton. Chapter 53. After the departure of the different detachments, or brigades, as they are called by the fur traders, the Beaver prepared for her voyage along the coast, and her visit to the Russian establishment at New Archangel, where she was to carry supplies. It had been determined in the Council of Partners at Astoria that Mr. Hunt should embark in this vessel, for the purpose of acquainting himself with the coasting trade, and of making arrangements with the commander of the Russian post, and that he should be relanded in October at Astoria by the Beaver on her way to the Sandwich Islands and Canton. The Beaver put to sea in the month of August. Her departure and that of the various brigades left the fortress of Astoria but slightly garrisoned. This was soon perceived by some of the Indian tribes, and the consequence was increased insolence of deportment, and a disposition to hostility. It was now the fishing season, when the tribes from the northern coast drew into the neighborhood of the Columbia. These were warlike and perfidious in their dispositions, and noted for their attempts to surprise trading ships. Among them were numbers of the Nuities, the ferocious tribe that massacred the crew of the Tonquin. Great precautions, therefore, were taken at the factory to guard against surprise while these dangerous intruders were in the vicinity. Galleries were constructed inside of the palisades. The bastions were heightened, and sentinels were posted day and night. Fortunately, the Chinooks and other tribes resident in the vicinity manifested the most pacific disposition. Old Comcomly, who held sway over them, was a shrewd calculator. He was aware of the advantages of having the whites as neighbors and allies, and of the consequence derived to himself and his people from acting as intermediate traders between them and the distant tribes. He had, therefore, by this time, become a firm friend of the Astorians, and formed a kind of barrier between them and the hostile intruders from the north. The summer of 1812 passed away without any of the hostilities that had been apprehended. The Nuities and other dangerous visitors to the neighborhood finished their fishing and returned home, and the inmates of the factory once more felt secure from attack. It now became necessary to guard against other evils. The season of scarcity arrived, which commences in October, and lasts until the end of January. To provide for the support of the garrison, the shallop was employed to forage about the shores of the river. A number of the men, also under the command of some of the clerks, were sent to quarter themselves on the banks of the Willamette, the Multnomah of Lewis and Clark, a fine river which disembogues itself into the Columbia, about 60 miles above Astoria. The country bordering on the river is finely diversified with prairies and hills, and forests of oak, ash, maple, and cedar. It abounded, at that time, with elk and deer, and the streams were well stocked with beaver. Here the party, after supplying their own wants, were enabled to pack up quantities of dried meat, and send it by canoes to Astoria. The month of October elapsed without the return of the beaver. November, December, January passed away, and still nothing was seen or heard of her. Gloomy apprehensions now began to be entertained. She might have been wrecked in the course of her coasting voyage, or surprised, like the Tonquin, by some of the treacherous tribes of the north. No one indulged more in these apprehensions than Dougal, who had now the charge of the establishment. He no longer evinced the bustling confidence and buoyancy which once characterized him. Command seemed to have lost its charms for him, or rather, he gave way to the most abject despondency, decrying the whole enterprise, magnifying every untoward circumstance, and foreboding nothing but evil. While in this moody state, he was surprised, on the 16th of January, by the sudden appearance of Mackenzie, way-worn and weather-beaten by a long wintry journey from his post on the Shahapton, and with a face the very frontispiece for a volume of misfortune. Mackenzie had been heartily disgusted and disappointed at his post. It was in the midst of the Tushpaws, a powerful and warlike nation, divided into many tribes under different chiefs, who possessed innumerable horses, but not having turned their attention to beaver trapping, had no furs to offer. According to Mackenzie, they were but a rascally tribe, from which we may infer that they were prone to consult their own interests more than comported with the interests of a greedy Indian trader. Game being scarce, he was obliged to rely, for the most part, on horseflesh for subsistence, and the Indians, discovering his necessities, adopted a policy usual in civilized trade, and raised the price of horses to an exorbitant rate, knowing that he and his men must eat or die. In this way, the goods he had brought to trade for beaver skins were likely to be bartered for horseflesh, and all the proceeds devoured upon the spot. He had dispatched trappers in various directions, but the country around did not offer more beaver than his own station. In this emergency he began to think of abandoning his unprofitable post, sending his goods to the posts of Clark and David Stewart, who could make a better use of them, as they were in a good beaver country, and returning with his party to Astoria to seek some better destination. With this view he repaired to the post of Mr. Clark to hold a consultation. While the two partners were in conference in Mr. Clark's wigwam, an unexpected visitor came bustling in upon them. This was Mr. John George Mtavish, a partner of the Northwest Company, who had charge of the rival trading posts established in that neighborhood. Mr. Mtavish was the delighted messenger of bad news. He had been to Lake Winnipeg, where he received an express from Canada, containing the declaration of war and President Madison's proclamation, which he handed with the most officious complaisance to Messrs. Clark and Mackenzie. He moreover told them that he had received a fresh supply of goods from the Northwest posts on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, and was prepared for vigorous opposition to the establishment of the American Company. He capped the climax of this obliging but belligerent intelligence by informing them that the armed ship, Isaac Todd, was to be at the mouth of the Columbia about the beginning of March, to get possession of the trade of the river, and that he was ordered to join her there at that time. The receipt of this news determined Mackenzie. He immediately returned to the Shahapton, broke up his establishment, deposited his goods in cash, and hastened with all his people to Astoria. The intelligence thus brought completed the dismay of Dougal, and seemed to produce a complete confusion of mind. He held a council of war with Mackenzie, at which some of the clerks were present, but of course had no votes. They gave up all hope of maintaining their post at Astoria. The beaver had probably been lost. They could receive no aid from the United States, as all the ports would be blockaded. From England nothing could be expected but hostility. It was determined, therefore, to abandon the establishment in the course of the following spring, and return across the Rocky Mountains. In pursuance of this resolution, they suspended all trade with the natives, except for provisions, having already more peltries than they could carry away, and having need of all the goods for the clothing and subsistence of their people, during the remainder of their sojourn, and on their journey across the mountains. This intention of abandoning Astoria was, however, kept secret from the men, lest they should at once give up all labor, and become restless and insubordinate. In the meantime, Mackenzie set off for his post at the Shahapton, to get his goods from the caches, and buy horses and provisions with them for the caravan across the mountains. He was charged with dispatches from Dougal to Messrs. Stewart and Clark, appraising them of the intended migration, that they might make timely preparations. Mackenzie was accompanied by two of the clerks, Mr. John Reed, the Irishman, and Mr. Alfred Seton of New York. They embarked in 2 canoes, manned by 17 men, and ascended the river without any incident of importance, until they arrived in the eventful neighborhood of the rapids. They made the portage of the Narrows and the falls early in the afternoon, and, having partaken of a scanty meal, had now a long evening on their hands. On the opposite side of the river lay the village of Wishram, of freebooting renown. Here lived the savages who had robbed and maltreated Reed, when bearing his tin box of dispatches. It was known that the rifle of which he was despoiled was retained as a trophy at the village. Mackenzie offered to cross the river and demand the rifle if anyone would accompany him. It was a harebrained project, for these villages were noted for the ruffian character of their inhabitants. Yet 2 volunteers promptly stepped forward, Alfred Seton, the clerk, and Joe de la Pierre, the cook. The trio soon reached the opposite side of the river. On landing, they freshly primed their rifles and pistols. A path winding for about 100 yards among rocks and crags led to the village. No notice seemed to be taken of their approach. Not a solitary being, man, woman, or child, greeted them. The very dogs, those noisy pests of an Indian town, kept silence. On entering the village, a boy made his appearance, and pointed to a house of larger dimensions than the rest. They had to stoop to enter it. As soon as they had passed the threshold, the narrow passage behind them was filled up by a sudden rush of Indians, who had before kept out of sight. Mackenzie and his companions found themselves in a rude chamber of about 25 feet long and 20 wide. A bright fire was blazing at one end, near which sat the chief, about 60 years old. A large number of Indians, wrapped in buffalo robes, were squatted in rows, 3 deep, forming a semicircle round 3 sides of the room. A single glance around sufficed to show them the grim and dangerous assembly into which they had intruded, and that all retreat was cut off by the mass which blocked up the entrance. The chief pointed to the vacant side of the room opposite to the door, and motioned for them to take their seats. They complied. A dead pause ensued. The grim warriors around sat like statues, each muffled in his robe, with his fierce eyes bent on the intruders. The latter felt they were in a perilous predicament. "Keep your eyes on the chief while I am addressing him," said Mackenzie to his companions. "Should he give any sign to his band, shoot him and make for the door." Mackenzie advanced and offered the pipe of peace to the chief, but it was refused. He then made a regular speech, explaining the object of their visit, and proposing to give in exchange for the rifle 2 blankets, an axe, some beads, and tobacco. When he had done, the chief rose, began to address him in a low voice, but soon became loud and violent, and ended by working himself up into a furious passion. He upbraided the white men for their sordid conduct in passing and repassing through their neighborhood, without giving them a blanket or any other article of goods, merely because they had no furs to barter in exchange, and he alluded, with menaces of vengeance, to the death of the Indian killed by the whites in the skirmish at the falls. Matters were verging to a crisis. It was evident the surrounding savages were only waiting a signal from the chief to spring upon their prey. Mackenzie and his companions had gradually risen on their feet during the speech, and had brought their rifles to a horizontal position, the barrels resting in their left hands. The muzzle of Mackenzie's piece was within 3 feet of the speaker's heart. They cocked their rifles. The click of the locks for a moment suffused the dark cheek of the savage, and there was a pause. They coolly but promptly advanced to the door. The Indians fell back in awe and suffered them to pass. The sun was just setting as they emerged from this dangerous den. They took the precaution to keep along the tops of the rocks as much as possible on their way back to the canoe, and reached their camp in safety, congratulating themselves on their escape, and feeling no desire to make a second visit to the grim warriors of Wishram. Mackenzie and his party resumed their journey the next morning. At some distance above the falls of the Columbia, they observed 2 bark canoes, filled with white men, coming down the river, to the full chant of a set of Canadian voyagers. Parley ensued. It was a detachment of Northwesters, under the command of Mr. John George Mtavish, bound, full of song and spirit, to the mouth of the Columbia, to await the arrival of the Isaac Todd. Mr. Mackenzie and Mtavish came to a halt, and landing, encamped for the night. The voyagers of either party hailed each other as brothers and old comrades, and they mingled together as if united by one common interest, instead of belonging to rival companies and trading under hostile flags. In the morning they proceeded on their different ways, in style corresponding to their different fortunes. The one toiling painfully against the stream, the other sweeping down gaily with the current. Mackenzie arrived safely at his deserted post on the Shahapton, but found, to his chagrin, that his caches had been discovered and rifled by the Indians. Here was a dilemma, for on the stolen goods he had depended to purchase horses of the Indians. He sent out men in all directions to endeavor to discover the thieves, and dispatched Mr. Reed to the posts of Messrs. Clark and David Stewart, with the letters of Mr. McDougall. The resolution announced in these letters, to break up and depart from Astoria, was condemned by both Clark and Stewart. These two gentlemen had been very successful at their posts, and considered it rash and pusillanimous to abandon, on the first difficulty, an enterprise of such great cost and ample promise. They made no arrangements, therefore, for leaving the country, but acted with a view to the maintenance of their new and prosperous establishments. The regular time approached, when the partners of the interior posts were to rendezvous at the mouth of the Walla Walla, on their way to Astoria, with the peltries they had collected. Mr. Clark accordingly packed all his furs on 28 horses, and, leaving a clerk and 4 men to take charge of the post, departed on the 25th of May with the residue of his force. On the 30th, he arrived at the confluence of the Pavian and Lewis rivers, where he had left his barge and canoes, in the guardianship of the old pierced-nosed chieftain. That dignitary had acquitted himself more faithfully to his charge than Mr. Clark had expected, and the canoes were found in very tolerable order. Some repairs were necessary, and, while they were making, the party encamped close by the village. Having had repeated and vexatious proofs of the pilfering propensities of this tribe during his former visit, Mr. Clark ordered that a wary eye should be kept upon them. He was a tall, good-looking man, and somewhat given to pomp and circumstance, which made him an object of note in the eyes of the wondering savages. He was stately, too, in his appointments, and had a silver goblet or drinking cup, out of which he would drink with a magnificent air, and then lock it up in a large guard vin, which accompanied him in his travels and stood in his tent. This goblet had originally been sent as a present from Mr. Astor to Mr. M.K., the partner who had unfortunately been blown up in the Tonquin. As it reached Astoria after the departure of that gentleman, it had remained in the possession of Mr. Clark. A silver goblet was too glittering a prize not to catch the eye of a pierced nose. It was like the shining tin case of John Reed. Such a wonder had never been seen in the land before. The Indians talked about it to one another. They marked the care with which it was deposited in the guard vin, like a relic in its shrine, and concluded that it must be a great medicine. That night Mr. Clark neglected to lock up his treasure. In the morning the sacred casket was open, the precious relic gone. Clark was now outrageous. All the past vexations that he had suffered from this pilfering community rose to mind, and he threatened that, unless the goblet was promptly returned, he would hang the thief, should he eventually discover him. The day passed away, however, without the restoration of the cup. At night sentinels were secretly posted about the camp. With all their vigilance, a pierced nose contrived to get into the camp unperceived, and to load himself with booty. It was only on his retreat that he was discovered and taken. At daybreak the culprit was brought to trial, and promptly convicted. He stood responsible for all the spoliations of the camp, the precious goblet among the number, and Mr. Clark passed sentence of death upon him. A gibbet was accordingly constructed of oars. The chief of the village and his people were assembled, and the culprit was produced, with his legs and arms pinioned. Clark then made a harangue. He reminded the tribe of the benefits he had bestowed upon them during his former visits, and the many thefts and other misdeeds which he had overlooked. The prisoner, especially, had always been peculiarly well treated by the white men, but had repeatedly been guilty of pilfering. He was to be punished for his own misdeeds, and as a warning to his tribe. The Indians now gathered round Mr. Clark, and interceded for the culprit. They were willing he should be punished severely, but implored that his life might be spared. The companions, too, of Mr. Clark, considered the sentence too severe, and advised him to mitigate it. But he was inexorable. He was not naturally a stern or cruel man, but from his boyhood he had lived in the Indian country among Indian traders, and held the life of a savage extremely cheap. He was, moreover, a firm believer in the doctrine of intimidation. Farnham, a clerk, a tall Green Mountain boy from Vermont, who had been robbed of a pistol, acted as executioner. The signal was given, and the poor pierced nose, resisting, struggling, and screaming, in the most frightful manner, was launched into eternity. The Indians stood round gazing in silence and mute awe, but made no attempt to oppose the execution, nor testified any emotion when it was over. They locked up their feelings within their bosoms until an opportunity should arrive to gratify them with a bloody act of vengeance. To say nothing of the needless severity of this act, its impolicy was glaringly obvious. Mr. M'Lennan and 3 men were to return to the post with the horses, their loads having been transferred to the canoes. They would have to pass through a tract of country infested by this tribe, who were all horsemen and hard riders, and might pursue them to take vengeance for the death of their comrade. M'Lennan, however, was a resolute fellow, and made light of all dangers. He and his 3 men were present at the execution, and set off as soon as life was extinct in the victim. But, to use the words of one of their comrades, they did not let the grass grow under the heels of their horses as they clattered out of the pierced-nose country, and were glad to find themselves in safety at the post. Mr. Clark and his party embarked about the same time in their canoes, and early on the following day reached the mouth of the Walla Walla, where they found Messrs. Stewart and Kenzie awaiting them, the latter having recovered part of the goods stolen from his cache. Clark informed them of the signal punishment he had inflicted on the pierced nose, evidently expecting to excite their admiration by such a hearty act of justice, performed in the very midst of the Indian country, but was mortified at finding it strongly censured as inhuman, unnecessary, and likely to provoke hostilities. The parties thus united formed a squadron of 2 boats and 6 canoes, with which they performed their voyage in safety down the river, and arrived at Astoria on the 12th of June, bringing with them a valuable stock of peltries. About 10 days previously, the brigade which had been quartered on the banks of the Willamette had arrived with numerous packs of beaver, the result of a few months' sojourn on that river. These were the first fruits of the enterprise, gathered by men as yet mere strangers in the land, but they were such as to give substantial grounds for sanguine anticipations of profit, when the country should be more completely explored and the trade established. Chapter 54. The partners found Mr. McDougall in all the bustle of preparation. Having about 9 days previously announced at the factory his intention of breaking up the establishment, and fixed upon the 1st of July for the time of departure. Messrs. Stewart and Clark felt highly displeased at his taking so precipitate a step, without waiting for their concurrence, when he must have known that their arrival could not be far distant. Indeed, the whole conduct of Mr. McDougall was such as to awaken strong doubts as to his loyal devotion to the cause. His old sympathies with the Northwest Company seemed to have revived. He had received McTavish and his party with uncalled-for hospitality, as though they were friends and allies, instead of being a party of observation, come to reconnoiter the state of affairs at Astoria, and to await the arrival of a hostile ship. Had they been left to themselves, they would have been starved off for want of provisions, or driven away by the Chinooks, who only wanted a signal from the factory to treat them as intruders and enemies. McDougall, on the contrary, had supplied them from the stores of the garrison, and had gained them the favor of the Indians by treating them as friends. Having set his mind fixedly on the project of breaking up the establishment at Astoria, in the current year, McDougall was sorely disappointed at finding that Messrs. Stewart and Clark had omitted to comply with his request to purchase horses and provisions for the caravan across the mountains. It was now too late to make the necessary preparations in time for traversing the mountains before winter, and the project had to be postponed. In the meantime, the non-arrival of the annual ship, and the apprehensions entertained of the loss of the beaver and of Mr. Hunt, had their effect upon the minds of Messrs. Stewart and Clark. They began to listen to the desponding representations of McDougall, seconded by Mackenzie, who inveighed against their situation as desperate and forlorn, left to shift for themselves or perish upon a barbarous coast, neglected by those who sent them there, and threatened with dangers of every kind. In this way they were brought to consent to the plan of abandoning the country in the ensuing year. About this time, McTavish applied at the factory to purchase a small supply of goods wherewith to trade his way back to his post on the upper waters of the Columbia, having waited in vain for the arrival of the Isaac Todd. His request brought on a consultation among the partners. McDougall urged that it should be complied with. He furthermore proposed that they should give up to McTavish for a proper consideration the post on the Spoken and all its dependencies, as they had not sufficient goods on hand to supply that post themselves, and to keep up a competition with the Northwest Company in the trade with the neighboring Indians. This last representation has since been proved incorrect. By inventories, it appears that their stock in hand for the supply of the interior posts was superior to that of the Northwest Company, so that they had nothing to fear from competition. Through the influence of Messrs. McDougall and Mackenzie, this proposition was adopted, and was promptly accepted by McTavish. The merchandise sold to him amounted to $858, to be paid for in the following spring in horses or in any other manner most acceptable to the partners at that period. This agreement being concluded, the partners formed their plans for the year that they would yet have to pass in the country. Their objects were, chiefly, present subsistence, and the purchase of horses for the contemplated journey, though they were likewise to collect as much peltries as their diminished means would command. Accordingly, it was arranged that David Stewart should return to his former post on the Okanagan, and Mr. Clark should make his sojourn among the Flatheads. John Reed, the sturdy Hibernian, was to undertake the Snake River country, accompanied by Pierre Dorion and Pierre Delaunay, as hunters, and Francis Landry, Jean-Baptiste Turcotte, André Lachapelle, and Gillis Leclerc, Canadian voyagers. Astoria, however, was the post about which they felt the greatest solicitude, and on which they all more or less depended. The maintenance of this in safety throughout the coming year was, therefore, their grand consideration. Mr. McDougall was to continue in command of it, with a party of 40 men. They would have to depend chiefly upon the neighboring savages for their subsistence. These, at present, were friendly, but it was to be feared that, when they should discover the exigencies of the post, and its real weakness, they might proceed to hostilities, or, at any rate, might cease to furnish their usual supplies. It was important, therefore, to render the place as independent as possible of the surrounding tribes for its support, and it was accordingly resolved that Mackenzie, with 4 hunters and 8 common men, should winter in the abundant country of Willamette, from whence they might be enabled to furnish a constant supply of provisions to Astoria. As there was too great a proportion of clerks for the number of privates in the service, the engagements of 3 of them, Ross Cox, Ross, and Lennon, were surrendered to them, and they immediately enrolled themselves in the service of the Northwest Company, glad, no doubt, to escape from what they considered a sinking ship. Having made all these arrangements, the 4 partners, on the 1st of July, signed a formal manifesto, stating the alarming state of their affairs, from the non-arrival of the annual ship, and the absence and apprehended loss of the Beaver, their want of goods, their despair of receiving any further supply, their ignorance of the coast, and their disappointment as to the interior trade, which they pronounced unequal to the expenses incurred, and incompetent to stand against the powerful opposition of the Northwest Company. And as by the 16th article of the company's agreement, they were authorized to abandon this undertaking, and dissolve the concern, if before the period of 5 years it should be found unprofitable, they now formally announced their intention to do so on the 1st day of June of the ensuing year, unless in the interim they should receive the necessary support and supplies from Mr. Astor, or the stockholders, with orders to continue. This instrument, accompanied by private letters of similar import, was delivered to Mr. McTavish, who departed on the 5th of July. He engaged to forward the dispatches to Mr. Astor by the usual winter express sent overland by the Northwest Company. The manifesto was signed with great reluctance by Messrs. Clark and D. Stewart, whose experience by no means justified the discouraging account given in it of the internal trade, and who considered the main difficulties of exploring an unknown and savage country, and of ascertaining the best trading and trapping grounds, in a great measure overcome. They were overruled, however, by the urgent instances of McDougall and Mackenzie, who, having resolved upon abandoning the enterprise, were desirous of making as strong a case as possible to excuse their conduct to Mr. Astor and to the world. Chapter 55. While difficulties and disasters had been gathering about the infant settlement of Astoria, the mind of its projector at New York was a prey to great anxiety. The ship Lark, dispatched by him with supplies for the establishment, sailed on the 6th of March, 1813. Within a fortnight afterwards, he received intelligence which justified all his apprehensions of hostility on the part of the British. The Northwest Company had made a second memorial to that government, representing Astoria as an American establishment, stating the vast scope of its contemplated operations, magnifying the strength of its fortifications, and expressing their fears that, unless crushed in the bud, it would affect the downfall of their trade. Influenced by these representations, the British government ordered the frigate Phoebe to be detached as a convoy for the armed ship, Isaac Todd, which was ready to sail with men and munitions for forming a new establishment. They were to proceed together to the mouth of the Columbia, capture or destroy whatever American fortress they should find there, and plant the British flag on its ruins. Informed of these movements, Mr. Astor lost no time in addressing a second letter to the Secretary of State, communicating this intelligence, and requesting it might be laid before the President. As no notice, however, had been taken of his previous letter, he contented himself with this simple communication, and made no further application for aid. Awakened now to the danger that menaced the establishment at Astoria, and aware of the importance of protecting this foothold of American commerce and empire on the shores of the Pacific, the government determined to send the frigate Adams, Captain Crane, upon this service. On hearing of this determination, Mr. Astor immediately proceeded to fit out a ship called the Enterprise, to sail in company with the Adams, freighted with additional supplies and reinforcements for Astoria. About the middle of June, while in the midst of these preparations, Mr. Astor received a letter from Mr. R. Stewart, dated St. Louis, May 1st, confirming the intelligence already received through the public newspapers of his safe return, and of the arrival of Mr. Hunt and his party at Astoria, and giving the most flattering accounts of the prosperity of the enterprise. So deep had been the anxiety of Mr. Astor for the success of this object of his ambition, that this gleam of good news was almost overpowering. "I felt ready," said he, "to fall upon my knees in a transport of gratitude." At the same time he heard that the Beaver had made good her voyage from New York to the Columbia. This was additional ground of hope for the welfare of the little colony. The post being thus relieved and strengthened, with an American at its head, and a ship of war about to sail for its protection, the prospect for the future seemed full of encouragement, and Mr. Astor proceeded with fresh vigor to fit out his merchant ship. Unfortunately for Astoria, this bright gleam of sunshine was soon overclouded. Just as the Adams had received her complement of men, and the two vessels were ready for sea, news came from Commodore Chauncey, commanding on Lake Ontario, that a reinforcement of seamen was wanted in that quarter. The demand was urgent. The crew of the Adams was immediately transferred to that service, and the ship was laid up. This was a most ill-timed and discouraging blow, but Mr. Astor would not yet allow himself to pause in his undertaking. He determined to send the Enterprise to sea alone, and let her take the chance of making her unprotected way across the ocean. Just at this time, however, a British force made its appearance off the Hook, and the port of New York was effectually blockaded. To send a ship to sea under these circumstances would be to expose her to almost certain capture. The Enterprise was, therefore, unloaded and dismantled, and Mr. Astor was obliged to comfort himself with the hope that the Lark might reach Astoria in safety and that, aided by her supplies, and by the good management of Mr. Hunt and his associates, the little colony might be able to maintain itself until the return of peace. Chapter 56. We have hitherto had so much to relate of a gloomy and disastrous nature, that it is with a feeling of momentary relief we turn to something of a more pleasing complexion, and record the first, and indeed only nuptials in high life that took place in the infant settlement of Astoria. Dougal, who appears to have been a man of 1,000 projects, and of great, though somewhat irregular ambition, suddenly conceived the idea of seeking the hand of one of the native princesses, a daughter of the one-eyed potentate Comcomly, who held sway over the fishing tribe of the Chinooks, and had long supplied the factory with smelts and sturgeons. Some accounts give rather a romantic origin to this affair, tracing it to the stormy night when Dougal, in the course of an exploring expedition, was driven by stress of whether to seek shelter in the royal abode of Comcomly. Then and there he was first struck with the charms of the piscatory princess, as she exerted herself to entertain her father's guest. The Journal of Astoria, however, which was kept under his own eye, records this union as a high state alliance, and great stroke of policy. The factory had to depend, in a great measure, on the Chinooks for provisions. They were at present friendly, but it was to be feared they would prove otherwise, should they discover the weakness and the exigencies of the post, and the intention to leave the country. This alliance, therefore, would infallibly rivet Comcomly to the interests of the Astorians, and with him the powerful tribe of the Chinooks. Be this as it may, and it is hard to fathom the real policy of governors and princes, Dougal dispatched 2 of the clerks as ambassadors extraordinary, to wait upon the one-eyed chieftain, and make overtures for the hand of his daughter. The Chinooks, though not a very refined nation, have notions of matrimonial arrangements that would not disgrace the most refined sticklers for settlements and pin money. The suitor repairs not to the bower of his mistress, but to her father's lodge, and throws down a present at his feet. His wishes are then disclosed by some discreet friend employed by him for the purpose. If the suitor and his present find favor in the eyes of the father, he breaks the matter to his daughter, and inquires into the state of her inclinations. Should her answer be favorable, the suit is accepted and the lover has to make further presents to the father, of horses, canoes, and other valuables, according to the beauty and merits of the bride, looking forward to a return in kind whenever they shall go to housekeeping. We have more than once had occasion to speak of the shrewdness of Comcomly, but never was it exerted more adroitly than on this occasion. He was a great friend of Dougal, and pleased with the idea of having so distinguished a son-in-law, but so favorable an opportunity of benefiting his own fortune was not likely to occur a second time, and he determined to make the most of it. Accordingly, the negotiation was protracted with true diplomatic skill. Conference after conference was held with the 2 ambassadors. Comcomly was extravagant in his terms, rating the charms of his daughter at the highest price, and indeed she is represented as having one of the flattest and most aristocratical heads in the tribe. At length the preliminaries were all happily adjusted. On the 20th of July, early in the afternoon, a squadron of canoes crossed over from the village of the Chinooks, bearing the royal family of Comcomly and all his court. That worthy sachem landed in princely state, arrayed in a bright blue blanket and red breech clout, with an extra quantity of paint and feathers, attended by a train of half-naked warriors and nobles. A horse was in waiting to receive the princess, who was mounted behind one of the clerks, and thus conveyed, coy but compliant, to the fortress. Here she was received with devout, though decent joy, by her expecting bridegroom. Her bridal adornments, it is true, at first caused some little dismay, having painted and anointed herself for the occasion according to the Chinook toilet. By dint, however, of copious ablutions, she was freed from all adventitious tint and fragrance, and entered into the nuptial state, the cleanest princess that had ever been known, of the somewhat unctuous tribe of the Chinooks. From that time forward, Comcomly was a daily visitor at the fort, and was admitted into the most intimate counsels of his son-in-law. He took an interest in everything that was going forward, but was particularly frequent in his visits to the blacksmith's shop, tasking the labors of the artificer in iron for every state, insomuch that the necessary business of the factory was often postponed to attend to his requisitions. The honeymoon had scarce passed away, and Dougal was seated with his bride in the fortress of Astoria, when, about noon of the 20th of August, Gassacop, the son of Comcomly, hurried into his presence with great agitation, and announced a ship at the mouth of the river. The news produced a vast sensation. Was it a ship of peace or war? Was it American or British? Was it the Beaver or the Isaac Todd? Dougal hurried to the waterside, threw himself into a boat, and ordered the hands to pull with all speed for the mouth of the harbor. Those in the fort remained watching the entrance of the river, anxious to know whether they were to prepare for greeting a friend or fighting an enemy. At length the ship was descried crossing the bar, and bending her course towards Astoria. Every gaze was fixed upon her in silent scrutiny, until the American flag was recognized. A general shout was the first expression of joy, and next a salutation was thundered from the cannon of the fort. The vessel came to anchor on the opposite side of the river, and returned the salute. The boat of Mr. Dougal went on board, and was seen returning late in the afternoon. The Astorians watched her with straining eyes, to discover who were on board, but the sun went down, and the evening closed in, before she was sufficiently near. At length she reached the land, and Mr. Hunt stepped on shore. He was hailed as one risen from the dead, and his return was a signal for merriment almost equal to that which prevailed at the nuptials of Ndugal. We must now explain the cause of this gentleman's long absence, which had given rise to such gloomy and dispiriting surmises. Chapter 57. It will be recollected that the destination of the Boston, when she sailed from Astoria on the 4th of August in 1812, was to proceed northwardly along the coast to Sitka or New Archangel, there to dispose of that part of her cargo intended for the supply of the Russian establishment at that place, and then to return to Astoria, where it was expected she would arrive in October. New Archangel is situated in Norfolk Sound, lat. 57 degrees 2 foot N, long. 135 degrees 50 foot W. It was the headquarters of the different colonies of the Russian Fur Company, and the common rendezvous of the American vessels trading along the coast. The Beaver met with nothing worthy of particular mention in her voyage, and arrived at New Archangel on the 19th of August. The place at that time was the residence of Count Baranoff, the governor of the different colonies, a rough, rugged, hospitable, hard-drinking old Russian, somewhat of a soldier, somewhat of a trader, above all a boon companion of the old roistering school, with a strong cross of the bear. Mr. Hunt found this Hyperborean veteran ensconced in a fort which crested the whole of a rocky promontory. It mounted 100 guns, large and small, and was impregnable to Indian attack, unaided by artillery. Here the old governor lorded it over 60 Russians, who formed the core of the trading establishment, besides an indefinite number of Indian hunters of the Kodiak tribe, who were continually coming and going, or lounging and loitering about the fort like so many hounds round a sportsman's hunting quarters. Though a loose liver among his guests, the governor was a strict disciplinarian among his men, keeping them in perfect subjection, and having 7 on guard night and day. Besides those immediate serfs and dependents just mentioned, the old Russian potentate exerted a considerable sway over a numerous and irregular class of maritime traders, who looked to him for aid and munitions, and through whom he may be said to have, in some degree, extended his power along the whole northwest coast. These were American captains of vessels engaged in a particular department of the trade. One of these captains would come, in a manner, empty-handed to New Archangel. Here his ship would be furnished with about 50 canoes and 100 Kodiak hunters, and fitted out with provisions, and everything necessary for hunting the sea otter on the coast of California, where the Russians have another establishment. The ship would ply along the California coast from place to place, dropping parties of otter hunters in their canoes, furnishing them only with water, and leaving them to depend upon their own dexterity for a maintenance. When a sufficient cargo was collected, she would gather up her canoes and hunters, and return with them to Archangel, where the captain would render in the returns of his voyage, and receive 1/2 of the skins for his share. Over these coasting captains, as we have hinted, the veteran governor exerted some sort of sway, but it was of a peculiar and characteristic kind. It was the tyranny of the table. They were obliged to join him in his prosniks or carousals, and to drink potations pottle deep. His carousals, too, were not of the most quiet kind, nor were his potations as mild as nectar. "He is continually," said Mr. Hunt, "giving entertainments by way of parade, and if you do not drink raw rum and boiling punch as strong as sulphur, he will insult you as soon as he gets drunk, which is very shortly after sitting down to table. As to any temperance captain who stood fast to his faith, and refused to give up his sobriety, he might go elsewhere for a market, for he stood no chance with the governor. Rarely, however, did any cold-water caitiff of the kind darken the doors of old Baranoff. The coasting captains knew too well his humor and their own interests. They joined in his revels, they drank and sang and hooped and hiccuped until they all got half seas over, and then affairs went on swimmingly. An awful warning to all flinchers occurred shortly before Mr. Hunt's arrival. A young naval officer had recently been sent out by the Emperor to take command of one of the company's vessels. The governor, as usual, had him at his prosniks, and plied him with fiery potations. The young man stood on the defensive until the old count's ire was completely kindled. He carried his point and made the greenhorn tipsy willy-nilly. In proportion as they grew fuddled they grew noisy, they quarreled in their cups. The youngster paid old Baranoff in his own coin by rating him soundly, in reward for which, when sober, he was taken the rounds of 4 pickets, and received 79 lashes, tailed out with Russian punctuality of punishment. Such was the old grizzled bear with whom Mr. Hunt had to do his business. How he managed to cope with his humor, whether he pledged himself in raw rum and blazing punch and clinked the can with him as they made their bargains, does not appear upon record. We must infer, however, from his general observations on the absolute sway of this hard-drinking potentate, that he had to conform to the customs of his court, and that their business transactions presented a maudlin mixture of punch and peltry. The greatest annoyance to Mr. Hunt, however, was the delay to which he was subjected, in disposing of the cargo of the ship, and getting the requisite returns. With all the governor's devotions to the bottle, he never obfuscated his faculties sufficiently to lose sight of his interest, and is represented by Mr. Hunt as keen, not to say crafty, at a bargain as the most errant water-drinker. A long time was expended negotiating with him, and by the time the bargain was concluded, the month of October had arrived. To add to the delay, he was to be paid for his cargo in sealskins. Now it so happened that there was none of this kind of peltry at the fort of Old Baranoff. It was necessary, therefore, for Mr. Hunt to proceed to a seal-catching establishment, which the Russian company had at the island of St. Paul, in the Sea of Kamchatka. He accordingly set sail on the 4th of October, after having spent 45 days at New Archangel boozing and bargaining with its roistering commander, and right glad was he to escape from the clutches of this old man of the sea. The Beaver arrived at St. Paul's on the 31st of October, by which time, according to arrangement, he ought to have been back at Astoria. The island of St. Paul is in latitude 57 degrees north, longitude 170 degrees or 171 degrees west. Its shores, in certain places and at certain seasons, are covered with seals, while others are playing about in the water. Of these, the Russians take only the small ones, from 7 to 10 months old, and carefully select the males, giving the females their freedom, that the breed may not be diminished. The islanders, however, kill the large ones for provisions, and for skins wherewith to cover their canoes. They drive them from the shore over the rocks, until within a short distance of their habitations, where they kill them. By this means, they save themselves the trouble of carrying the skins and have the flesh at hand. This is thrown in heaps, and when the season for skinning is over, they take out the entrails and make one heap of the blubber. This, with driftwood, serves for fuel, for the island is entirely destitute of trees. They make another heap of the flesh, which, with the eggs of seafowls, preserved in oil, an occasional sea lion, a few ducks in winter, and some wild roots, compose their food. Mr. Hunt found several Russians at the island, and 100 hunters, natives of Unalaska, with their families. They lived in cabins that looked like canoes, being, for the most part, formed of the jawbone of a whale, put up as rafters, across which were laid pieces of driftwood covered over with long grass, the skins of large sea animals and earth, so as to be quite comfortable in despite of the rigors of the climate, though we are told they had as ancient and fish-like an odor, as had the quarters of Jonah when he lodged within the whale. In one of these odoriferous mansions, Mr. Hunt occasionally took up his abode, that he might be at hand to hasten the loading of the ship. The operation, however, was somewhat slow, for it was necessary to overhaul and inspect every pack to prevent imposition, and the peltries had then to be conveyed in large boats, made of skins, to the ship, which was some little distance from the shore, standing off and on. One night, while Mr. Hunt was on shore, with some others of the crew, there arose a terrible gale. When the day broke, the ship was not to be seen. He watched for her with anxious eyes until night, but in vain. Day after day of boisterous storms, and howling wintry weather, were passed in watchfulness and solicitude. Nothing was to be seen but a dark and angry sea, and a scowling northern sky, and at night he retired within the jaws of the whale, and nestled disconsolately among seal skins. At length, on the 13th of November, the Beaver made her appearance, much the worse for the stormy conflicts which she had sustained in those Hyperborean seas. She had been obliged to carry a press of sail in heavy gales to be able to hold her ground, and had consequently sustained great damage in her canvas and rigging. Mr. Hunt lost no time in hurrying the residue of the cargo on board of her. Then, bidding adieu to his seal-fishing friends and his whalebone habitation, he put forth once more to sea. He was now for making the best of his way to Astoria, and fortunate would it have been for the interests of that place, and the interests of Mr. Astor had he done so. But, unluckily, a perplexing question rose in his mind. The sails and rigging of the Beaver had been much rent and shattered in the late storm. Would she be able to stand the hard gales to be expected in making Columbia River at this season? Was it prudent, also, at this boisterous time of the year to risk the valuable cargo which she now had on board, by crossing and recrossing the dangerous bar of that river? These doubts were probably suggested or enforced by Captain Soule, who, it has already been seen, was an overcautious or rather a timid seaman, and they may have had some weight with Mr. Hunt. But there were other considerations which more strongly swayed his mind. The lateness of the season and the unforeseen delays the ship had encountered at New Archangel, and by being obliged to proceed to St. Paul's, had put her so much back in her calculated time, that there was a risk of her arriving so late at Canton as to come to a bad market, both for the sale of her peltries and the purchase of a return cargo. He considered it to the interest of the company, therefore, that he should proceed at once to the Sandwich Islands. There wait the arrival of the annual vessel from New York, take passage in her to Astoria, and suffer the Beaver to continue on to Canton. On the other hand, he was urged to the other course by his engagements, by the plan of the voyage marked out for the Beaver by Mr. Astor, by his inclination and the possibility that the establishment might need his presence, and by the recollection that there must already be a large amount of peltries collected at Astoria and waiting for the return of the Beaver to convey them to market. These conflicting questions perplexed and agitated his mind and gave rise to much anxious reflection, for he was a conscientious man that seems ever to have aimed at a faithful discharge of his duties, and to have had the interests of his employers earnestly at heart. His decision in the present instance was injudicious, and proved unfortunate. It was to bear away for the Sandwich Islands. He persuaded himself that it was a matter of necessity, and that the distressed condition of the ship left him no other alternative, but we rather suspect he was so persuaded by the representations of the timid captain. They accordingly stood for the Sandwich Islands, arrived at Woahoo, where the ship underwent the necessary repairs, and again put to sea on the 1st of January 1813, leaving Mr. Hunt on the island. We will follow the Beaver to Canton, as her fortunes, in some measure, exemplify the evil of commanders of ships acting contrary to orders, and as they form a part of the tissue of cross-purposes that marred the great commercial enterprise we have undertaken to record. The Beaver arrived safe at Canton, where Captain Soule found the letter of Mr. Astor, giving him information of the war and directing him to convey the intelligence to Astoria. He wrote a reply, dictated either by timidity or obstinacy, in which he declined complying with the orders of Mr. Astor, but said he would wait for the return of peace, and then come home. The other proceedings of Captain Soule were equally wrong-headed and unlucky. He was offered $150,000 for the fur he had taken on board at St. Paul's. The goods for which it had been procured cost but $25,000 in New York. Had he accepted this offer and reinvested the amount in nankeens, which at that time, in consequence of the interruption to commerce by the war, were at 2/3 of their usual price, the whole would have brought $300,000 in New York. It is true, the war would have rendered it unsafe to attempt the homeward voyage, but he might have put the goods in store at Canton until after the peace, and have sailed without risk of capture to Astoria, bringing to the partners at that place tidings of the great profits realized on the outward cargo, and the still greater to be expected from the returns. The news of such a brilliant commencement to their undertaking would have counterbalanced the gloomy tidings of the war. It would have infused new spirit into them all, and given them courage and constancy to persevere in the enterprise. Captain Soule, however, refused the offer of $150,000, and stood wavering and chaffering for higher terms. The furs began to fall in value. This only increased his irresolution. They sunk so much that he feared to sell it all. He borrowed money on Mr. Astor's account at an interest of 18%, and laid up his ship to await the return of peace. In the meanwhile, Mr. Hunt soon saw reason to repent the resolution he had adopted in altering the destination of the ship. His stay at the Sandwich Islands was prolonged far beyond expectation. He looked in vain for the annual ship in the spring. Month after month passed by, and still she did not make her appearance. He, too, proved the danger of departing from orders. Had he returned from St. Paul's to Astoria, all the anxiety and despondency about his fate, and about the whole course of the undertaking, would have been obviated. The Beaver would have received the furs collected at the factory and taken them to Canton, and great gains instead of great losses would have been the result. The greatest blunder, however, was that committed by Captain Soule. At length, about the 20th of June, the ship Albatross, Captain Smith, arrived from China and brought the first tidings of the war to the Sandwich Islands. Mr. Hunt was no longer in doubt and perplexity as to the reason of the non-appearance of the annual ship. His first thoughts were for the welfare of Astoria, and, concluding that the inhabitants would probably be in want of provisions, he chartered the Albatross for $2,000 to land him with some supplies at the mouth of the Columbia, where he arrived, as we have seen, on the 20th of August, after a year's seafaring that might have furnished a chapter in the wanderings of Sinbad. Chapter 58. Mr. Hunt was overwhelmed with surprise when he learnt the resolution taken by the partners to abandon Astoria. He soon found, however, that matters had gone too far, and the minds of his colleagues had become too firmly bent upon the measure to render any opposition of avail. He was beset, too, with the same disparaging accounts of the interior trade, and of the whole concerns and prospects of the company that had been rendered to Mr. Astor. His own experience had been full of perplexities and discouragements. He had a conscientious anxiety for the interests of Mr. Astor, and, not comprehending the extended views of that gentleman, and his habit of operating with great amounts, he had from the first been daunted by the enormous expenses required, and had become disheartened by the subsequent losses sustained, which appeared to him to be ruinous in their magnitude. By degrees, therefore, he was brought to acquiesce in the step taken by his colleagues, as perhaps advisable in the exigencies of the case. His only care was to wind up the business with as little further loss as possible to Mr. Astor. A large stock of valuable furs was collected at the factory, which it was necessary to get to a market. There were 25 Sandwich Islanders also in the employ of the company, whom they were bound, by express agreement, to restore to their native country. For these purposes a ship was necessary. The Albatross was bound to the Marquesas, and thence to the Sandwich Islands. It was resolved that Mr. Hunt should sail in her in quest of a vessel, and should return, if possible, by the 1st of January, bringing with him a supply of provisions. Should anything occur, however, to prevent his return, an arrangement was to be proposed to Mr. Mtavish to transfer such of the men as were so disposed from the service of the American Fur Company into that of the Northwest, the latter becoming responsible for the wages due them, on receiving an equivalent in goods from the storehouse of the factory. As a means of facilitating the dispatch of business, Mr. McDougall proposed that in case Mr. Hunt should not return, the whole arrangement with Mr. Mtavish should be left solely to him. This was assented to, the contingency being considered possible but not probable. It is proper to note that, on the first announcement by Mr. McDougall of his intention to break up the establishment, 3 of the clerks, British subjects, had, with his consent, passed into the service of the Northwest Company, and departed with Mr. Mtavish for his post in the interior. Having arranged all these matters during a sojourn of 6 days at Astoria, Mr. Hunt set sail in the Albatross on the 26th of August, and arrived without accident at the Marquesas. He had not been there long, when Porter arrived in the frigate Essex, bringing in a number of stout London whalers as prizes, having made a sweeping cruise in the Pacific. From Commodore Porter he received the alarming intelligence that the British frigate Phoebe, with a store-ship mounted with battering pieces, calculated to attack forts, had arrived at Rio Janeiro, where she had been joined by the sloops of war Cherub and Raccoon, and that they had all sailed in company on the 6th of July for the Pacific, bound, as it was supposed, to Columbia River. Here, then, was the death warrant of unfortunate Astoria. The anxious mind of Mr. Hunt was in greater perplexity than ever. He had been eager to extricate the property of Mr. Astor from a failing concern with as little loss as possible. There was now danger that the whole would be swallowed up. How was it to be snatched from the Gulf? It was impossible to charter a ship for the purpose, now that a British squadron was on its way to the river. He applied to purchase one of the whale ships brought in by Commodore Porter. The Commodore demanded $25,000 for her. The price appeared exorbitant, and no bargain could be made. Mr. Hunt then urged the Commodore to fit out one of his prizes, and send her to Astoria to bring off the property and part of the people, but he declined, from want of authority. He assured Mr. Hunt, however, that he would endeavor to fall in with the enemy, or should he hear of their having certainly gone to the Columbia, He would either follow or anticipate them, should his circumstances warrant such a step. In this tantalizing state of suspense, Mr. Hunt was detained at the Marquesas until November 23d, when he proceeded in the Albatross to the Sandwich Islands. He still cherished a faint hope that, notwithstanding the war and all other discouraging circumstances, the annual ship might have been sent by Mr. Astor, and might have touched at the islands, and proceeded to the Columbia. He knew the pride and interest taken by that gentleman in his great enterprise, and that he would not be deterred by dangers and difficulties from prosecuting it. Much less would he leave the infant establishment without succor and support in the time of trouble. In this, we have seen, he did but justice to Mr. Astor, and we must now turn to notice the cause of the non-arrival of the vessel which he had dispatched with reinforcements and supplies. Her voyage forms another chapter of accidents in this eventful story. The Lark sailed from New York on the 6th of March, 1813, and proceeded prosperously on her voyage, until within a few degrees of the Sandwich Islands. Here a gale sprang up that soon blew with tremendous violence. The Lark was a staunch and noble ship, and for a time buffeted bravely with the storm. Unluckily, however, she broached to, and was struck by a heavy sea that hove her on her beam ends. The helm, too, was knocked to leeward, all command of the vessel was lost, and another mountain wave completely overset her. Orders were given to cut away the masts. In the hurry and confusion, the boats also were unfortunately cut adrift. The wreck then righted, but was a mere hulk, full of water, with a heavy sea washing over it, and all the hatches off. On mustering the crew, one man was missing, who was discovered below in the forecastle, drowned. In cutting away the masts, it had been utterly impossible to observe the necessary precaution of commencing with the lee rigging, that being, from the position of the ship, completely under water. The masts and spars, therefore, being linked to the wreck by the shrouds and the rigging, remained alongside for 4 days. During all this time the ship lay rolling in the trough of the sea, the heavy surges breaking over her, and the spars heaving and banging to and fro, bruising the half-drowned sailors that clung to the bowsprit and the stumps of the masts. The sufferings of these poor fellows were intolerable. They stood to their waists in water, in imminent peril of being washed off by every surge. In this position they dared not sleep, lest they should let go their hold and be swept away. The only dry place on the wreck was the bowsprit. Here they took turns to be tied on, for half an hour at a time, and in this way gained short snatches of sleep. On the 14th, the first mate died at his post, and was swept off by the surges. On the 17th, 2 seamen, faint and exhausted, were washed overboard. The next wave threw their bodies back upon the deck, where they remained, swashing backward and forward, ghastly objects to the almost perishing survivors. Mr. Ogden, the supercargo, who was at the bowsprit, called to the men nearest to the bodies, to fasten them to the wreck, as a last horrible resource in case of being driven to extremity by famine. On the 17th the gale gradually subsided, and the sea became calm. The sailors now crawled feebly about the wreck, and began to relieve it from the main encumbrances. The spars were cleared away, the anchors and guns heaved overboard, the spritsail yard was rigged for a jurymast, and a mizzen topsail set upon it. A sort of stage was made of a few broken spars, on which the crew were raised above the surface of the water, so as to be enabled to keep themselves dry, and to sleep comfortably. Still their sufferings from hunger and thirst were great. But there was a Sandwich Islander on board, an expert swimmer, who found his way into the cabin, and occasionally brought up a few bottles of wine and porter, and at length got into the rum and secured a quarter cask of wine. A little raw pork was likewise procured, and dealt out with a sparing hand. The horrors of their situation were increased by the sight of numerous sharks prowling about the wreck, as if waiting for their prey. On the 24th, the cook, a black man, died, and was cast into the sea, when he was instantly seized on by these ravenous monsters. They had been several days making slow headway under their scanty sail, when, on the 25th, they came in sight of land. It was about 15 leagues distant, and they remained 2 or 3 days drifting along in sight of it. On the 28th they descried, to their great transport, a canoe approaching, managed by natives. They came alongside, and brought a most welcome supply of potatoes. They informed them that the land they had made was one of the Sandwich Islands. The second mate and one of the seamen went on shore in the canoe for water and provisions, and to procure aid from the islanders, in towing the wreck into a harbor. Neither of the men returned, nor was any assistance sent from shore. The next day, 10 or 12 canoes came alongside, but roamed round the wreck like so many sharks, and would render no aid in towing her to land. The sea continued to break over the vessel with such violence that it was impossible to stand at the helm without the assistance of lashings. The crew were now so worn down by famine and thirst that the captain saw it would be impossible for them to withstand the breaking of the sea when the ship should ground. He deemed the only chance for their lives, therefore, was to get to land in the canoes and stand ready to receive and protect the wreck when she should drift ashore. Accordingly, they all got safe to land, but had scarcely touched the beach when they were surrounded by the natives, who stripped them almost naked. The name of this inhospitable island was Tahurawa. In the course of the night, the wreck came drifting to the strand, with the surf thundering around her, and shortly afterwards bilged. On the following morning, numerous casks of provisions floated on shore. The natives staved them for the sake of the iron hoops, but would not allow the crew to help themselves to the contents, or to go on board of the wreck. As the crew were in want of everything, and as it might be a long time before any opportunity occurred for them to get away from these islands, Mr. Ogden, as soon as he could get a chance, made his way to the island of Oahe, and endeavored to make some arrangement with the king for the relief of his companions in misfortune. The illustrious Tamarama, as we have shown on a former occasion, was a shrewd bargainer, and in the present instance proved himself an experienced wrecker. His negotiations with Mdugal, and the other heiress of the great American Fur Company, had but little effect on present circumstances, and he proceeded to avail himself of their misfortunes. He agreed to furnish the crew with provisions during their stay in his territories, and to return to them all their clothing that could be found, but he stipulated that the wreck should be abandoned to him as a waif cast by fortune on his shores. With these conditions Mr. Ogden was fain to comply. Upon this the great Tamarama deputed his favorite, John Young, the tarpaulin governor of Oahe, to proceed with a number of royal guards, and take possession of the wreck on behalf of the crown. This was done accordingly, and the property and crew were removed to Oahe. The royal bounty appears to have been but scanty in its dispensations. The crew fared but meagerly, though, on reading the journal of the voyage, it is singular to find them, after all the hardships they had suffered, so sensitive about petty inconveniences as to exclaim against the king as a savage monster, for refusing them a pot to cook in, and denying Mr. Ogden the use of a knife and fork which had been saved from the wreck. Such was the unfortunate catastrophe of the Lark. Had she reached her destination in safety, affairs at Astoria might have taken a different course. A strange fatality seems to have attended all the expeditions by sea, nor were those by land much less disastrous. Captain Northrop was still at the Sandwich Islands on December 20th, when Mr. Hunt arrived. The latter immediately purchased, for $10,000, a brig called the Peddler, and put Captain Northrop in command of her. They set sail for Astoria on the 22d January, intending to remove the property from thence as speedily as possible to the Russian settlements on the northwest coast, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the British. Such were the orders of Mr. Astor, sent out by the Lark. We will now leave Mr. Hunt on his voyage, and return to see what has taken place at Astoria during his absence. Chapter 59. On the 2d of October, about 5 weeks after Mr. Hunt had sailed in the Albatross from Astoria, Mr. Mackenzie set off with 2 canoes and 12 men, for the posts of Messrs. Stewart and Clark, to appraise them of the new arrangements determined upon in the recent conference of the partners at the factory. He had not ascended the river 100 miles, when he met a squadron of 10 canoes, sweeping merrily down under British colors, the Canadian oarsmen, as usual, in full song. It was an armament fitted out by Mtavish, who had with him Mr. J. Stewart, another partner of the Northwest Company, together with some clerks and 68 men, 75 souls in all. They had heard of the frigate Phoebe and the Isaac Todd being on the high seas, and were on their way down to await their arrival. In one of the canoes Mr. Clark came as a passenger, the alarming intelligence having brought him down from his post on the Spoken. Mr. Mackenzie immediately determined to return with him to Astoria, and, veering about, the two parties encamped together for the night. The leaders, of course, observed a due decorum, but some of the subalterns could not restrain their chuckling exultation, boasting that they would soon plant the British standard on the walls of Astoria and drive the Americans out of the country. In the course of the evening, Mr. Mackenzie had a secret conference with Mr. Clark, in which they agreed to set off privately before daylight and get down in time to apprise McDougall of the approach of these Northwesters. The latter, however, were completely on the alert. Just as Mackenzie's canoes were about to push off, they were joined by a couple from the Northwest Squadron, in which was McTavish with 2 clerks and 11 men. With these, he intended to push forward and make arrangements, leaving the rest of the convoy, in which was a large quantity of furs, to await his orders. The two parties arrived at Astoria on the 7th of October. The Northwesters encamped under the guns of the fort and displayed the British colors. The young men in the fort, natives of the United States, were on the point of hoisting the American flag, but were forbidden by Mr. McDougall. They were astonished at such a prohibition, and were exceedingly galled by the tone and manner assumed by the clerks and retainers of the Northwest Company, who ruffled about in that swelling and braggart style which grows up among these heroes of the wilderness. They, in fact, considered themselves lords of the ascendant and regarded the hampered and harassed Astorians as a conquered people. On the following day McDougall convened the clerks, and read to them an extract from a letter from his uncle, Mr. Angus Shaw, one of the principal partners of the Northwest Company, announcing the coming of the Phoebe and Isaac Todd, to take and destroy everything American on the Northwest coast. This intelligence was received without dismay by such of the clerks as were natives of the United States. They had felt indignant at seeing their national flag struck by a Canadian commander, and the British flag flowed, as it were, in their faces. They had been stung to the quick, also, by the vaunting airs assumed by the Northwesters. In this mood of mind, they would willingly have nailed their colors to the staff and defied the frigate. She could not come within many miles of the fort, they observed, and any boats she might send could be destroyed by their cannon. There were cooler and more calculating spirits, however, who had the control of affairs, and felt nothing of the patriotic pride and indignation of these youths. The extract of the letter had, apparently, been read by McDougall, merely to prepare the way for a preconcerted stroke of management. On the same day Mr. McTavish proposed to purchase the whole stock of goods and furs belonging to the company, both at Astoria and in the interior at cost and charges. Mr. McDougall undertook to comply, assuming the whole management of the negotiation in virtue of the power vested in him, in case of the non-arrival of Mr. Hunt. That power, however, was limited and specific, and did not extend to an operation of this nature and extent. No objection, however, was made to his assumption, and he and McTavish soon made a preliminary arrangement, perfectly satisfactory to the latter. Mr. Stewart, and the reserve party of Northwesters, arrived shortly afterwards, and encamped with McTavish. The former exclaimed loudly against the terms of the arrangement, and insisted upon a reduction of the prices. New negotiations had now to be entered into. The demands of the Northwesters were made in a peremptory tone, and they seemed disposed to dictate like conquerors. The Americans looked on with indignation and impatience. They considered McDougall as acting, if not a perfidious, certainly a craven part. He was continually repairing to the camp to negotiate, instead of keeping within his walls and receiving overtures in his fortress. His case, they observed, was not so desperate as to excuse such crouching. He might, in fact, hold out for his own terms. The Northwest Party had lost their ammunition. They had no goods to trade with the natives for provisions, and they were so destitute that McDougall had absolutely to feed them, while he negotiated with them. He, on the contrary, was well lodged and victualled, had 60 men with arms, ammunition, boats, and everything requisite either for defense or retreat. The party, beneath the guns of his fort, were at his mercy. Should an enemy appear in the offing, he could pack up the most valuable part of the property and retire to some place of concealment, or make off for the interior. These considerations, however, had no weight with Mr. McDougall, or were overruled by other motives. The terms of sale were lowered by him to the standard fixed by Mr. Stewart, and an agreement executed on the 16th of October, by which the furs and merchandise of all kinds in the country, belonging to Mr. Astor, passed into the possession of the Northwest Company at about a third of their value. A safe passage through the Northwest posts was guaranteed to such as did not choose to enter into the service of that company, and the amount of wages due to them was to be deducted from the price paid for Astoria. The conduct and motives of Mr. McDougall, throughout the whole of this proceeding, have been strongly questioned by the other partners. He has been accused of availing himself of a wrong construction of powers vested in him at his own request, and of sacrificing the interests of Mr. Astor to the Northwest Company under the promise or hope of advantage to himself. He always insisted, however, that he made the best bargain for Mr. Astor that circumstances would permit, the frigate being hourly expected, in which case the whole property of that gentleman would be liable to capture. That the return of Mr. Hunt was problematical, the frigate intending to cruise along the coast for 2 years, and clear it of all American vessels. He moreover averred, and Tavish corroborated his averment by certificate, that he proposed an arrangement to that gentleman, by which the furs were to be sent to Canton, and sold there at Mr. Astor's risk, and for his account. But the proposition was not acceded to. Notwithstanding all his representations, several of the persons present at the transaction, and acquainted with the whole course of the affair, and among the number Mr. Mackenzie himself, his occasional coadjutor, remained firm in the belief that he had acted a hollow part. Neither did he succeed in exculpating himself to Mr. Astor, that gentleman declaring, in a letter written some time afterwards to Mr. Hunt, that he considered the property virtually given away. Had our place and our property, he adds, been fairly captured, I should have preferred it. I should not feel as if I were disgraced. All these may be unmerited suspicions, but it certainly is a circumstance strongly corroborative of them, that Mr. McDougall, shortly after concluding this agreement, became a member of the Northwest Company, and received a share productive of a handsome income. Chapter 60. On the morning of the 30th of November, a sail was descried doubling Cape Disappointment. It came to anchor in Baker's Bay, and proved to be a ship of war. Of what nation? Was now the anxious inquiry. If English, why did it come alone? Where was the merchant vessel that was to have accompanied it? If American, what was to become of the newly acquired possession of the Northwest Company? In this dilemma, Tavish, in all haste, loaded 2 barges with all the packages of furs bearing the mark of the Northwest Company, and made off for Tongue Point, 3 miles up the river. There he was to await a preconcerted signal from McDougall, on ascertaining the character of the ship. If it should prove American, Tavish would have a fair start, and could bear off his rich cargo to the interior. It is singular that this prompt mode of conveying valuable, but easily transportable effects beyond the reach of a hostile ship should not have suggested itself while the property belonged to Mr. Astor. In the meantime, McDougall, who still remained nominal chief at the fort, launched a canoe, manned by men recently in the employ of the American Fur Company, and steered for the ship. On the way, he instructed his men to pass themselves for Americans or Englishmen, according to the exigencies of the case. The vessel proved to be the British sloop of war Raccoon, of 26 guns, and 120 men, commanded by Captain Black. According to the account of that officer, the frigate Phoebe, and 2 sloops of war Cherub and Raccoon, had sailed in convoy of the Isaac Todd from Rio Janeiro. On board of the Phoebe, Mr. John Donald, a partner of the Northwest Company, embarked as passenger, to profit by the anticipated catastrophe at Astoria. The convoy was separated by stress of weather off Cape Horn. The 3 ships of war came together again at the island of Juan Fernandez, their appointed rendezvous, but waited in vain for the Isaac Todd. In the meantime, intelligence was received of the mischief that Commodore Porter was doing among the British whale ships. Commodore Hillier immediately set sail in quest of him with the Phoebe and the Cherub, transferring Mr. Macdonald to the Raccoon, and ordered that vessel to proceed to the Columbia. The officers of the Raccoon were in high spirits. The agents of the Northwest Company, in instigating the expedition, had talked of immense booty to be made by the fortunate captors of Astoria. Mr. Macdonald had kept up the excitement during the voyage, so that not a midshipman but reveled in dreams of ample prize money, nor a lieutenant that would have sold his chance for £1,000. Their disappointment, therefore, may easily be conceived, when they learned that their warlike attack upon Astoria had been forestalled by a snug commercial arrangement, that their anticipated booty had become British property in the regular course of traffic, and that all this had been effected by the very company which had been instrumental in getting them sent on what they now stigmatized as a fool's errand. They felt as if they had been duped and made tools of, by a set of shrewd men of traffic, who had employed them to crack the nut, while they carried off the kernel. In a word, Dougal found himself so ungraciously received by his countrymen on board of the ship, that he was glad to cut short his visit, and return to shore. He was busy at the fort, making preparations for the reception of the captain of the Raccoon, when his one-eyed Indian father-in-law made his appearance, with a train of Chinook warriors, all painted and equipped in warlike style. Old Comcomly had beheld, with dismay, the arrival of a big war canoe displaying the British flag. The shrewd old savage had become something of a politician in the course of his daily visits at the fort. He knew of the war existing between the nations, but knew nothing of the arrangement between Dougal and Tavish. He trembled, therefore, for the power of his white son-in-law and the new-fledged grandeur of his daughter, and assembled his warriors in all haste. "King George," said he, "has sent his great canoe to destroy the fort and make slaves of all the inhabitants. Shall we suffer it? The Americans are the first white men that have fixed themselves in the land. They have treated us like brothers. Their great chief has taken my daughter to be his squaw. We are, therefore, as one people. His warriors all determined to stand by the Americans to the last, and to this effect they came painted and armed for battle." Comcomly made a spirited war speech to his son-in-law. He offered to kill every one of King George's men that should attempt to land. It was an easy matter. The ship could not approach within 6 miles of the fort. The crew could only land in boats. The woods reached to the water's edge. In these, he and his warriors would conceal themselves, and shoot down the enemy as fast as they put foot on shore. Dougal was, doubtless, properly sensible of this parental devotion on the part of his savage father-in-law, and perhaps a little rebuked by the game spirit so opposite to his own. He assured Comcomly, however, that his solicitude for the safety of himself and the princess was superfluous, as, though the ship belonged to King George, her crew would not injure the Americans or their Indian allies. He advised him and his warriors, therefore, to lay aside their weapons and war shirts, wash off the paint from their faces and bodies, and appear like clean and civil savages, to receive the strangers courteously. Comcomly was sorely puzzled at this advice, which accorded so little with his Indian notions of receiving a hostile nation, and it was only after repeated and positive assurances of the amicable intentions of the strangers that he was induced to lower his fighting tone. He said something to his warriors explanatory of this singular posture of affairs, and in vindication, perhaps, of the pacific temper of his son-in-law. They all gave a shrug and an Indian grunt of acquiescence, and went off sulkily to their village, to lay aside their weapons for the present. The proper arrangements being made for the reception of Captain Black, that officer caused his ship's boats to be manned, and landed with befitting state at Astoria. From the talk that had been made by the Northwest Company of the strength of the place, and the armament they had required to assist in its reduction, he expected to find a fortress of some importance, when he beheld nothing but stockades and bastions, calculated for defense against naked savages. He felt an emotion of indignant surprise, mingled with something of the ludicrous. "Is this the fort," cried he, "about which I have heard so much talking? Dean me, but I'd batter it down in 2 hours with a 4-pounder. When he learned, however, the amount of rich furs that had been passed into the hands of the Northwesters, he was outrageous, and insisted that an inventory should be taken of all the property purchased of the Americans, with a view to ulterior measures in England for the recovery of the value from the Northwest Company. As he grew cool, however, he gave over all idea of preferring such a claim, and reconciled himself, as well as he could, to the idea of having been forestalled by his bargaining coadjutors. On the 12th of December, the fate of Astoria was consummated by a regular ceremonial. Captain Black, attended by his officers, entered the fort, caused the British standard to be erected, broke a bottle of wine and declared, in a loud voice, that he took possession of the establishment and of the country, in the name of his Britannic Majesty, changing the name of Astoria to that of Fort George. The Indian warriors, who had offered their services to repel the strangers, were present on this occasion. It was explained to them as being a friendly arrangement and transfer, but they shook their heads grimly, and considered it an act of subjugation of their ancient allies. They regretted that they had complied with Mdugale's wishes in laying aside their arms, and remarked that, however the Americans might conceal the fact, they were undoubtedly all slaves. Nor could they be persuaded of the contrary, until they beheld the raccoon depart without taking away any prisoners. As to Comcomly, he no longer prided himself upon his white son-in-law, but, whenever he was asked about him, shook his head and replied that his daughter had made a mistake, and, instead of getting a great warrior for a husband, had married herself to a squaw. Chapter 61. Having given the catastrophe at the fort of Astoria, it remains now but to gather up a few loose ends of this widely excursive narrative and conclude. On the 28th of February the brig Peddler anchored in Columbia River. It will be recollected that Mr. Hunt had purchased this vessel at the Sandwich Islands, to take off the furs collected at the factory, and to restore the Sandwich Islanders to their homes. When that gentleman learned, however, the precipitate and summary manner in which the property had been bargained away by Mdugale, he expressed his indignation in the strongest terms, and determined to make an effort to get back the furs. As soon as his wishes were known in this respect, Mdugale came to sound him on behalf of the Northwest Company, intimating that he had no doubt the peltries might be repurchased at an advance of 50%. This overture was not calculated to soothe the angry feelings of Mr. Hunt, and his indignation was complete when he discovered that Mdugale had become a partner of the Northwest Company, and had actually been so since the 23rd of December. He had kept his partnership a secret, however, had retained the papers of the Pacific Fur Company in his possession, and had continued to act as Mr. Astor's agent, though two of the partners of the other company, Mr. Mackenzie and Mr. Clark, were present. He had, moreover, divulged to his new associates all that he knew as to Mr. Astor's plans and affairs, and had made copies of his business letters for their perusal. Mr. Hunt now considered the whole conduct of Mdugale hollow and collusive. His only thought was, therefore, to get all the papers of the concern out of his hands, and bring the business to a close, for the interests of Mr. Astor were yet completely at stake, the drafts of the Northwest Company in his favor, for the purchase money, not having yet been obtained. With some difficulty he succeeded in getting possession of the papers. The bills or drafts were delivered without hesitation. The latter he remitted to Mr. Astor by some of his associates, who were about to cross the continent to New York. This done, he embarked on board the Peddler on the 3rd of April, accompanied by two of the clerks, Mr. Seaton and Mr. Halsey, and bade a final adieu to Astoria. The next day, April 4th, Messrs. Clark, Mackenzie, David Stewart, and such of the Astorians as had not entered into the service of the Northwest Company, set out to cross the Rocky Mountains. It is not our intention to take the reader another journey across those rugged barriers, but we will step forward with the travelers to a distance on their way, merely to relate their interview with a character already noted in this work. As the party were proceeding up the Columbia, near the mouth of the Walla Walla River, several Indian canoes put off from the shore to overtake them, and a voice called upon them in French and requested them to stop. They accordingly put to shore, and were joined by those in the canoes. To their surprise, they recognized in the person who had hailed them the Indian wife of Pierre Dorion, accompanied by her two children. She had a story to tell, involving the fate of several of our unfortunate adventurers. Mr. John Reed, the Hibernian, it will be remembered, had been detached during the summer to the Snake River. His party consisted of 4 Canadians, Giles Leclerc, François Landry, Jean-Baptiste Tuckett, and André Lachapelle, together with 2 hunters, Pierre Dorion and Pierre Delaunay. Dorion, as usual, being accompanied by his wife and children. The objects of this expedition were twofold: to trap beaver, and to search for the 3 hunters Robinson, Hoback, and Resner. In the course of the autumn, Reed lost 1 man, Landry, by death. Another one, Pierre Delaunay, who was of a sullen, perverse disposition, left him in a moody fit, and was never heard of afterwards. The number of his party was not, however, reduced by these losses, as the 3 hunters Robinson, Hoback, and Resner had joined it. Reed now built a house on the Snake River for their winter quarters, which being completed, the party set about trapping. Resner, Leclerc, and Pierre Dorion went about 5 days' journey from the wintering house to a part of the country well stocked with beaver. Here they put up a hut and proceeded to trap with great success. While the men were out hunting, Pierre Dorian's wife remained at home to dress the skins and prepare the meals. She was thus employed one evening about the beginning of January, cooking the supper of the hunters, when she heard footsteps, and Leclerc staggered, pale and bleeding, into the hut. He informed her that a party of savages had surprised them, while at their traps, and had killed Resner and her husband. He had barely strength left to give this information, when he sank upon the ground. The poor woman saw that the only chance for life was instant flight, but, in this exigency, showed that presence of mind and force of character for which she had frequently been noted. With great difficulty, she caught 2 of the horses belonging to the party. Then, collecting her clothes and a small quantity of beaver meat and dried salmon, she packed them upon one of the horses, and helped the wounded man to mount upon it. On the other horse she mounted with her 2 children, and hurried away from this dangerous neighborhood, directing her flight to Mr. Reed's establishment. On the 3rd day, she descried a number of Indians on horseback proceeding in an easterly direction. She immediately dismounted with her children, and helped Leclerc likewise to dismount, and all concealed themselves. Fortunately they escaped the sharp eyes of the savages, but had to proceed with the utmost caution. That night they slept without fire or water. She managed to keep her children warm in her arms, but before morning poor Leclerc died. With the dawn of day the resolute woman resumed her course, and, on the 4th day, reached the house of Mr. Reed. It was deserted, and all round were marks of blood and signs of a furious massacre. Not doubting that Mr. Reed and his party had all fallen victims, she turned in fresh horror from the spot. For 2 days she continued hurrying forward, ready to sink for want of food, but more solicitous about her children than herself. At length she reached a range of the Rocky Mountains, near the upper part of the Walla Walla River. Here she chose a wild, lonely ravine as her place of winter refuge. She had fortunately a buffalo robe and 3 deerskins. Of these, and of pine bark and cedar branches, she constructed a rude wigwam, which she pitched beside a mountain spring. Having no other food, she killed the 2 horses and smoked their flesh. The skins aided to cover her hut. Here she dragged out the winter, with no other company than her 2 children. Towards the middle of March her provisions were nearly exhausted. She therefore packed up the remainder, slung it on her back, and, with her helpless little ones, set out again on her wanderings. Crossing the ridge of mountains, she descended to the banks of the Walla Walla, and kept along them until she arrived where that river throws itself into the Columbia. She was hospitably received and entertained by the Walla Wallas, and had been nearly 2 weeks among them when the 2 canoes passed. On being interrogated, she could assign no reason for this murderous attack of the savages. It appeared to be perfectly wanton and unprovoked. Some of the Astorians supposed it an act of butchery by a roving band of Blackfeet. Others, however, and with greater probability of correctness, have ascribed it to the tribe of Pierce-Nose Indians, in revenge for the death of their comrade hanged by order of Mr. Clark. If so, it shows that these sudden and apparently wanton outbreakings of sanguinary violence on the part of the savages have often some previous, though perhaps remote, provocation. The narrative of the Indian woman closes the checkered adventures of some of the personages of this motley story, such as the honest Hibernian Reed, and Dorian the hybrid interpreter. Tuckett and La Chapelle were 2 of the men who fell off from Mr. Crook's in the course of his wintry journey, and had subsequently such disastrous times among the Indians. We cannot but feel some sympathy with that persevering trio of Kentuckians, Robinson, Resner, and Hoback, who twice turned back when on their way homeward, and lingered in the wilderness to perish by the hands of savages. The return parties from Astoria, both by sea and land, experienced on the way as many adventures, vicissitudes, and mishaps as the far-famed heroes of the Odyssey. They reached their destination at different times, bearing tidings to Mr. Astor of the unfortunate termination of his enterprise. That gentleman, however, was not disposed, even yet, to give the matter up as lost. On the contrary, his spirit was roused by what he considered ungenerous and unmerited conduct on the part of the Northwest Company. "After their treatment of me," said he in a letter to Mr. Hunt, "I have no idea of remaining quiet and idle." He determined, therefore, as soon as circumstances would permit, to resume his enterprise. At the return of peace, Astoria, with the adjacent country, reverted to the United States by the Treaty of Ghent, on the principle of status antebellum, and Captain Biddle was dispatched in the sloop of war Ontario to take formal possession. In the winter of 1815, a law was passed by Congress prohibiting all traffic of British traders within the territories of the United States. The favorable moment seemed now to Mr. Astor to have arrived for the revival of his favorite enterprise, but new difficulties had grown up to impede it. The Northwest Company were now in complete occupation of the Columbia River and its chief tributary streams, holding the posts which he had established and carrying on a trade throughout the neighboring region, in defiance of the prohibitory law of Congress, which, in effect, was a dead letter beyond the mountains. To dispossess them would be an undertaking of almost a belligerent nature, for their agents and retainers were well armed and skilled in the use of weapons, as is usual with Indian traders. The ferocious and bloody contests which had taken place between the rival trading parties of the Northwest and Hudson's Bay Companies had shown what might be expected from commercial feuds in the lawless depths of the wilderness. Mr. Astor did not think it advisable, therefore, to attempt the matter without the protection of the American flag, under which his people might rally in case of need. He accordingly made an informal overture to the President of the United States, Mr. Madison, through Mr. Gallatin, offering to renew his enterprise and to reestablish Astoria, provided it would be protected by the American flag and made a military post, stating that the whole force required would not exceed a lieutenant's command. The application, approved and recommended by Mr. Gallatin, one of the most enlightened statesmen of our country, was favorably received, but no step was taken in consequence, the President not being disposed, in all probability, to commit himself by any direct countenance or overt act. Discouraged by this supineness on the part of the government, Mr. Astor did not think fit to renew his overtures in a more formal manner, and the favorable moment for the reoccupation of Astoria was suffered to pass unimproved. The British trading establishments were thus enabled, without molestation, to strike deep their roots and extend their ramifications, in despite of the prohibition of Congress, until they had spread themselves over the rich field of enterprise opened by Mr. Astor. The British government soon began to perceive the importance of this region, and to desire to include it within their territorial domains. A question has consequently risen as to the right to the soil, and has become one of the most perplexing now open between the United States and Great Britain. In the first treaty relative to it, under date of October 20, 1818, the question was left unsettled, and it was agreed that the country on the northwest coast of America, westward of the Rocky Mountains, claimed by either nation, should be open to the inhabitants of both for 10 years, for the purpose of trade, with the equal right of navigating all its rivers. When these 10 years had expired, a subsequent treaty in 1828 extended the arrangement to 10 additional years. So the matter stands at present. On casting back our eyes over the series of events we have recorded, we see no reason to attribute the failure of this great commercial undertaking to any fault in the scheme or omission in the execution of it on the part of the projector. It was a magnificent enterprise, well concerted and carried on, without regard to difficulties or expense. A succession of adverse circumstances and cross-purposes, however, beset it almost from the outset. Some of them, in fact, arising from neglect of the orders and instructions of Mr. Astor. The first crippling blow was the loss of the Tonquin, which clearly would not have happened had Mr. Astor's earnest injunctions with regard to the natives been attended to. Had this ship performed her voyage prosperously and revisited Astoria in due time, the trade of the establishment would have taken its preconcerted course, and the spirits of all concerned been kept up by a confident prospect of success. Her dismal catastrophe struck a chill into every heart and prepared the way for subsequent despondency. Another cause of embarrassment and loss was the departure from the plan of Mr. Astor as to the voyage of the Beaver, subsequent to her visiting Astoria. The variation from this plan produced a series of cross-purposes, disastrous to the establishment, and detained Mr. Hunt absent from his post, when his presence there was of vital importance to the enterprise. So essential is it for an agent in any great and complicated undertaking to execute faithfully, and to the letter, the part marked out for him by the mastermind which has concerted the whole. The breaking out of the war between the United States and Great Britain multiplied the hazards and embarrassments of the enterprise. The disappointment as to convoy rendered it difficult to keep up reinforcements and supplies, and the loss of the Lark added to the tissue of misadventures. That Mr. Astor battled resolutely against every difficulty, and pursued his course in defiance of every loss, has been sufficiently shown. Had he been seconded by suitable agents, and properly protected by government, the ultimate failure of his plan might yet have been averted. It was his great misfortune that his agents were not imbued with his own spirit. Some had not capacity sufficient to comprehend the real nature and extent of his scheme. Others were alien in feeling and interest, and had been brought up in the service of a rival company. Whatever sympathies they might originally have had with him were impaired, if not destroyed, by the war. They looked upon his cause as desperate, and only considered how they might make interest to regain a situation under their former employers. The absence of Mr. Hunt, the only real representative of Mr. Astor, at the time of the capitulation with the Northwest Company, completed the series of cross-purposes. Had that gentleman been present, the transfer, in all probability, would not have taken place. It is painful, at all times, to see a grand and beneficial stroke of genius fall of its aim, but we regret the failure of this enterprise in a national point of view, for, had it been crowned with success, it would have redounded greatly to the advantage and extension of our commerce. The profits drawn from the country in question by the British Fur Company, though of ample amount, form no criterion by which to judge of the advantages that would have arisen had it been entirely in the hands of the citizens of the United States. That company, as has been shown, is limited in the nature and scope of its operations, and can make but little use of the maritime facilities held out by an emporium and a harbor on that coast. In our hands, besides the roving bands of trappers and traders, the country would have been explored and settled by industrious husbandmen, and the fertile valleys bordering its rivers and shut up among its mountains would have been made to pour forth their agricultural treasures to contribute to the general wealth. In respect to commerce, we should have had a line of trading posts from the Mississippi and the Missouri across the Rocky Mountains, forming a high road from the great regions of the West to the shores of the Pacific. We should have had a fortified post and port at the mouth of the Columbia, commanding the trade of that river and its tributaries, and of a wide extent of country and seacoast, carrying on an active and profitable commerce with the Sandwich Islands, and a direct and frequent communication with China. In a word, Astoria might have realized the anticipations of Mr. Astor, so well understood and appreciated by Mr. Jefferson, in gradually becoming a commercial empire beyond the mountains, peopled by free and independent Americans, and linked with us by ties of blood and interest. We repeat, therefore, our sincere regret that our government should have neglected the overture of Mr. Astor, and suffered the moment to pass by, when full possession of this region might have been taken quietly, as a matter of course, and a military post established, without dispute, at Astoria. Our statesmen have become sensible, when too late, of the importance of this measure. Bills have repeatedly been brought into Congress for the purpose, but without success, and our rightful possessions on that coast, as well as our trade on the Pacific, have no rallying point protected by the national flag, and by a military force. In the meantime, the second period of 10 years is fast elapsing. In 1838, the question of title will again come up, and most probably, in the present amicable state of our relations with Great Britain, will be again postponed. Every year, however, the litigated claim is growing in importance. There is no pride so jealous and irritable as the pride of territory. As one wave of emigration after another rolls into the vast regions of the West, and our settlements stretch towards the Rocky Mountains, the eager eyes of our pioneers will pry beyond, and they will become impatient of any barrier or impediment in the way of what they consider a grand outlet of our empire. Should any circumstance, therefore, unfortunately occur to disturb the present harmony of the two nations, this ill-adjusted question, which now lies dormant, may suddenly start up into one of belligerent import, and Astoria become the watchword in a contest for dominion on the shores of the Pacific. Since the above was written, the question of dominion over the vast territory beyond the Rocky Mountains, which for a time threatened to disturb the peaceful relations with our transatlantic kindred, has been finally settled in a spirit of mutual concession, and the venerable projector whose early enterprise forms the subject of this work had the satisfaction of knowing, ere his eyes closed upon the world, that the flag of his country again waved over Astoria. The end. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.